Fox and the United States Golf Association proudly present coverage of the 116th United States Open Championship. Again, welcome to historic Oakmont Country Club, where for the 9th time this legendary course is hosting our national championship. The galleries will be bigger than they've been all week long. The weather is absolutely ideal. The high is supposed to be 87 here today. Humidity down just a bit. Nice breeze blowing through here. 0% chance of rain. That might be the highlight of that graphic after all the rain we had here Wednesday night and most of the day on Thursday. The guys at the top finished this morning, and that includes Shane Lowry, who fired 2 more birdies out there at 15 and 17, made a great par save at 18, and so he will stroll to the first tee with a 4-shot lead, paired up with Andrew Landry, who is a surprise entry on that leaderboard. There's Dustin Johnson. He's 4 shots back. Lee Westwood, Daniel Summerhays, Brandon Grace. Sergio Garcia, he's right there. Jason Day, what a move he made yesterday. He is tied for 9th after starting his 3rd round, tied for 45th. Bryson DeChambeau is on that list toward the top. There's Schwartzel, he's a major champion. Fathauer was impressive yesterday in round number 3. Jim Furyk, who was a shot back in 2007 when Angel Cabrera won it all here at Oakmont Country Club. Jordan Spieth, 4 over, 11 shots off the lead. And you can look at the top. I choose right now to look at the bottom of that manually operated scoreboard. Happy Father's Day from the USGA. And from all of us at Fox to you wherever you may be in this great country, I'm Joe Buck along with Paul Azinger, Brad Faxon, and 2-time United States Open champion Curtis Strange. I know later in the day Curtis will head out and be down on the ground and follow these guys around the final group, which right now is Shane Lowry, who has that 4-shot lead. Let's start with you and talk about what the key is today for whoever's going to hoist that trophy.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a nervous wait. It's really hard to wait till 3:30 or so to tee off. But Lowry's already been out there this morning, and he knows his field was really good this morning. He made 2 beautiful putts, one on 15 and another one on 18, as well actually on 17, and a great 2-putt on the 16th hole. Landry's a surprise. He's in uncharted waters, and then you have Dustin Johnson, Lee Westwood, Sergio Garcia, the 3 great players not to win a major. The fact is, we all hit 18 tee shots and 18 second shots unless you have a penalty. And the way you separate yourself, a penalty or hole-in-one, the way you separate yourself at this level is on and around the greens. And what we've seen out of Westwood, and of course Dustin Johnson's missed everything. Westwood's missed a bunch of short putts as well. And Sergio, the same thing, and it's been kind of the MO for these great ball strikers, Dustin Johnson, Westwood, and Sergio Garcia. Just on the greens, it hasn't happened so far this week. The dead opposite for Shane Lowry. First hole of the championship. Missed the fairway, pitched it up to here. And the magic on and around the greens for Shane Lowry started early. Here we are this morning, right out of the gate, 2nd hardest hole on the course for birdie Lowry. This was to increase his lead to 4 at the moment. And then to finish his round after a bit of a struggle, this tricky downhill left to right putt. Bingo. And so Lowry's doing what he needs to do to separate himself, 4 shots clear. But let's remember, Jordan Spieth had a 5-shot lead at the Masters with 9 holes to go. Lowry, a 4-shot lead with 18 holes to go, and arguably the most dangerous golf course in the world.
And Brad Faxon, if you want to look at the leaderboard, it's really a question of where do you want to draw the line?
Right.
Who do you think doesn't have a realistic shot? I mean, anything can happen on this tough golf test here at Oakmont, so take us wherever you want to take us on the leaderboard.
Well, you look at this leaderboard, and world number 1, Jason Day, he got a good night rest. He didn't have to get up at 5 o'clock. Lee Westwood in his interview said, I've been getting up at 5 o'clock every day. I'm going to go home and take a nap. But I want to make a case for Andrew Landry, because this guy at 624th in the world is defying all the odds. In the first round, he had to come back and finish a 9-foot putt. The next morning he made that, went home, and then he shoots 39 going out, the second 9, comes back in 32. He birdies the 18th hole. Then he finishes his round this morning. Bogey's the first 2 holes this morning. What does he do? He birdies 17 and 18. Look at this guy. He's first in total putting, second in driver efficiency on the tour. Out of the rough, proximity to the pin, he's in the top 10. Scrambling from 10 to 20 yards, he's first. This could be the greatest win in the U.S. Open history if this guy can come back.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Curtis, you've been in really both situations. You've been where Lowry is, albeit not as big a lead. Back in 1988, you led Nick Faldo by 1. You've also been behind the next year when you started your final round 3 shots behind Tom Kite. So take us through what Shane Lowry may be feeling right now before he heads back out for his final round.
Well, as Paul just said, Joe, the toughest time for any professional golfer is right now, waiting for the last tee time. Shane Lowry will, when he gets to the first tee, should settle down on the first hole, and then it's business as usual. I just think he's such a good driver of the golf ball. He has a good short game. That's a good combination for the U.S. Open. Now, for the ones following, when I was 3 shots back of Tom Kite in '89, it's not a big ask for Shane Lowry to shoot 1 or 2 over. That means those who are 3 under, 68 is very doable out here. Now we have a playoff. To Brad's case, I think anybody even par or better, if they could get out and shoot 65, 66, could certainly get part of a playoff.
And a real key for these guys, just like the Masters when Spieth backed up, who was going to be ready? It was on Westwood and Danny Willett. Westwood was looking right at the scoreboard and gave it that fist pump there at 15 at Augusta when he chipped in for eagle. When those 2 guys walked down to 16, it was just like, who was going to be the most ready? Turned out to be Danny Willett. He was ready.
But to Brad's point, once again, Landry, I was with him all day yesterday, and he played like an experienced veteran. He was phenomenal. His walk, his attitude, the way he carried himself, he drove the ball beautifully. He handled the tough putts. If he can find that feel today, now today is a different animal than yesterday, but if he can continue that feel and that rhythm, could be a great victory.
Bax, go ahead. We're going to go to the first hole and pick up play here on this difficult green. The 2007 U.S. Open champion, Angel Cabrera, who is 8 over, is putting for birdie. Bax, what'd you have?
Well, I was going to make a point for Dustin Johnson. Who's going to ever forget what happened on the 18th hole at Chambers Bay with that dramatic 3-putt? And I think he's maybe the only guy that has forgotten it. And he's now in the second to last group. Landry made an unbelievable birdie on 18, a long putt, 50 feet. And I think that's going to give Dustin Johnson a chance to kind of free up a little bit. He was in the last group at Pebble Beach on Saturday. He shot 80 with a triple and a quad. I think this is a great opportunity for Dustin Johnson. And the same for Westwood and Garcia. This course has shown how difficult it is for putting for the entire field. I don't think you have to make all the putts out there, and those guys are going to hit the ball the best.
You want maybe a stroke of irony? Angel Cabrera was the 41st player in the world when he won it back in 2007. Shane Lowry ranked 41st here in 2016 as he plays at Oakmont Country Club. Maybe he will be the one who grabs the United States Open trophy.
Can we still get a bet in?
Not allowed to talk about that, although it is Father's Day. I think all bets are off on Father's Day. So good work, Curtis, for bringing this thing to a screeching halt. The 116th United States Open Championship continues. That final pairing goes off at 3:30 in the East. So much to talk about, so much to watch here at Oakmont. Let's go to 2 across the turnpike, 320-yard par 4. Here's Angel.
Well, this hole was playing 350 yards yesterday, so here's a quick opportunity for the players to grab a birdie or perhaps an eagle. I think this is a perfect location for a hole like this for a player to decide what their attitude's going to be like early in the round. See them waving them up already. The group there is on the green. Over here on the 5th, another of the short par 4s. In this course, 5 of them under 400, in fact. Ethan Tracy, 12 over. He was Andrew Landry's teammate at the University of Arkansas, and something's in the water there. That Ozark Mountain water must be pretty good.
Curtis, I like what you said yesterday as we talk about his teammate Andrew Landry. As we look at Matt Marshall here at the 3rd, he's hitting it out of the 4th fairway. His second shot only got 106 yards to the hole. Well, that ball was just bombed off the tee. What a shot. I like what you said, Curtis, yesterday with regard to Landry. You said it's almost disrespectful.
Yes.
The way
yes.
we're talking about him, because he's ranked 624th in the world, but this guy's played great golf since he got to the Pittsburgh area.
And really important as we watch Slattery here is +8 over at the first. You know, it was easy enough for him to play well in the first portion of the round yesterday, but as Saturday progresses, that's when the pressure starts to mount, because you're thinking to yourself, look at this.
This is Oakmont right here.
This is Oakmont coming down the slope, downhill the entire way to the first hole location. But, you know, as the round progresses, he continued to play well and look so confident.
Look at this, Curtis.
And he looked like he should have been there.
How can you qualify for the PGA Tour, the most difficult tour in the world, and still be ranked 624th? I don't understand that.
Well, I would imagine he will leapfrog forward. Here is Beef. Andrew Johnston for birdie, comes up short. A lot like last year at Chambers Bay, you can go around this golf course and barely see a tree. Let's go over to Holly Saunders.
Good morning, Joe. Thank you very much. I'm here with Oakmont's head pro for 37 years, Bob Ford, and noted golf course architect Gil Hanse. A happy Father's Day to both of you and everybody at home. Now, Bob, Oakmont is visually spectacular, but this is a look that has really evolved over the years out here.
Well, it has, Holly. You know, we were a links-like golf course way back when, in the early 60s. They started planting trees. By the early 80s, we became a tree-lined golf course like many other golf courses in that era. But started overhanging bunkers and being behind greens and interfering with the agronomics of the golf course. And a couple guys, Bank Smith and Jim Malone, decided, you know, they'd start taking trees out. The joke is, it's actually true, we took 1,000 trees out before we got caught. And but it became very contentious amongst the members because the generation of members that put the trees in were still alive. And but as we progressed, we gathered some steam, and most of the members got on board and saw the light.
What did the members say about it exactly? You told me it was a contentious subject.
Well, there were some threats of lawsuits. There was some praying in the churches for the trees. I mean, it was pretty good. There was no fist fights, but close.
I mean, we're talking 15,000 trees, and before we get any angry calls from like squirrel rights advocates, you know, there's so many good reasons to take trees off these great old classic golf courses. I mean, history, Henry Fones designed this to be a links golf course. He sought out pasture land for his design. You know, strategy, just like you said, I mean, trees mainly get in the way. You've got these great old features. You've got slopes, bunkers, ditches, and then, you know, you really look at it from an agronomic standpoint. That's a critical issue, getting trees off the golf course.
It really reveals a beautiful piece of land out there now with these changes. As we send it back to you, Joe, and a happy Father's Day to all of you in the booth.
Thank you, Holly. And it's been such a pleasure not just to have Gil Hanse with us, but Bob Ford, who will leave Oakmont after 37 years at the end of the year. Spend his time mainly down in Florida and still the director of golf down at Seminole. It gets no better than Seminole either. Here's Martin Kaymer, who went wire to wire just a moment ago in 2014 when he won it at Pinehurst. And move a bag because that ball's coming back. It reminds me, Paul Azinger, of how, yeah, okay, 4-shot lead, that's great. A 4-shot lead can disappear in a blink out here with the U.S. Open setup at a place like Oakmont. Here's Kaymer now live.
One bad shot can lead to another, and if you string 2 or 3 bad ones together, you put a snowman on that scorecard in a heartbeat. So I'm guarantee you Lowry knows, and so do the guys trailing. There's a long way to go.
See, Angel Cabrera was rooting for the ball of Martin Kaymer to come back toward the hole. Saw Marshall a bit ago, and now after he drove it into the 4th fairway at just over 100 yards to the green, here he is for birdie.
That's actually a pretty scary hole location today. There's a false front on the 3rd green that really won't come into play, but the green runs away from where he is. It runs away from the player about 3 yards past the hole and down into a mown area, the only mown area on the golf course. There's a look at the 2nd and how this green flows. Danger here is not getting it all the way up the hill come right back to your feet.
Well, that's what Dustin Johnson suffered yesterday.
Paul, you can notice a lot of players from that really tight, closest to the green fringe will hit putts here, and Curtis said it's just incredible how smooth and quick it is, and Cabrera going with putter there for his second for Eagle. Back to the first now.
Birdie putt here for Slattery to get to 7 over.
Just so you know, the greens were triple cut and have been rolled, and they rolled them again between rounds.
That's amazing to be triple cut. Do you think they're taking anything off the surface the second or third time?
I don't know. I got 3 blades in my razor. I don't know what the third blade's doing.
Nothing.
So Lee Slattery misses a chance for a birdie at the first. Let's go to 2, and these greens don't get much faster than here at number 2. Keimer for par. Beautiful. Now here at 5, Ethan Tracy.
We saw his beautiful second shot out of the fairway bunker, and it's really hard to get irons close from there. The sand being so heavy, that ball sinks down in the equator, and here's Cabrera's putt for birdie, and that's going to be like a bogey. This hole will play under par today. Players are going to have to decide if they can carry that cross bunker and how they're going to leave it short of this green, because if you hit it over, tees are up 30 yards from yesterday, and an accessible hole location. But danger lurks everywhere there, and here's the look back from the green, Curtis.
You know, I'm not so sure I agree with this, in all honesty. Mike Davis wants to make the players think, and they do think here, but it's such a great short hole. We already have the drivable 17, and it's just such a great short hole where they have to lay up, and there's options there. And then the toughest short iron in all of golf, maybe to the most diabolical green in all of golf. And so when you do that, I don't know, it just seems to maybe change the integrity of the hole, possibly.
Curtis, I don't know that I'm surprised that you don't like something.
Hey, you know, I just think we saw in my group yesterday, they played it 2 over par with a good par save. So even the way they played it layup, you think very simple. And there you see the bunkers on the right side of the screen. That's what they're laying up, just left off or just over today.
Well, I'll tell you what, too, Curtis, the decision will be automatic for some of the big hitters that are trailing, and
yes,
not so much for Lowry now. Lowry will have to really make a tough decision, but I hear what you're saying.
Well, you know, Curtis, the word options comes in here. I mean, these players can do anything they want. You see that shot electing to stay just short of that ditch. There's a cross bunker there. These players are going to have to fly it about 280 yards to get it over that. Ryan Moore here now.
Well, it's all a matter of opinion and the way you want to play the hole. I think if you lay up every time, you beat the guy with 100 balls, you beat the guy going at the green. Really do.
Now, if you look behind us, you can see that American flag behind the first tee at Oakmont. It's now blowing downwind for the players on the first and the second, which it hasn't been doing all week. Now to the third tee.
That makes it a little bit of a left to right wind here. Then on the difficult third hole, you got to thread the needle.
Angel can still pound it.
How he doesn't win more, I will never understand.
Let's go back to 1. Brandon Harkin's second shot. Ball still stopped.
Yeah, that's it's not completely different. The green's holding much more than they would ordinarily, but it is what it is, and the players are adjusting as they go. Over here at the third, on with a lengthy birdie putt.
He became a story on tour when he won in Charlotte. Made over $1 million, cashed a check that weekend. He had missed the cut as 8 previous events, and the story was about how he was struggling to make it as a professional golfer. He was stocking shelves at a Safeway and selling shoes at a Nordstrom.
You know what I like about this so much? The players can watch it back in the hotel room. We can watch. I'm going out on the golf course later on. I get a sense of where these early holes are playing. And it's great for our viewers to maybe anticipate what possibly could happen later on tonight.
That putt was uphill the entire way. He gave it a good effort. Now they have a little knee knocker coming back.
Gil Hanse is with us and joined by Bob Ford over in the other studio. And guys, I'll ask you, I guess, Bob, you're first up. You know, we've seen one ball chased down there at 1 that landed short. That's something we haven't seen a lot of this week, but we just saw the green very receptive to a shot in there at 1. Would you put a percentage on it? Are we at 80% now? Where are we on the Oakmont scale of difficulty?
Well, Joe, I think we're at 70%. I was very pleased to see that ball chase down there, and hopefully as the afternoon progresses, it'll get a little firmer and a little faster.
Yeah, guys, I think, you know, we've focused on speed. The speeds are definitely back, you know, and as Bob said, I think we're about 70% there. So the desired combination of firmness and speed we're not going to see. But you know, we're still going to see some interesting contours in these greens. These guys are going to have to handle it at very, very high speeds.
Johnston can't get that one to roll in. I don't know if we'll see him if we get to the point where we're looking at him on a television screen. But Bob, I know you want to wish luck to a wonderful young man, Devin G., who is taking over for you here at Oakmont Country Club as you step aside after 37 years. And on this Father's Day, you think about Devin. He's playing as a marker today. And as he was going to work at Medina, got the news that his father had been killed in Maine when a tree fell on him. So here we are on Father's Day, and your last week here with a major championship, Bob, rolling through. There's Devin rolling through Oakmont. You hand the reins over to this young man, and I would say the members here are well served.
Well, thanks, Joe. They are. Devin's having the time of his life out there. He's a great young man, a great player. He's going to do a great job for the members at Oakmont, and I'm very proud of him.
He is playing with Justin Hicks as a marker. So he's getting a chance to play here on a Sunday setup. He's a good player. I've had a chance to play with him here at Oakmont. He can really move it. So he gets the opportunity and thrill of a lifetime playing on a Sunday at Oakmont in a U.S. Open. We go back to 3. James Hahn able to knock that in. Up ahead to 4.
The par 5, playing 611 yards. Danny Lee for birdie. Even though that 611 yards sounds intimidating, players have a downhill tee shot, and the longer players in the field are reaching this green in 2. And here's Martin Keimer on the 3rd hole at the edge of the pew. And we said yesterday there was no fairway on this golf course more important to hit in relation to making a par. Back to the 1st.
Masters champion Danny Willett, his par putt.
Well, the pressure at Augusta National was on Jordan Spieth the entire week. And Danny Willett just kept hanging in there and hanging in there. When Jordan slipped up, Danny Willett was ready, collected himself there on the 16th tee, hit a spectacular tee shot there on the difficult par 3, playing with Westwood, who was 1 behind. Westwood 3-putted. Danny Willett made his putt for birdie, and that was the end of that.
Second shot here for Angel Cabrera at 3. You can see just topographically, if you want to look at the hole location, you have to be down the left side. The problem is church pews are down the left side as well.
And Joe, these blind shots for the players is really an architect's only defense. Gil Hanse can tell you better than I can, but he loves to build that into the players so they can have a little bit of indecision when they get over that ball.
Visit usopen.com to follow all the championship action, including live streaming coverage, real-time scoring, and the latest news and player highlights from here at Oakmont Country Club. Take a break. A long day of golf headed your way on this Father's Day. just rankled him. Felt like that was a hole in his career. Came so close in 1962. Here's Angel Cabrera for birdie.
Third straight. Great look for Angel, and well,
Joe, Paul, and Brad, we'd be remiss not to say hi and
to Arnold.
send our best wishes to Arnold.
I love Arnold.
About an hour from here, I know he's watching, and sorry we couldn't get up there to see you this week, Arnold, but some of us are working, okay? Anyway, hope you're doing well, and we're thinking about you.
Brad, you
You're the
talked to
best,
him,
Arnold.
Brad, didn't you?
Oh, I did. I talked to him before the championship started and was hoping that he might want to show up, but we all remember Arnold for everything he's done for the game of golf and kind of advancing the game forward for all of us.
My first summer off of college, I worked at Bay Hill at the Arnold Palmer Golf Academy, and every 2 weeks we had a whole bunch of campers come in. We'd pick them up at the airport, 2 weeks at Bay Hill Lodge and all that. And then, but when I got there, I couldn't break 82 days in a row, Curtis, and that's a fact. Never broken 70 in my life. When I left there, I broke 70 for the first time shortly after that. And I love Arnold Palmer. I asked Arnold not too long ago about his philosophy. Did you try to eliminate one side of the course or the other? And he thought for a second. He goes, yeah, I tried to eliminate left, like we all do, right? And then I said, did you try to eliminate left at all costs, Arnold? And he rubbed his chin for a second. He goes, you know, I tried to reduce left because Arnold liked that draw.
Lee Slattery able to roll in a birdie at number 2.
But Arnold showed up every 2 weeks and put on a clinic for those kids that came. And now, you know, I'll tell you, I knew I was getting old when some of those kids showed up and said, hey, I was at the Arnold Palmer Golf Academy, and they were bald-headed. I was like, oh, no, my gosh, I'm getting old.
One of my greatest Arnold Palmer memories, Paul, I got paired with him in the first round, or the final round of the Players' Championship on my first year in tour back in 1984. And Arnold Palmer said to me on the first hole, he said, son, if you want to have a good, successful career out here, make sure you look at every single person in the eye when you walk off a green.
That's
that was
impressive.
a great lesson. Look the people in the eye.
You know what I like to think about Arnold is that when we're lucky enough to meet our idols once in a while, and so many times they don't live up to the way we would hope they would be, Arnold does every time.
Yeah, that's a fact. I played with him in 1988 at the PGA Championship. 28 years old, really coming into my prime, and Arnold outdrove me on every single hole. And he was 58 years old.
Here's Bill Haas, who was an Arnold Palmer scholar at Wake Forest. His son, his father, Jay, went to Wake as well. Maybe played alongside Curtis Strange for a couple years, didn't he?
Jay?
Yeah.
Oh, for 3 years, that's all. I knew Bill when he was in diapers.
Bubba Watson getting stretched out. I would imagine that wrist and those forearms and those hands would be sore after ripping the club around the way he does and carving shots with an all-on swing the way we've seen him do, not just this week, but since he turned pro.
He's like a bowler, you know. They never roll the ball straight. I guess maybe on the second ball they might, but I think the straightest players in the game never hit it straight. Always curve it a little bit.
Cabrera off the par 5 fourth.
He just drives it so well and so long. He's
Noticing a little more bounce. Some of the shots we saw off this fourth tee actually plugged even yesterday. So a little more firmness.
Angel Cabrera, after he won the U.S. Open here at Oakmont, went back to Argentina, gave the clubs he used to win the U.S. Open to charity, and then the next week had to call his club manufacturer and say, I need some clubs.
That's unbelievable. Beautiful tee shot for Martin Keimer. And you're right, Bradley, the ball's starting to roll a little bit now.
This hole has eye appeal to a lot of these players today with a little fade for sure. Back to the first now.
Grillo at 1 for birdie.
Tender little stroke.
Oh, wow.
Of course it's going to reach. Oh, what an effort.
You guys keep an eye on him. He's a good player. Got a great golf swing. Now Justin Hicks here on the Ninth hole. Back to the clubhouse. Another of the blind tee shots.
And a tough one too, Brad, because they know if they miss left, there's a ditch. To the right is a chip out bunker, so there's pressure.
Well, here's Devin. All right, kid. Here's your chance on national TV.
Joe, we played with him, didn't we, a couple of weeks ago?
It was great. Let's put him on flight track.
Got a good swing, hits it far.
Look at that action.
Nice.
Oh, no.
Captain Hook.
The members will never allow him to forget that.
Oh, you had your chance.
It's kind of part of the job description that you play with the members every day here at Oakmont.
Hey, Bob Ford, when we had a chance to be with him a couple of weeks ago, was turning and going another 18. This is no easy walk. And you talk about a guy who can play.
You've got to accept that it's going to be under the hole. If you want to get it up to the hole, it's that.
Yeah, because I think that's still spin off the bat. I want to go past
You've got to totally control this, yeah?
Yeah, I want to go past it and let it come back. That's the...
Yeah, the breeze is there, so I mean, you can play it like a 110 shot, but with control.
All right.
See what Beef can do here at the par 5.
I think these guys aren't good.
Think these greens aren't fast?
I'll tell you one thing he can do well is grow a beard.
He's got the beard of a wildling.
And no cat in America could lick that beard off of there.
Comes from north of the wall. Let's go back to 2 and Danny Willett.
Check out where he's aiming right now. My gosh. See by the shading. See the color change. Slope and grain. Oh, there's not much grain on these POA greens.
You know, it's always been shocking to me how good these greens are being 100% POA. You think as a POA would flower in the afternoon and get bumpy like it does on the West Coast, but these are as good a greens as you'll ever putt on.
You know, Curtis, they've never redone the greens here. I mean, the grass is 100 and how old is the course? 1903, so 113-year-old grass.
Saves them a couple, 2 or 3 million every 20 years.
Yeah.
Manacero here at the first.
'23-year-old Italian, 4th U.S. Open. He's been around a long time.
Mateo's from Verona.
See if this feeds down.
Missed the cut in 2013. He has made the cut now for the 3rd time in the U.S. Open. That green that runs away. Same here at 1. Let's go to the first right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 11:50 starting time. Please welcome from Augusta, Georgia, Chase Parker.
That's not a bad place to grow up if you want to play professional golf. Playing in his first U.S. Open, made the cut. Chase Parker, 25-year-old. All eyes will be on this opening hole at 3:30 Eastern when our leader Shane Lowry tries to find this tight fairway.
From Spain, John Rahm.
From Spain and from Arizona State, a Sun Devil on his way into the professional ranks, and he is the only amateur to make the cut. He will qualify as the low amateur as long as he finishes this round here today. Has to turn in a 72-hole score to get the medal. And the bunker on the right.
This group is Brian Lewis.
You will not be able to get on the green from there.
Here's Keimer at 4.
Another blind shot, second. Players don't know where the flagstick is. They have to kind of guess. Use the slope to feed it to the green. Beautifully judged there. Eagle putt now for Keimer.
Danny Willett out of the bunker. The church pews on the left here at 3.
And that's a good look at what these players will face all day long. These bunkers are really a one-stroke penalty, much like the old pot bunkers over there at the Open Rota, is that if you put it in, very rarely can you get it to the green.
To the left of 3, to the left of 4, which goes back the other way.
Yep, and your only chance really to get it out of there and advance at any great distance is if you're in what they're calling the aisle of the church pews. There is a strip on both sides where you could maybe play a shot if you get lucky.
Manacero with his birdie putt.
Blazing fast, huge break, left to right. He's gone too far. Good speed though.
To 2.
Bill Haas got a good lie here. Kind of had to try to thread the needle there. Be a pretty easy pitch shot from that lie. Use the slope.
Bill Haas is one of those young players, and he's not so young anymore, but just hasn't quite reached his potential. Been very, very successful out here, but hasn't played well in any majors.
Six-time winner on tour. He's still waiting for a breakthrough in one of the majors. Third shot now for Danny Willett at 3.
Skip it. Yeah, definitely. I mean, the green all slopes away, doesn't it? 105 with it's giving you 17. Yeah, 105. Down crash down. Down crash down. Straight, that's it. 105.
It's hard for me to understand Willett if I'm standing right next to him.
He's a fast talker.
He is. Green slips a little bit left to right. Runs away from the player past the hole. Virtually blind second up the hill, or third in this case for Danny after blasting out of the bunker.
Back to 4.
And Keimer's eagle putt. Curtis, if you're a player with a chance to win today, you watching this coverage? Are you taking your mind off it? Are you sleeping? What are you doing?
I think you really have to watch. I really do think so, because you can learn something about where the hole locations are, about how soft the greens are going to play, and just maybe remind yourself and reinforce what you already know about the golf course. Some of the speed, some of the slope of the greens.
You'd watch it with the mute button off or on. I mean, no volume, just leave it on.
Well, put it like this.
Hear you.
Put it like this.
That's right.
If somebody watches and somebody doesn't watch, I think you learn something.
It's like information that you just can't let one guy have and you not have.
Yes, yes.
James Hans second here on 5 holes again. Short par 4, 373 yards of this hole location tight. How brave are the players going to be? Finally in close to this flagstick. See a lot of putts from back behind this hole today. Back to the first now.
John Rahm from the bunker on the right.
I'll tell you, he hoisted that way up in the air, and with the fairways now running out a little bit, maybe he can. There you go. Less than 20% of the balls that go into the bunker are then placed on the putting surface or can even reach the putting surface. So that's a pretty good shot right there.
There's a lot of swings in that bunker. That was Then the rules had
Without
about
a
4
doubt.
quick swings. Or that was just a misfire on that tracer. Here's Johnston at 5, his second shot. Oof. He can punish a golf ball, and you see that's what you're talking about, Paul.
Get blown, I think they're good.
Get close to that hole location at a great risk. USGA is a proud partner of the Drive, Chip, and Putt Championship. A wonderful way to let your kids experience this great game. Visit drivechipandputt.com for more details. To 4.
Cabrera's par putt. Little punch sort of stroke there, wasn't it? Fun guy to be around.
Last 2 U.S. Open winners here at Oakmont. Els from South Africa in 1994. Angel Cabrera from Argentina in 2007. And right now, and from the Republic of Ireland, Shane Lowry leading by 4. They're on the other side of the turnpike. There are 7 holes over there. And we're watching these guys make their way around 3, 4, 5. Here's Keimer for birdie at 4. Saw Danny Willett hit it into the church pews on the left, at least having to hit it out. Now he's putting for par. That off the face of a new putter after Danny snapped his yesterday in frustration on 9.
No.
Jordan Spieth is on the practice tee. Talked about that new putting green that has been added since 2007, and after warming up, looks like he'll go to that spot. His final round starting time is coming up in about an hour and 10 minutes. Let's go to the first tee.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the noon starting time. Please welcome from Baghdad, Florida, Bubba Watson.
You got that window across, right? So that could be a touch of air across.
From the Republic of Korea, Byung-Hoon Ahn.
Ben On now will have to follow that after you watch Bubba Watson set up for that big cut.
His parents represented Korea in the Olympics. I said ping pong the other day, and I guess at that level it's table tennis.
Ping pong for you, Singer.
You're a table tennis player, buddy. Still play a lot of Table tennis, Brad?
Not like I used to, but I just think it's interesting. That bunker that Rahm hit it into, Bubba just hit it 30 by. You know what it is to that bunker? It's 328 yards to that bunker off the back of the first. That went zipping by there.
So Bubba coming out of his shoes. Not a surprise at 1. Jordan Spieth. He is back by 11. 4 over. He's got a while to wait. A little over an hour till he tees off. Just a moment ago, we saw Jon Rahm drive it in the fairway bunker on the right. This for par. Right behind him after his tee shot here at 1 is Bubba Watson, who just smoked it. Saw him getting that wrist worked on the practice tee, and he's shaking it out here. Maybe it's the watch.
Yep. Favored for a little right of it. Wind coming a little bit? Yes, it did. So adjusted as what? Adjusted 128, 105, 128.
Speed is spin. Speed in the right spot is magic. And Bubba puts as much speed on his short clubs as anybody. All the speed will be right at the bottom.
Go, Bubba!
Oh, too much spin.
That club betrayed him yesterday a couple of times. Let's go down to Holly Saunders.
Thank you, Joe. I'm still here with noted golf course architect Gil Hanse, Oakmont's head professional for 37 years, Bob Ford. In our studio here sits right along the first fairway, a hole that's historically been the toughest opener in U.S. Open history and has been the most difficult this week. So, Gil, let's take a closer look at why it's so diabolical.
Yeah, every golf course has its pace and its flow and kind of introduction. And this one, cymbals clashing, sirens going off. I mean, when you get to Oakmont, that first tee, there's trouble everywhere. You've hit that tee shot hundreds of times. What are you thinking when you get up there?
Well, I'm petrified, like everybody. But, you know, I would be redundant in saying that you have to man up. You got to hit a driver down the fairway.
And then if you do get in the fairway, you're looking all the way down the hill, 39 feet of change down into this putting surface, which is running away and moving away from you. And it's started some rounds in a little rocky nature on one of these opens.
Well, if you guys remember, in 07, Badley had a 2-shot lead over Tiger going down 1 and made 7. So let's hope that Shane gets off to a better start.
I mean, if you're lucky enough to make it past the first with a par, then you get to look forward to the third hole with the famous Church Pews bunkers. Let's take a closer look at that one, Bob.
Well, Holly, you know, the church pews are incredibly famous to Oakmont, but quite frankly, you'd rather be in the pews than be in the bunkers on the right. You
Really?
can't play out of the bunkers on the right at all. The pews are a little bit easier.
And if you get closer to the pews, you actually get a good look up into the green. The further right you go, the more difficult it is. And with today's hole location, all the way on the back ridge, that brings that false back into front, which is another little tale of woe on this golf course.
Well, it is. It was a bad situation. Tiger on Sunday in 07 hit a pitching wedge in from the middle of the fairway to the same pin that's there today and trickled it over the back. It's kind of sculled his chip a little bit and then chunked one and made 6. It really cost him the championship.
Well, I'm sad to say, Bob, this is when we say goodbye to you. We release you and let you go watch some golf. Thanks so much for being part of our broadcast team this week and welcoming all of us to Oakmont, everything you've meant to the game of golf.
Thank you, Holly.
Thank you so much, Joe. Back to you.
Holly, thank you. And we all feel the same way here in this booth about what Bob Ford has meant to us and to certainly Oakmont Country Club, and Grillo can't get it out of the church pews. This time he does. A lot of high lips on bunkers here at Oakmont Country Club. Thank you, Thomas, for not just that, but all the help this week. Here is Bubba Watson putting for birdie after his ball checked up a bit here at 1. staying away down to his left. But not enough to make that putt. Watch it just trickle on by. He's won on lightning fast greens before, 2 times at Augusta National.
He could also implode today. Things start going well early.
Well, I feel like his championship went south when he made it 7 on the fourth hole, second round. As you put it through the green, had a difficult pitch, but just he didn't get it on the green to his 5th shot. So
and he doubled the second hole with the chunk shot.
Yes.
Came back off, then kind of bladed it by. I mean, and these first holes are always so difficult. There's no place to practice that putt he just had.
He had a much different look when he showed so well here at the 2007 U.S. Open. His hair was cut tight, basically a crew cut. Certainly a bigger bodied guy back then, and he's able to curl it in.
We tend not to remember those that we thought we missed that sneak in. We only remember the ones we hit good that didn't go in. And this is, you talk about a tender little stroke. Now that's just as delicate. Look at this.
This is what we were expecting when this championship began on Thursday, but the rain on Wednesday night and then really throughout the majority of Thursday dampened the heat, took the heat out of these greens at Oakmont. Here's Grillo at 3. That was for bogey.
Bob Ford reminded us it's only 70% of what it could be in the difficulty factor.
To 2.
Parker's second shot.
You got to control your flight and your spin here. Just hitting a little knockdown, 1 or 2 hops. Bingo. Perfect.
Went to Kentucky. Chase Parker. Here at 6, the par 3 measured at 197 today. Johnston for birdie.
I'm number 1. Yay. What a great putt. You're about fitness, buddy. A fitness sandwich in your mouth.
Here's Harkins.
You got all those lines. Hey, Brandon makes birdie here on 4. We saw him almost make a double eagle yesterday on 17. Great week for Harkins. First U.S. Open.
Keimer now at the par 3.
He's so brilliant at times, and then he disappears. You think with his swing and his fitness and his attitude, he'd be so much more consistent.
He slipped after he won the PGA because he wanted to play great at the Masters, and he tried to draw the ball. It's pretty well documented. And
biggest mistake anybody could ever make.
And it happens all the time too. Guys trying to, I want to play great at Augusta, and they got to draw the ball there. Well, no, you don't.
No, you don't.
Got to hit the ball and play. Yep. But yeah, you're right. If you see, like, can you imagine Bubba Watson? He cuts his driver and hooks his irons.
Trim the trees on this shot.
Oh, he hit a moon shot. Now you think the
that's a 3-wood. Can it carry that bunker?
That's pretty
Can it
good.
carry the front of the green?
You think the swing makes the shot, or the shot makes the swing?
That's no 3-wood, by the way.
Is that the pink thing?
Did you hear that question?
Go ahead, say it again.
Does the swing make the shot, or does the shot make the swing?
Well, we know this, Fax. There's a trigger for 99% of the swings that we see on the weekends, or certainly here at U.S. Open.
Well, let's just watch here for a second. Watch Jordan Spieth. You know, what does start the swing? You know, as golf professionals, we get asked, what do you start your swing? How do you start your swing? Look at Jordan as a little forward press with his hands. And we're going to take a look in slow motion, some of the players here. But watch this right before he gets to hit this iron shot here. This is off the second hole with the iron to lay up. Watch this, the moving of the thumb, the pushing forward of his hand. So he's starting forward to go backwards. People call it a trigger. People call it a forward press, but it's unique. It's individual to each of the players. And you'll see it. It's even more pronounced here on Jordan's little chip shot or pitch shot, you might want to call this thing. And it's one of the greatest things you can do to initiate, start your golf swing.
But you do it subconsciously. It's just the way you make up. Everybody has something to actually start from that one position. And that's a little trigger. Yeah.
I would believe in it, and it's from driver through to putter. And you watch Jordan today when he putts, he's always in motion. He's always in motion. His fingers are moving, his toes are tapping, his head's looking at the hole, and then the hands press and go. And everybody that was great did this. And the less time you're dead still, the less time you're dead still over the ball, better chance you have. Now let's just take a look at some of the guys in the field and some of these great players and what they do. Here's Sergio Garcia. Now watch what he does to start. Look at this close up here. You'll see a little movement there with the thumb. You'll see a straightening of his right arm and a pushing forward just slightly. But that's what get him going. And if you had like a body track mat underneath his feet, there'd be pressure moving towards his front foot before he starts to swing away. Now here's Dustin Johnson, one of the longest hitters in the world. We know about his grip, how strong his left hand is, but watch this movement forward as he sets the club. He pushes, look how far forward that thing goes. And he likes to set the club first. There's a lot of guys that have late sets in their swings. Shane Lowry, your championship leader. Good, look at the right thumb, a lot like Jordan. That club move forward first to start him going. We'll notice today. Let's take a look at all the great players.
Wouldn't you think after 40 years of video camera at this point every swing would look the same? But they don't, and they never will. No two swings have ever looked the same. These guys have all figured it out, and in the end, I think the guy that's the most self-aware, most face and path aware, and the most physically smart. I mean, these guys are physical geniuses that can play at this level. I think they're physically, I don't know, they're visually coordinated. How about that?
Yeah, watch Bubba here.
See it and do it.
And Bubba's probably the greatest example of that. Unorthodox. I don't know how many lessons he ever had, but he's figured out his way to get the ball out in the fairway and on the green.
Well, if you look at the top 10 players, and their swings are so different and so unique. You got Jim Furyk looking like he's going to kill a snake in a phone booth, and Matt Kuchar's under his armpits, and Bubba Watson's doing what he's doing, and Dustin Johnson's left wrist. It's really remarkable. Tracy now at the 10th, second shot down the hill, and there's a real indicator of what the rough can do to you here. Lucky to get that over the ditch. And
Zing, I want to go back to something Curtis said when we were watching Jordan Spieth here hit those little pitch shots. You said it is subconscious. For the great players, it is subconscious. But if you're a fan of the game at home watching, it might be something that has to be conscious at first, because you want to develop something, and it helps you with your rhythm and your tempo. And all these great players have that which is unique to them.
You don't see a shortstop getting ready for the pitch, back on his heels, dead still. He's bouncing around. He's ready to move. That's just what this is. It's a golf swing with a lot of movement, a lot of moving parts, and the biggest moving part is the weight shift to the back, to the right, to the left. So you got to be on the balls of your feet, getting ready to move.
Watch a tennis player about to receive a serve.
Same thing, yes.
There it is. Ben on with birdie there alongside Watson.
you know, I said this a few times this week about, you know, the what the players think versus how the players think. You know, what doesn't necessarily transfer. What Nicklaus thought and what Trevino thought and Weiskopf and Crenshaw and Irwin, all these great players, Tiger Woods. You know, if no two swings ever look the same, I mean, the what part doesn't really matter as much as how they think. And how they think is with a strategy. Great players play this game with a strategy, and that strategy is to eliminate one side of the course or the other. And then once they do that, they then learn how to practice, how to prepare, how to redirect the pressure when it's on you or deflect pressure. Jordan deflects with just the way he communicates, by saying we. You know, it's amazing what you can accomplish when you don't care who gets the credit. That's the way to deflect pressure. And it's what these guys at the top of the board are going to have to go through today. They're going to have to redirect themselves into a place where they can perform their best.
They hit the flag stick there.
Great shot for Ryan Moore there at the par 3.
See the end of it, the beginning of it. He's got a unique swing as well, Ryan Moore. Not to say it's exactly like Furyk, but it's a lot of that moving and redirecting and everything else that's going on up top.
He stands that shaft up just like Furyk.
Furyk hits it as well as anybody. Stands right on top of it. I asked Byron Nelson one time about my golf swing, and he said, "I'm sorry, I just ate. I can't watch it." But actually, in reality, we talked about how close you get to the ball, and he said, Paul, he says, I don't imagine you could ever get too close to the ball. He said, well, I guess you could, but I don't think you would. Well, nobody stands closer to the ball than Jim Furyk
on the planet.
Butterfly wanted to go for a ride.
Those were birds.
Well, then.
Tiny birds.
Tiny little birds. Little birdies chirping here at Oakmont.
Started at those dang draws. Now see, that's a rarity for Bubba to try to hit a draw.
Maybe he's trying to hit it in the 4 fairway.
You think?
Sit!
Oh, he did that on purpose. Wow.
Guys, we saw that earlier, and player was left. He just hit it too far. The player was left with a look at the whole location and about a 110-yard shot.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're that accurate, why wouldn't you just go ahead and hit it right down the fairway?
Well, I'll tell you why, because the slope of this fairway out where Bubba lands is so far hard right to left. His ball is going to land with his cut. It's going to land in the middle of the fairway and go in the left rough anyway.
Well, he's so long, he takes the bunkers out of play going that way. As we've said many, many times, the bunkers are a one-stroke penalty. Now on.
How do you like following that up? No problem.
Well, we saw Dustin Johnson yesterday bomb it down past the end of the church pews on the left. He was in the rough. He certainly got the length to knock it over into that 4th fairway.
Where's the car?
Former United States Open champion Graham McDowell getting ready. His starting time at 1:10.
Don't bring it here. Just leave it out by the locker and I'll get it.
We'll follow him quite a bit today. Maybe not just for the way he's playing here in this final round. He will start the day 11 shots off the lead, but the guy he is trailing is Shane Lowry, and he and Graham McDowell are terrific friends. So we may talk to Graham a little bit later, depending on how his day goes and where Shane Lowry is as his day unfolds. Here is the amateur turning pro tomorrow, John Rahm. Bogey, birdie, birdie to start his final 18 holes. To the par 3 6th, Ryan Moore. Saw him hit the stick. Pours it right in. Another former Arkansas teammate, David Lingmerth. Arkansas teammate with Andrew Landry. How'd they ever lose? Lingmerth starts his 18 with a birdie at 1. We'll see what kind of a shot Bubba Watson has from over on 4.
87, 27,
as he looks at the green at 3.
5 up. Puts it over the bunker. From our angle, it's probably going to be pretty close to the same as the front, but if you're going from over
He's
there,
over on the left, the green to the right.
97 plus 5 is 102 if you go from over there.
What about on the green?
I'm saying if you're on line with the way the green's drawn.
Right.
To get over the bunker.
So 102.
Correct.
That's all good.
I think it's a little shorter.
You think I can get a club on this or what?
Yeah, it looks soft.
You thinking one more then?
Yeah.
What's it total, give or take?
It's 114. That's without adjustment.
Good.
And Scott, his caddy's a very good player as well. At a terrible angle to go with the hole here. It's only 7 from the left, straight uphill, completely blind.
So out of the rough. On 4, hitting at 3. Bubba, his best finish in a U.S. Open here in 2007 as a 28-year-old. Tied for 5th with David Toms. Was not a father then. He is a father of 2 now as he plays in 2016. Joe Buck, Paul Azinger, Brad Faxon, Curtis Strange. Curtis, we are going to release you into the wild out there.
And I love every minute of it.
I know you do.
This is my second event championship being on the ground, and I love being out there in the battle. It's been great fun.
Well, we can't wait to check in with you all day long. We'll try to not over talk up here so you can.
No,
carry
please, you're doing just fine.
No. Well, we'll see.
It's nice having you down there because it's a real inside look. I mean, you've been 40 years out there playing this great game, and to be able to get a sense of what you think and feel the players going through and setting up the shot is great value to all of us. In the end, you're really the true analyst.
Well, it's just we're trying to bring the telecast closer to the viewer, and hopefully they understand this tough game, a little bit better.
Well, we will step aside. We'll be back with you at about 2:30. Right now, we're going to send it over to the other set, the other studio, and check in with Shane O'Donoghue.
Thank you very much, Joe. And we are situated just off the first fairway here at glorious Oakmont. But down on the 5th is Emiliano Grillo. This is his second shot. And as always, good to have the company of Mark Brooks, Steve Flesh, and Gil Hans, who will be calling the golf for the next couple of hours as we really get stuck into the business end of this wonderful championship.
It's really great to get an early preview look. Some of these holes that our leaders are going to face here in a few hours. You can see there's still a little bit of moisture left in some of these surfaces.
Rob Oppenheim here on the first.
You see he's just in the first cut of the rough there. But the ball will chase down the hill if he could get it there. That's not the spot to leave it, because from where he is, the green runs straight to the back left. Hard to control not only the trajectory of the ball, but the direction when you have that much grass between the club face and the ball, and he just needed that to head more on the left side of that merchandise tent that you see off in the distance. Tall order ahead of him for the up and down. Down to 3.
Bubba Watson now with his third from the sand. Well, he did very well to get it to there. Did not look easy.
There's a little taste of Oakmont for you.
That might send Bubba into a bit of a tailspin. That was one heck of a shot, requiring a lot of strength just to get it out of that bunker up on the green. You know, earlier in the week we hardly saw any balls over the back of this green because of so soft from the rain. Now back to 2T and David Lingmerth.
Got a little trailing breeze there this morning. He's laying up short of the cross bunker. Big bunker about 40 yards short of the green. They've kind of encouraged some of the longer guys that they've baited them with a reward here by hitting a driver and potentially having a short pitch or even a putt at a 2.
You see the second play in 320. It is a little bit uphill though, so it requires a poke of about 335 yards to get to the front.
It's probably about 290, including the uphill to get over that cross bunker, the pot bunker out in front of the green. To 4.
Mark Leachman, he's birdied the first 3, and you can't birdie them all unless you birdie the first 3. But that was very aggressive.
That had some pace.
They single rolled him again after the morning round, try and keep the pace up. Ahead at AGC, it's playing 299 yards today. 1 yard shy of 300.
They gave him a break.
And about 100 of those yards are covered by that Sahara bunker.
Now it's time for the 4th shot of Bubba Watson here on the 3rd hole.
Needs a little help. That might not get up. I was never a very good judge of putting from that far off the green, especially up that hill. I'd rather bump it, although I know that turf is so tight. Those approaches are cut to where they're running about 10.5 on the stent meter. Bob Ford told us earlier today, and just always thought pitching it, you could at least have enough momentum where fly it most of the way up there and take some of the variable out, but Bubba's electing to stick with putting.
His 5th. And that's up. That'll test your patience.
Unfortunately, sometimes it always takes 2 of those to get the measurement right on how hard to hit it. At the par 3 6th, Danny Willett. It's a new putter. The one he used the first 3 rounds didn't quite make it through the end of the day yesterday, but the new one's working just fine. Double bogey you see there at the 3rd. Give one back at the 5th. Regains one at the 6th.
So from Cabrera and Watson to Danny Willett. Here's another Masters champion from 2013, Adam Scott. So thorough in his preparations for majors, but not truly in the hunt here, I'm afraid. But he's always working very hard at these with Adam Scott. So what's he doing exactly, Gil?
Yeah, it looks like a tool we use when we build greens. We kind of use that to get the slope and the measurement, and I know he's an aim point user, and he's just trying to get a feel for what's underfoot, so that'll give him an accurate measurement. Those are what we call smart level.
So he's measuring the slope?
It is. It's like a digital grade.
Now this man had the biggest win of his career just a couple of weeks ago at Wentworth, just outside London, the flagship tournament on the European Tour, the BMW PGA Championship.
The ball inexplicably stopped in a precarious position. I would call that the short layup. Now this was, you push this ball on up the fairway, his fellow competitor. We're going to see a little shorter pitch. He's actually walked up to the green to try to get a feel for how much slope is maybe behind the pin. That's usually the call here, is to try to push the ball about 5 to 6 steps past this hole.
6 off that is 73. Up 3 is 76 front. Pins on 11. 87 pin. It's just over that ridge. Okay? Yeah. 87. Yes, it is. So it's just over. I've got it like it's like a big 2 over at the most.
Yeah. Just gonna throw this one back and let it come back a little bit.
Well, it's downwind. It's not gonna come back too. But it's just a little uphill light.
Yeah.
I like it. You've got got 97 behind it. Okay.
Soft now.
Interesting how you have to hit it 25, 30 feet behind the hole to get the ball to stop hole high.
Earlier at the 10th, this was France's Romain Wattel for a par.
I see that the ball is moving.
I mean, I didn't see it.
I was looking right at it. I didn't see anything. So.
I know because my line was this way. But with this break, as soon as the breeze comes and the ball can move.
So we leave it official. It's basically established that the wind
moved or is it this?
No, the moves this way. So my line was perfectly straight, and now we see that it's
right up.
Yeah, but when you look, you see that it's usually reads like this.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
So David Fay is the former executive director of the USGA and our rules expert here on Fox. What's been going on there, David?
Well, this is a big rules change in 2016. Ball moving after address. Previously, it was automatic that you would have caused it to move, but the players no longer automatically caused it to have moved.
So that's a little bit different to what happened with Lowry then on the 16th yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, in the case of this player, perhaps the wind moved it. But now we go to Shane Lowry. He was addressing the ball. He knew immediately he had caused it to move. He wasn't questioning whether he had. He just wanted to know in this case whether he had to replace the ball. So he calls in the official. The official says, you put the putter down and the ball immediately moved. You caused it to move, and 1-stroke penalty, and he had to replace it.
Well, he dealt with that frustration.
And again, it's a big change in the rules of golf. And for those who love the rules, go to decision 18-2/0.5 and you'll get a tutorial.
So it was a penalty for Shane Lowry, but no penalty for Romain Wattel. And we're just blowing this up and giving you an even closer look. Well, you can definitely see it moving, but deemed not to have caused it to move.
And I have to say, that's one it could be open to interpretation, but the decision was made by the official.
Yeah.
It's probably like a 73 or 4 shot with the downhill and the little bit downwind.
I like it.
Just right of it still?
Just right of it. Not a lot, but just a little bit. Hang on a second, feel the wind.
That is an absolutely enormous drive off the first.
We had a similar circumstances here at Doral. He almost drove it in the greenside bunker on 17. I happened to be standing there, and Jimmy Johnson, his caddy, walked up and he looked at me and he just shrugged his shoulders, and I said, "Is that his T-ball?" And he just, "Yeah, that's it." So this kid can really move it.
155 pounds of fury, that guy is. Can really move it.
As we go back to the third, and Bubba Watson struggling a little bit on this hole.
Going to give 3 back here at 3. Down the hill, superbly judged. Pair of trays to start his round. Good scores are out there. Let's go ahead to 7.
Yeah, this is the Masters champion, Danny Willett.
You can see him hold that face off, trying to play a little cut. What I mean by hold the face off is try to not let that toe turn over too fast. Beautifully done.
Head back down to the second tee.
Brooks Koepka.
Well, he's not shy off the tee either. A real athletic swing. Well, everyone at Fox Sports would like to send our condolences to the family and friends of Larry Lefebvre, a CBS Sports Vice President of Remote Engineering, who passed away on Tuesday. Larry was a 40-year broadcast engineering veteran who was at CBS but worked for many through his stellar career. He was beloved by all. Welcome to live coverage of this US Open. It's the final day. And why not visit usopen.com and click on the virtual US Open icon to experience Oakmont Country Club and to compete for a chance to win a trip to next year's US Open at Erin Hills. And speaking of the USGA, let's get over to David Fay again, because we just saw that incident with Romain Wattel, the Frenchman, on the 10th. And David, you got some more information?
Well, nowadays, the cause of the ball's movement has to be assessed. It's not automatically a penalty. But having said that, you know, the time elapsed between taking your address and the ball moving has to be factored in also. Now, the reason for the change, where you're not automatically receive a penalty, is due to what I'd call the British Open. You know, when you would address the ball, there's a gust of wind coming from a different direction, and the ball moves a couple of seconds after you've addressed the ball. You haven't caused it to move. This one here is a gray area, and I've spoken with Thomas Pagel, and the USGA is going to take a closer look at this. I have to say that the official who came in, Lou Blakey, is one of the fine officials, but they will take a look, and it'll either remain as the decision was made, no penalty, or they would say the ball, you caused it to move. He would be penalized 1 stroke, but because he was told not to replace it, he would not get that 2nd stroke.
Very interesting. As we go down to the 3rd, and David Lingmerth has been playing a lot more on the European Tour of late as well.
So this year for the US Open, they instituted this first cut of rough leading into all the bunkers, and unfortunately with all the moisture we've had, really it hasn't worked. It's been one of those things that I think they thought they'd get balls to really run through it, but because it's still pretty soft out there, balls have just hung up.
Oh, he's open with 2 straight birdies, and that one's got to check up. You can hear the anticipation of the crowd. They know what's going to happen.
He needs to remember that it's Sunday, however, being so near the church pews with his thoughts and language and actions. It is Father's Day Sunday.
Well, the big burly Brooks Koepka drove it right up next to the green. make such an aggressive play like that. See if he can be rewarded, but I don't think he's hit it hard enough. Let's watch where this is going to end up. He's going to have to walk backwards to hit his next shot. He's going to lose yardage on the second. To hit such a good drive, and that is what happens. Back to number 1.
Yeah, we saw an absolutely huge drive from Justin Thomas here on the first. He played his short pitch to this point. Chance for a 3 to open things up in this final round. That's the way to do it.
390, 95, and about 25 feet. So add that one up, it's a 3.
To the 7th, and Danny Willett now has a chance for a birdie here.
After a brilliant soft cut shot into this back hole location. Back to back.
Well, we just saw Brooks. Ball roll back off the green. This was his next shot, and the par save. Was a little bit lucky to get out of there with the par somehow.
It's got to make you just can't wait to get to the next green and see what awaits.
Better not go beyond the hole location on 3. Now back to the tee, and after that last tee shot on 1, Justin Thomas certainly has the firepower to get home on the second.
He reminds me a little bit of Charles Howell, the third. Wiry, pound for pound, one of the longest out there.
And watch his feet at impact. These feet, the heels are both up off the ground. This one tried to create so much speed, the club was lagging behind him, but well, this one's going to be fun to watch. I wouldn't say that's the best of angles into that hole location on 2. Would venture to say his next putt's going to be very downhill.
Or a bunker shot. It's awfully tempting, though.
Quit being so cynical, Mark.
I'm just jealous of this power.
Well, if you want power, watch Jason Kokrak hit it.
He's actually got to take something off this driver.
Yes, this is absolutely blistered. If there's anyone in the field who can get it there it is, Jason Kokrak.
Now that's what ought to be illegal right there.
Well, you talking about the ball rolling back off the green?
Both.
What a great shot. Rejected.
That's the repelling nature I was referring to earlier in the week that's now appearing, and
it's fun. Yeah, it's fun to watch, though. I mean, you have to be so precise here at Oakmont and be rewarded for a great shot. That is a fantastic shot, but they all know that the front of that green is not going to hold a shot or have a ball stay there. But he's in perfect position now.
Well, he had it on the right line, so close from Kokrak. Perfect time for our Lexus Tracer. Just adding so much value to the visual experience. That was a mighty effort, but it doesn't remain on the green. And a beautiful Sunday it is too, with glorious weather that we've been enjoying certainly through Saturday and Sunday and most of Friday, as we've played catch up here in this 116th staging of the US Open. Lingmerth on the third.
Shows another way that you can play this shot. I think it's a little more predictable method. Just got to go with what you're comfortable with, but that is a very well executed pitch and run, so to speak.
Well, he extracted himself from that tough position well right of this second green.
It's going to be very quick down this hill. See how much respect he has for the slope.
Par nonetheless.
Just before he played, this was Jason Kokrak's second. You saw that great tee shot, but just a yard shy. Electing to run it up, putting it. That is unbelievable.
Well, a seemingly innocent-looking shot from short of this green.
Yeah, you just know, though, that you've got to get to that point about 4 feet underneath the hole that is safe.
I'm sure he walked up and took a look, but it turns into a little morning nightmare.
Down at the fifth, former U.S. Amateur champion Ben An. Beautifully played. 106 yards dialed in, knew exactly what he wanted from the ball.
It's just amazing that this is for a 4. Turned into a 5 from where that ball was probably about 12 feet from the hole at one point in 1.
Welcome to Sunday at the U.S. Open. So Shane Lowry will be off at 3:30 in the company of Andrew Landry. Just before that, Dustin Johnson and Lee Westwood at 3:20. Down on the first tee, just getting ready to take off in their final round. Jordan Spieth, the defending champion, and alongside him, one of Shane Lowry's mentors and friends since he joined the tour in 2009, the 2010 US Open champion from Portrush in Northern Ireland, Florida resident Graham McDowell.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 1 p.m. 1:10 starting time. Please welcome from Northern Ireland, the 2010 United States Open champion, Graham McDowell.
We all remember that victory at Pebble Beach. Ernie, Tiger, Phil, all on the leaderboard. This man walked away with the championship.
From Dallas, Texas, the 2015 United States Open champion, Jordan Spieth.
Had a little momentum going yesterday up until he made the turn and made a double bogey 6 at number 2. Just has not been able to get over the hump this week. Shot par in his third round.
That's running out a little bit, Gil.
It sure is, moving on down that hill.
Just need about 3 or 4 more days of this sunny weather and it'll be back to how Oakmont's used to playing.
Yeah, the members will be happy with that.
By the time it's ready for them to get out and play again, it'll be just how they remembered it a week ago.
Well, Louis Oosthuizen was the man who sparkled in the final round last year at Chambers Bay. Here he is for a birdie up ahead at the green. Perfect start.
Ahead to number 6. John Rahm, two-time Ben Hogan Award winner for basically the Collegiate Player of the Year. Having a nice start to his 3rd or 4th round, excuse me. Look at that. 4 under par. 4 birdies, lone bogey. 3 under thus far.
Yeah, and he's coached by Tim Mickelson, Phil's younger brother at ASU. Sun Devil. This was yesterday with Rahm on the 12th. So it's his final couple of days as an amateur. And the world #1. And a proven winner, and he's really thrilling the crowds here at Oakmont Country Club. And that was a fantastic shot from the Spaniard.
Got a little high five from Bubba.
So very exciting for him. And it sure is a long walk back up to that 7th tee. We've tested it. It's about 146 paces.
That's the way you need to stretch these golf courses in this day and age for the length these guys are hitting it. You got to find all the little nooks and crannies you can tuck these tees into.
Got this one set up at 490 yards today. Some of the guys might have to hit an 8 or 9 iron in here for a second shot. Wind is a little different today. We might bring it up. It's not very strong, but it's definitely out of actually the opposite direction it's been the first sort of 3 days, 4 days of 3 rounds, feels like. Just a little bit off his right. This swing's about to start getting paychecks.
Well, he's played in 4 PGA Tour events. He's finished in the top 10 twice. This guy can really play, and a lot is expected.
Well, that's a tight little golf swing right there.
You hear the fans say hammer time, and he was correct. Right down the center. Amazing the accuracy these big hitters display.
Speaking of big hitters, won't need much hit to get this one to the hole.
Our somewhat defending champion here, 2007 champion, Angel Cabrera, right in the gut.
Well, that was right down the fall line, and he found it.
We keep talking about how difficult Oakmont is, but there are plenty of birdies out here to be made. It's not impossible. Graham McDowell back on the first.
So you see he had to walk forward to look down over that precipice to see into the green. That's another one of the defenses of this golf course, is just that limited visibility really kind of throwing off your perception.
We might get a good example here of somebody that laid back. He's got over 200 yards. Even though he can control the spin a little bit from this distance. You'll see his Jordan shot from much shorter.
What is it with me in the left right now?
And there you see the difference, Mark. I mean, he's back there hitting a medium iron in. See Jordan up there at least 50 yards ahead of him.
Well, Justin Thomas had 92 or 95 yards to the hole just a few minutes ago.
Fairways are starting to pick up a little bit of that run like we're accustomed to seeing. 150 yards, but playing 15 yards down the hill. Can't be more than a pitching wedge for Jordan. And you still see the softness. Normally that ball would release at least to the flag stick, if not all the way to the back.
3:30. That is the starting time for our final pairing. Shane Lowry and Andrew Landry. Lots yet to come. Fox Sports coverage of the 116th U.S. Open Championship is brought to you by Pacific Life, helping generations of families achieve long-term financial security for over 145 years. By Titleist, the #1 ball played at the U.S. Open for 68 years and still counting. And by Deloitte, there's opportunity where you least expect it. Look again. And by Rolex, official timekeeper of the U.S. Open Championship. The winner in 2010, Graham McDowell, is down here at just the back edge of first green.
Well, we saw his ball come up short. He chipped it all the way through the green out of that rough. Good pitch there, but that's going to be for a bogey. David Lingmerth birdies on 2 of his first 3 with a beautiful par save from behind the green on the 3rd. And he's got that one too, 3 under through 4. 37 gentlemen on the golf course thus far, but there are 6 under par rounds, and David is one of them.
It's yielding some birdies.
To the 7th and John Ram. His final act as an amateur. He's going to be collecting the Jack Nicklaus, or the low amateur medal, a little bit later at the prize presentation, but lots more to come between now and then. The Jack Nicklaus medal, of course, will be presented to this man, Jordan Spieth. And Jack Nicklaus will be on hand to present it to our winner.
His opening putt's going to give you a pretty good idea, give Jordan a good idea of kind of speed they've got today. I might mention that the greens have sped up a little bit every day. I think the guys grab an easier time adjusting.
So we're up at 10. Brian Moore, the hole is back here behind him. He's playing about 20 feet of break, trying to find the low spot. And that's a pretty well-judged putt. See, look at that, just keep trickling. The first, 10th, and 12th greens all run from front to back, a unique feature. Don't see in today's design much. Back to Graham McDowell at 1. First is such a dynamic hole. Tough to get the ball in the fairway, but then that's only part of the battle, getting it on the green. Probably didn't feel like he hit really one bad shot, but he walks off with a double bogey 6.
That club's been holding him back a little bit. He certainly had a good 2-year or longer run with that flat stick.
Al Jordan, see if he can convert his 4-footer.
I mean, even this 3.5-footer's got both of their attention.
See if we can hear what they're discussing with the microphones we've inconspicuously placed in the holes. Yeah, it's in there.
Nicely done. So Spieth, with an opening par, remains at 4 over. The lead, though, is 7 under, and that is held at this moment in time by Ireland's Shane Lowry, looking to become the first ever player from the Republic of Ireland to win. Also in contention yet again at a US Open, Dustin Johnson. Beautiful Sunday afternoon. Time for a local hope to peg it up in the final round.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 1:30 starting time. Please welcome from Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida, the 2003 United States Open champion, Jim Furyk.
disappointing 74 as he concluded his third round earlier today. Was nicely in contention after 2 rounds. We'll undoubtedly see a grinding performance from Furyk today.
Ball, Jim. Ball. Come on, Jim. Turn it on, Jim. Turn it on.
Another player whose dad had a big influence on Jim's
From Sea
game and
Island,
life.
Georgia, Harris English.
Been his only coach. His dad, Mike. Jim Furyk's dad, Mike, that is. We saw Harris English play a few holes in the practice round, and talk about a guy who is just silky in how he strikes the ball. Big, tall guy. Generates a lot of club head speed, and super nice guy to match.
And he should improve on that best U.S. Open finish there.
Nice ball.
He just hadn't played enough of them yet. Good round here. These guys easily can have a top 10 finish.
So Jim Furyk gets underway, came agonizingly close in 2007. Felt he let it slip. Tactical error perhaps on the 17th, which many say you should just take on, but it didn't pay off for Furyk. And the man who emerged triumphant, the great Angel Cabrera from Cordoba, Argentina.
They've moved these tees back down to
ideally coming down the right edge of the bottom of the grandstand there.
short 3.
Louis Oosthuizen for his birdie at 2. Poured one in on the first, and now the second. .75 in the first round.
Jon Rahm up ahead of the 7th.
Played to hear from that right-hand bunker after a fairly indifferent iron shot, resulting in a bogey. Boy, they're putting some circles up here today, Steve.
They certainly are, and it's, doesn't mean it's playing easy. They're just hitting a lot of great shots. Jordan back in the 2 fairway.
Like this, nice and full.
Yep, good ball. Elected not to go for it.
Steve, I love this strategy, and the great thing about short par 4 holes, and the best ones, they really tempt you. They kind of lure you into taking shots and going places where you shouldn't go, but you go there anyway, and sometimes you get a lot of great reward out of it, sometimes a lot of pain. And I think one of the best we've seen, number 17, is going to play a critical role in the finish here.
Gotta be easy.
It's got a tiptoe.
Is that not amazing?
The second green, one of the most severe on the golf course, really kind of stair steps down. Only the front and the back are viable hole locations at these green speeds.
Stay here and watch it from how Jordan saw this shot and the result.
This hole kind of derailed him yesterday. He had it kind of going back in the right direction.
Boy, that is a sickening feeling. It's what it feels like when you got those blue lights showing up in your rearview mirror. This is Graham McDowell.
Let's see if he carries this ball a little deeper and with less spin. It's a spin control thing. It's very difficult to even talk about unless you play at the highest levels here.
It's amazing how far past that whole location you have to throw the ball in order for the trickle to allow it to stop. If you have a lot of spin, you better throw it 30, 40 feet past that hole, but then the slope accentuates the speed. Well judged there by Graham. Popular spot in the last hour or two for these competitors. That's a crafty little shot. You can stand there all day with a small bucket if you keep hitting that shot. Just keep sending it right back to your feet, up to 5.
And the world's 49th ranked player from Sweden, David Lingmerth, approaching the 5th.
He pushed that tee shot. That's probably the shortest second shot we've seen in several days. 72 yards to the hole there at 5. I think Jason Day had 175 yards to the hole first round.
Well, just from the right-hand side of the first fairway, in the first cut is Furyk.
It's kind of the traditional way that the first at Oakmont is meant to be played. Landed 5-10 yards short, and watch this ball chase down to the hole location. Right next to the hole location.
You know, and it's not by accident. If you look at a lot of the holes on this golf course, the fronts of the greens are wide open because they intended you to be able to play these shots into these severe sloping greens. If they were all blocked off and we were looking at the aerial game, which we usually see with these guys, there'd be a lot of trouble out here.
Absolutely. Well, there's so much to love about the game of golf. You can support the organization too that supports this great game by becoming a USGA member. You can learn more at usga.org.
There's a classic 3.5 footer at Oakmont. It's got everyone's attention. And the book's out.
Anytime you're above these hole locations at Oakmont, the difficulty factor goes up exponentially.
This actually might be closer to 5 feet.
See how we've kind of run the dots. That's where the water would chase, and that's downhill. Just outside the hole. Good catch by the left corner.
For a guy that only went to school a year, he's doing his math pretty well lately. Last couple of years.
He's a bright young fella.
He's a Texan.
He had to get that one in.
I couldn't help it.
Texas does have a great record in this US Open. But this man is from Portrush in Northern Ireland.
We'd adopt him. Graham would fit right in most places. Just about anywhere. That qualifies as a bounce back after that first hole. Just off the green and 2, made double and bounced back with a fine birdie at the second hole, excuse me.
So as G-Mac and Ken Comboy's caddy march to the next tee, we go down to Justin Thomas.
This at the 4th for his birdie. Taking advantage of the par 5.
It's like he might be taking advantage of the Horseshoe Closet himself.
You're on fire, Mark Brooks.
Well, that's the third pair I've seen this week.
Well, who's going to be on fire in these final groupings? They'll be getting underway. 3:30 is the time for Shane Lowry and Andrew Landry, the young Texan, who has dazzled us all this week with his fighting qualities. Bryson DeChambeau getting underway at 2:50. He'll be joining the world #1 Jason Day. Daniel Berger, a winner last week in Memphis, on 2 over, is off at 2:20 with Sung Kang. back in 1974. This is Furyk for a birdie on the opening hole. And, well, we all know that he had a chance at Winged Foot back in '06, as had quite a few notables. But it was Jeff Ogilvy who came through in the end as we head over to the second.
Matt Kuchar will see this shot a lot today. Can he control the spin here at the short par 4? It's an educated shot, and that's going to trickle back down. This one looking very good. Easy. Tip of the cap. And a quick tap in, and there's going to be a birdie. Over to 16. Playing 239 yards. Matthew Fitzpatrick.
That's back into a tiny breeze today.
Oh, that is a very well shaped shot. Going to have a putt right up the hill. 5 feet. Not going to be a lot of twos on the 16th today, but back in 3 fairway.
Yeah, we saw the bounce back birdie from Graham McDowell on the second after opening with a double bogey, but he's found the short stuff here. 3rd fairway, but cannot see the bottom of the flagstick.
Boy, he is well back here at the 3rd. Another close-faced player. We're going to see one this afternoon at Andrew Landry. It's worked pretty well for Graham McDowell. What a play from 200 yards.
Just 5 birdies so far today on 3. Jordan Spieth caught the church pews right up against the second pew. Even the fairways have some speed to them.
It's kind of showing this second hole's yielded a little bit of everything, but this 3rd hole's definitely the first yellow or red light situation that most of the leaders are going to face.
He's kind of right up against the face. These pews are not that wide between each of the grass mounds. Just cleared it, but took his medicine and got it up where he might be able to save par. I always hated that expression. Got to take your medicine. Now over to 12.
I'm glad I took mine this morning. Don't worry, so are you.
I'm not trying to involve you here, Mark. 2 birdies on his back 9. Final 9 of the championship, and now Bryson DeChambeau. He's out with Jason Day later on, 250.
Yeah, that's going to be a good number. We'll be right up here.
It's in the old hole. At some point, we're going to have to discuss what's too far back. I mean, if Shane goes out and has a good afternoon, most of these players
Yeah,
are
it'll
too
be
far
interesting,
back.
but Bryson DeChambeau, you know, after thrilling us all at the Masters, then turned professional. So this is a huge event for him in terms of his career, because this will be another big boost. So a good day at the office, and he can sort a lot of things out.
It appears he's doing his own semi-stint meter reading here.
They calibrate the greens kind of on their own. Bryson played with Jordan the first couple rounds. This is a dicey little 85-yarder because anywhere past the hole, danger's lurking.
And they know that. So it's about ultimately make compounding one error with another. He didn't do it there. Here's Bubba at the 299-yard par 3, 8th. Nice conversion for a 3 there.
Yep, the Heinz Field opening its doors to a different kind of contest there with Jim Furyk and Ben Roethlisberger meeting up for a little US Open inspired target practice.
Well, Jim knew to throw that one past. Needs a little help on the spin, which he didn't have. Can't believe it.
This, however, for a bogey for Jordan Spieth on the third.
See how far his par putt ran by. It's downhill, even though it's going towards the back portion of the green.
To the seventh. Just off the fairway, Lingmerth with his second shot. He's been really striping it today and converting some wonderful birdie efforts too.
Coming off another birdie at the fifth where he drove it down there 70 yards from the hole. It's an opportunity, but an outside chance, but two fine shots there.
And another visitor to the church pews. Former U.S. amateur champion Matt Kuchar. Bunch of top tens the last few weeks.
See just how that ball is not sitting perfectly, sitting down in the sand, which makes you almost thin it. Hard to just make perfect contact, but he missed it in the right place. That better than long.
Well, there's a great view of the, as we've called it all week, a plateau green. It's actually lower in the front than it is in the rear, but both areas are lower than the center section. It's a beautiful but diabolical design. Very natural.
Now here's France's Romain Wattel. We were covering that little ruling earlier. And no decision made at the moment with regard to the ball moving on the 10th.
Love this perspective on the tee shot. You see where the green is, the marker for 312. Used to be trees all behind that. So when you put a 50 or 60 foot tree behind a green or ridge like this, it just squashes the perspective of it. You really don't get the feeling of how much you climb up there. And then we talked about yesterday, when you're facing, looking into that green, there's no backboard there anymore. Makes that shot that much more daunting.
That's going to be a daunting effort from on the downslope of that big mouth bunker.
You can see today's hole location, Steve. They are certainly not going to want to be in that bunker that's behind that hole location today.
Brooks Koepka on the 6th. Big swinger to the right.
Well, they are able to read this putt. We've seen that made about 6 times this morning already.
That is 3 in a row for Brooks after a couple bogeys early on. Head to number 10 and James Hahn, who won in Charlotte a few weeks back. It's on the 14th. Just a moment ago. And buckets. Playing with Andrew Johnson there, known as Beef. Another eagle. Boy, we've seen a lot of birdies today, haven't we? And a couple eagles scattered in. You drive it in the fairway at Oakmont, you have a chance to score.
What a way to open the 14th hole today.
11 holes on the clubhouse side, 7 on the other side of the turnpike. The I-76 here at Oakmont. Welcome to live coverage here on Fox of this, the 2016 US Open, and we're at the business end of the championship. Leaders will be off in about an hour and a half. But let's go to the first tee.
This is the 2 p.m. starting time. Please welcome from Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida, Billy Horschel.
Good example of players that trying to shape the ball into the fairway.
From Australia,
That didn't quite
Adam
work out.
Scott.
Yeah, he really did sparkle in the final round. A little bit late, but became quite a factor on that famous Sunday at Chambers Bay.
Referee for this group is Ron Hickman.
Get him, Adam. Let's go.
So Horschel and Scott underway in round 4. And we saw the approach shot of Jim Furyk.
Did not get the spin to help him come back down the slope.
What did
Just hits it a
hit
putt.
that? Unbelievable.
Just hits it a foot.
I think Jim's probably played here as many times as anyone in the field. That was very well judged. You can see how, I mean, he just barely got that ball off the backstop there.
Pennsylvania native from Westchester, Pennsylvania. David Lindbergh for par. Left his first one well short. And I'll drop him back to 3 under for this round.
Well, you just hate to have a momentum buster like that.
Yeah, Romain Wattel.
There's a good look at that infinity edge green that Gil was talking about earlier. From the fairway, it just looks like it goes into no man's land, when in fact it goes into the Big Mouth's twin. That one barely hung up. There's a deep bunker right behind that.
Well, he's got some previous on this hole. This was his second shot in the second round.
You can see what the difference a day makes.
Brilliant result from Wattel there. But we're not going to see the same here on Sunday. As we go to the third, Matt Kuchar has this for a 4.
He had a tough pitch from down below. He arm locked that dude right in the middle. They love their cooch here in Pittsburgh.
Now the third shot on 17 of Romain Wattel. We saw his ball move when he addressed on 10. And David Fay, what's the latest update?
They took a closer look at it down at the TV trucks. Included significant slope on that part of the green. Westerly winds blowing in the direction that the ball moved, and it happened a few seconds between grounding the club and the ball moving. Conclusion, the ruling was correct, no penalty, and you play the ball from the new position.
Now the approach shot of Jim Furyk here on the third.
Also from well back here on the third, 180 yards up the hill, probably playing close to 190. He knows not to go long there. He's probably got a yellow highlighter all over the back of that green.
Brooks Koepka won victory on the PGA Tour, which was in 2015 at the Waste Management Phoenix Open. This is for his 4th birdie in a row.
With authority, that ball went slamming in the back there. You could do that when you're 4 over. He's going the right direction.
Third shot at 4 from the... He was in the church pews to the left off the tee box.
Now it's not.
On 3 and 4. You see Hirsch's layup into the crosswalk.
Right back here, more off the right. There's no way to help it.
You like a good solid grip here? Good solid
Just
one?
a good solid one.
is located just about midway up the green, right by that left bunker. Can't get too cute with it, but it is accessible.
A little different method than the DeChambeau on the just rip one in there versus the scientific method, but they both work well.
Well, a nice view here from the MetLife blimp. Towering over Oakmont Country Club on this Sunday. Spectacular setting, spectacular views, and it's been a tremendous day so far weather-wise. 1,500 foot up. Proudly supporting fans and small businesses for nearly 150 years.
There's Adam Scott here. Very near the face of one of these bunkers, one of these 210 bunkers.
And the reason they're so deep and penal is they're basically rudimentary construction. You dig a hole in the ground, you just pile up the dirt on the outside of it, and they just sit pretty much above surface, the higher parts of them.
That ball caught the one little area that's short of this green. It's a little trough that's in front. It'll keep the ball from trundling down there.
Justin Thomas is second at 7. Saw him get off to a quick start with that birdie at the first, but it's calmed down a little since then. Such a powerful player. Amazing how quickly those balls stop. That is a low spot, so it will be holding more moisture. He's playing competitor.
I think it's a driving range.
Jason Kokrak. Just 175 yards into this hole today. 304-yard drive you saw. And that not a very good second for Jason.
Live on Fox from Oakmont in the US Open, and here's our Rolex countdown. Just over 38 minutes to go to the starting time for Jason Day, the man from Queensland, the world's #1 golfer, and young Bryson DeChambeau, all the way from Clovis in California.
He is the only man in the field this week who can do what Jack Nicklaus did back in 1962. He was the current U.S. Amateur champion, current holder of the U.S. Amateur title. Jack Nicklaus was, and in 1962 he won the U.S. Open the very next year. Bryson is the current U.S. Amateur champion right now, albeit he turned professional. Jack Nicklaus did it right here at Oakmont.
Yeah,
his first professional victory.
You know, following on from that theme, Andrew Landry has an opportunity to emulate Jack Nicklaus as well, because when he won the U.S. Open here at Oakmont, it was his first PGA Tour win and his first major.
Jordan Spieth for par at 4. Not off to the start he was looking for today. 1 over thus far. Not making a move. Go ahead to 7.
Yeah, this is Justin Thomas. A bit of a curler, left to right. All that pace and line, obviously, but this is an opportunity for a 3.
Earlier, they've been having trouble getting that putt to the hole. They're probably picking up a little bit of pace here as the sun dries all the dew off.
Adam Scott on the first hole. This would be a great par for the Australian.
See that he misjudged the read on that putt from the front of the green by about 8 feet. Just so hard from that far away and down the hill, but that is a good save. Big confidence builder for him. You never want to make a bogey on one, but missing a makeable putt adds the indecision on Jordan Spieth.
Yeah, he's on the tee, 373 yards.
I suspect some of these guys will start pushing a little further down this fairway. This front hole location.
One of the 5 par 4s under 400 yards here at Oakmont.
But if you make an aggressive decision, one good swing, you could set up a
it bounced right. It's good.
Very significant birdie opportunity. Way different to hit a 9-iron into this pin versus a 80 or 90 yard sand wedge.
Louis Oosthuizen. 6 playing 197 yards today in that hole. Thrown back in that right corner where they may have changed to make a new pinnable location. Leveled it out just a hair. But that right front bunker is definitely not the place to miss it. And a fortuitous hop. Seen a number of putts made from there on 6 today. See if Louis can read it correctly. Back into the first fairway. Derek Fathauer.
He's laid it back.
It's enough club, right?
Yeah. Sure, he played something less than
it's a decent one now. It's just mostly off the right.
Went to the University of Louisville. See what kind of shot he's going to elect to play. If he's going to land it short of the green, I would expect from 212 down the hill.
Rather go long. 4 on the green book right in front of it. It's a 3 or 4. All right. Going over to the pin, so that's fine. If it goes a little long, that's the best place to chip on there.
Well, they're talking about the right things. Gotta miss it long. Playable from short, but a long rough over the green's no bargain itself.
No, but you take 6 out of play. As Graham McDowell showed us. Chipped it over the green, made 6. Just hoping for the bounce. That is on a good line and looks like it has a reasonable weight.
Yeah, it's going over.
He can't even see that ball, but he knows where it's going, or he's guessing.
And it just nestles up against that collar to make it even more fun for him.
That's more Oakmont-like. He's cresting the hill. He was actually looking at one of our towers behind the green, or that gave him a line. It was on a good line. It's some of the guesswork you have to do here at Oakmont. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong.
Brooks Koepka for his 5th birdie in a row. .299-yard par 3, folks. Good run. You see, I think he's playing with a little bit of, I don't want to say reckless abandon, but he's got nothing to lose today, so we figure he'll make a run. Let me go back to 5.
Graham McDowell.
Marshall's 12 bunch somewhere.
It bounced right in front of him.
Pretty much pitch right there. Okay. Referee, you happy crossing point of about here?
I did not see across the margin.
I didn't see
best estimate.
the juicing.
Did someone see across the margin?
Yeah, he said it flew straight in there. So I mean, tee box is where's the tee box?
Blue flag is where his ball is located.
To the left of the tower. Yeah, to the left of the tower. That's it.
Where there were trees, there's now lots of fescue.
Yeah, there's a tee box right there. What do you think, Ref?
Well, I mean, where you drop the tee is where they said they should park.
You happy right there?
Yeah.
It's a lateral hazard. They're trying to determine where the ball last crossed that red line. Then he has multiple options from there. Two club lengths from the spot that it last crossed, not near the hole. Equidistant. He can go across on the other side. He can keep that point between himself and the hole. Go back as far as he wanted. He could even traverse back to the tee box. Try that shot again. Or he could have played it from where it was, but obviously that was a non-decision on that. Most of the time you either use the 2 club lengths or you go back from that, keep that point between you and the hole and go back.
Well, you can see it. It's a bonus.
You know, they had one on 15 down here that's similar. It's marked yellow, and it was because if you'd entered that area further from the fairway, they didn't want you to equidistant and drop it nearer to the fairway. So they always have your best interest at heart. Well, that's what they tell us. The problem here is this is, Gil, not one of those open in front greens that you bounce on.
No, it's just short par 4 here, and this is part of the variety of the setup. I think the HC phones.
No, I mean, I mean, if I put it like, right? I mean, I don't take the 180 on a little bit.
This has got
I think that those guys were really kind of discussing how everything was looking, but this is the right side. Ditches, I actually think the ditches are more hazardous, no pun intended, than the bunkers on this golf course, and they're to be avoided at all costs. But they're practical. They drain the water through the golf course. They play a part as a hazard, but there's just tons of stuff happening on this hole.
It's kind of like he's got to carry this over that dry moat in front of the green, guarding the 5th. Problem here is ball coming out hot.
Go! Didn't sound hot. It sounded heavy, and that's in the ditch.
Well, our colleague Ken Brown, well, it's time for one of his brownie points because he thinks these ditches are evil. Always interesting to get the thoughts of Ken Brown as we head back up to the clubhouse and Shane Bacon.
Thanks, Shane. Here on the range, Andrew Landry birdied 17 and 18 this morning to get in the final group, the final day of this U.S. Open Championship. What have you been doing since then?
I went home, immediately took a nap. I was pretty tired. You know, we've been getting up every morning at like 3:30 to get out here, so my body was pretty tired earlier, so I'm feeling a lot rested now, and just obviously ready to get warmed up.
Yeah, took some time on the putting green. You're going to go hit some golf balls. You told your dad before the U.S. Open started that you thought you could come out here and win this championship. What do you have to do today to finish off this dream scenario?
You know, make as many pars as I can. Same strategy, same game plan. You know, a lot of these guys are going to be pushing really, really hard, and you know, I have nothing to lose. You know, I just need to stick to my game plan and just go out there and try to make as many pars as I can, and you know, the opportunities that I have with scoring clubs in my hand, try to capitalize and make birdies. So.
And you've played the PGA Tour events this year already, maybe an unknown to a lot of people at home. What's Oakmont? Why does it set up so well for your game?
Just driving. I feel like I'm a great driver of the ball. Hasn't been spot on lately or the last couple days, but I'm going to try to work some stuff out on the range right now and hopefully get it all lined up.
Yeah, well, we appreciate the time. Good luck today.
Thanks.
Back to you, Shane.
Yeah, thanks very much. And Andrew Landry was a qualifier with rounds of 68 and 67 in sectional at Germantown Country Club and Ridgeway Country Club in Memphis. He earned one of 10 spots there. Total entries, well, third most of all time, 9,877. Looked for a spot in this 116th U.S. Open. As we go down to the 4th.
And Matt Kuchar for his birdie. Firmly hold, 2 under thus far today. Off to a quick start at the 2nd. Says Adam Scott. Right up in front of the green. Another perfect drive.
Well, we've had the advantage of watching this all morning, and we know this has to get hole high. It doesn't.
See just how hard he hit that, electing to go well out to the left. That was a pretty conservative effort. That's where I think pitching the ball makes it easier. You can take some of that elevation out of the way, the equation, throw it over top of it.
Of course, that ball didn't have any spin, so the guys that have laid back, they have spin coming in there. If they land, if their ball gets to where Adams is, it's going to come back at least to the hole.
You can see he's not very happy with that one. It's a bit of a misread, and probably hit it too hard, just being too careful. Here we are with Louis Oosthuizen at the 6th green. Par 3, see if he can make another 2. Seen quite a few of them today. There must be a funnel back there.
I'm telling you, that's probably...
Nobody's missed that putt we've seen.
7th or 8th one from right there.
3 birdies, 2 bogeys on the round for Louis.
Down on the first, and Derek Fathour has this for a par 4.
That was a lot of work for that 4 after 2 well-played shots, but he got it.
Jordan Spieth has this now for a 3.
He needs something good to happen to get a little energy going.
Well, it really is all about momentum, and we're not seeing a lot of that for Jordan Spieth right now, but things may change. Mark Brooks, you've been in contention at US Opens. What's it like in this countdown mode right now for these players who are getting ready to tackle the 4th round?
Well, I think the more solid you're striking the ball, or if you feel good about your mechanics, I think it gives you more comfort to go out there and not worry about that part of it, and just sort of let's work on the mental part, because it's a big stage and there's nowhere to hide out here. They've taken all the trees away as well. I mean, you are on a big stage and everyone's watching.
It certainly is. Steve, what are you looking forward to most?
Well, I think we've seen a lot of birdies made today, anticipation of a lot of good scores, but there's only 6 of 57 guys under par right now that are on the golf course. So you can make some birdies, see a lot of those, but Oakmont's going to bite back. It's going to be a tough afternoon, especially for those in the final 3 groups.
It's an old school, unapologetic golf course. I mean, we're going to really see some fun stuff this afternoon. I just love watching balls moving around on these greens and the creativity and the study these players need to put into every shot they hit.
Well, Joe Buck, Paul Azinger and Brad Faxon will be here covering this golf when we come back, but we're looking forward to so many of these guys going after it today. Shane Lowry leading the way. He'll be off at 3:30 p.m. Eastern with Andrew Landry, Dustin Johnson also in contention. What is going to happen? The world number 1 will be off very shortly. Jason Day with Bryson DeChambeau. It's all on Fox.
Well, here we go. It is just after 2:30 in the East. Dustin Johnson is here and on the practice tee getting set to go. Shane Lowry and Andrew Landry, Lee Westwood, Daniel Summerhays, Brandon Grace. They are all either on or making their way to the practice tee. As we are within an hour, there's Lee Westwood. Within an hour of our final pairing going off in his final round of the United States Open Championship at Oakmont Country Club. There's Andrew Landry in the background, who we heard from earlier in his visit with Shane Bacon. So impressive, not just on the course, but off with everything he's saying. Doesn't seem to be willing to buckle under the pressure. Ranked 624th in the world, and he's in the final pairing in the U.S. Open. There's Sergio Garcia. It's been said by everybody wearing a headset covering golf for the last handful of years, the best to never win a major, and maybe today's the day he starts 7 back. Jordan Spieth won 2 majors last year, including the U.S. Open. Doesn't like that here at the par 3 6th.
It's a long, narrow green, and that's plugged. At least that will be uphill back to the hole.
Go to 15 and Ryan Moore for birdie. At one point during the course of the week, this hole was playing the toughest out here. Why we show it to you. 3 birdies on the last 5 holes. Ryan Moore. Now it's 7 over par. Right now, number 1 has played the toughest this week. Here's Fathauer at 2.
Derek Fathauer's second shot into it. Very difficult shot when you're back here spinning the ball. We've seen numerous balls roll off this false front.
Got to be coming off the green, right?
He doesn't know how good this is going to be. It's not going to come off the green.
Beauty. Beauty, man.
We have a 2-footer for birdie.
Thanks for the help.
Fathauer.
Like we blew it up.
Aloha to the 12th. Tracer in the patented fade of Bubba Watson, and look at these numbers. 119 miles an hour, club head, low spin. That computes into a lot of distance. Look at those shaded colors, means he's in the top 10 on the PGA Tour. He knows how to optimize his conditions there, and back to the 6th.
Not that hard a shot if it's not plugged at his best.
Here at 10, it's David Lingmerth. Second shot.
2 under on the first 9 holes. 10th green runs away from the players. Greens have been triple cut and rolled. And they are treacherously fast and getting faster by the minute.
The defending U.S. Open champion cannot get it going here on Sunday. He has this long par putt. People wondering how he would respond in his first major after that back 9 at Augusta on Sunday, when he had the 5-shot lead, ended up tying for second as Danny Willett slipped on the green jacket. And you can just see frustration, Paul, all over him.
Well, his chances are gone now. He's hasn't played terrible, but you know, it doesn't take much at Oakmont to ruin your chances of hoisting that trophy. Dangerous, dangerous golf course. A lot of bad things can happen. I don't know anybody in the field that can be comfortable here.
Scott McCarron.
Hey guys, I'll tell you what, I'm excited. I get Dustin Johnson and Lee Westwood. And we all know that these guys have come close so many times in majors.
Got it.
Lee Westwood has finished second twice the Masters. He's finished third at the PGA, second at the British Open, and third twice at the US Open. He's one of the best ball strikers on the PGA Tour, and worldwide he's won 42 times. So what's holding him back? Putting. He's 130th over all the seasons in putting. But last year, he figured something out. He's 8th in putting last year. So if Lee Westwood strikes the ball well, he's certainly got a chance to win. Dustin Johnson. Now, we all know what he's done in majors. 2010, the U.S. Open, he had the lead, did not play well on Sunday. We all know about Whistling Straits and Bunker Gate. Last year at Chambers Bay, he had a chance to win and 3-putted. But I'll tell you why he's so good this week. In all measured distances on every hole, he's 24 yards longer than the entire field. 24 yards, that's 2 to 3 clubs different onto every green. If he just has a good putting day, he certainly has the firepower to win his first major. It's going to be exciting.
Scott, thank you. Very well done. You can hear Curtis Strange checking in. Curtis Strange will be with the final pairing, Lowry and Landry. So he will be busy, and we'll hear a lot from Curtis Strange as well. He's the last to win back-to-back United States Open championships, and it looks like that record will continue with the way Jordan Spieth has played here this week. And here is Jordan Spieth for bogey at the par 3 6th.
Well, and the roller coaster ride continues for Jordan Spieth.
Back at 1, it's Kevin Na out of the fairway bunker on the left side.
Down. Down.
That just a moment ago. And more today of the run on, and typically the run by the hole, and this one smacks squarely into the flagstick. Spieth for double bogey at 6.
That's going to be a 4-putt for Jordan Spieth. If it can happen to him, it can happen to anybody. One of the greatest putters in the game today is Jordan Spieth.
There's Lingmerth at 10 for birdie. There won't be a lot of 10 today. Here's Jason Duffner at 1. That a birdie try. I have the rest of that for par to stay at 2 over, and we will go backward to the tee here at 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2:40 starting time. Please welcome from Wheaton, Illinois, Kevin Streelman.
Kevin Streelman starts his day 9 shots back, 2 over. Best U.S. Open finish back in 2008 when he tied for 53rd.
Good ball.
From Cedar Rapids, Iowa, Zach Johnson.
Zach Johnson has had some flashes of brilliance. 2-time major champion, the reigning British Open champion. He has really played well here this week and is putting together by far his best showing in a U.S. Open.
Referees for this group.
So that goes bounding down the fairway, and you cannot eliminate Zach Johnson from your list of those who could come from the back of the pack.
I guarantee you Zach thinks he has a chance. I don't know if he's picking a number or not. I probably would try to pick a number, see if it was good enough.
Well, let's take a break. We are less than 50 minutes away from our final pairing. Lowry and Landry stepping up to the tee at 1. Paired together, and they're about to go. Jason Day and Bryson DeChambeau. It'll be fun to watch. See how they start. Again, number 1 playing is the toughest hole here all week. 2007, number 18 was the toughest. Jason Day made a move yesterday, went from tied for 45th to tied for 9th, and we'll welcome you back inside our broadcast booth. I'm Joe Buck along with Paul Azinger and Brad Faxon, and you guys can split it up. Why don't you take DeChambeau first? What do you think he's got in store for us today?
He's got a really bright future. I think he's a perfect convergence of the artist and the engineer. A quantum physics major could probably whip out a Rubik's Cube in under a minute. His golf clubs are unique to anybody on tour. His style, the way he dresses and prepares, and the way he thinks is so outside the box that he might be the most innovative player in the game today. I think he has a bright future. I really foresee him at some point in time becoming the best player in the world. He hasn't done it yet, but the sky's the limit. And you know, he's a good person. He's built and powerful, and I just like everything about him.
Calls that Ben Hogan style hat, Brad Faxon, his cape. He puts that on game day, and he goes about his business. He is fun to watch. And for somebody like you, Brad, a tinkerer in the game of golf, I know you're fascinated by him, but take us through Jason Day, his afternoon yesterday, and how he rolls in here today, 8 shots back.
Well, Jason Day finished his round last night, and the leaders didn't get to, so he's got a good night rest. You know, he was sick earlier in the week. He had a cold. He shot an early round 76 the first day, and, you know, was that because he was nervous, because he had a cold? But I really think, just like DeChambeau must think, that they have a chance to win. They have a chance to go out there and put some numbers on the board early, get the leaders looking at them and thinking, oh boy, these guys can get it. And there's no question Jason Day is thinking about playing a great round of golf and winning his second major championship.
This is Brooks Koepka a moment ago at 10. He is 4 under on his round as he plays this 10th. Oh, he's going to knock this in. 5 under par. 3 under coming into 10. He is now 1 over for the championship. 8 shots back. How about that here at the 10th? There are some low numbers out there today.
The holes aren't in impossible spots. The USGA has done a great job of setting up the course today, I feel, giving the players an opportunity to score. And it's not going to be a defense fest out there today. Guys are going to be able to play some shots, pick their spots, be aggressive when they feel they can be.
Furyk now at 5.
The golf course is unique in that if you're a powerful player willing to take a chance, you could get 10 or more wedge opportunities. If you want to play defense, you might limit yourself to just 2 or 3 wedges today. So you really can go out here and attack if you feel good about your swing. If you can execute, you can shoot a great score today.
Adam Scott for birdie at 3, now 1 over.
Guys trailing feel relaxed, everything to gain at this point, and they are going for it. Got a few minutes of tee times here, probably another 40 minutes of tee times, and these are the guys that are nervous. Maybe not Day so much in DeChambeau. They're in that everything to gain, nothing to lose tee time. It's probably a big day for Bryson DeChambeau. He had a good Masters. He was in contention. He's getting to feel a little bit of that again, playing with the best player in the world.
You know, this first hole, we said it's the toughest starting hole in U.S. Open history, and it's certainly played that way this week. But the aggressive players have taken driver. We saw Bubba Watson and Jordan Spieth smack drives down this first hole.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2:50 starting time. Please welcome, from Clovis, California, Bryson DeChambeau.
He has found trouble to the right on this first hole. Had to go back to the tee. That was earlier in the week during the first round, and now we'll see how he starts his Sunday round. Reigning U.S. Amateur champ had to qualify after turning pro to get into this U.S. Open.
From Australia, Jason Day.
Reigning PGA champion made a big move yesterday.
Make a conservative play here, hitting iron off the tee.
He finds the bunker down the left side here at 1. Played it conservatively with the iron off the tee, and he finds trouble.
Well, he drove it with driver the first day in the wetter conditions into the left bunkers as well, and then hit this 2-iron of his, which he says he flies 280 yards, and I think he got a good break here. That ball just got into the front side of that bunker. It's not as deep as some of the bunkers on the right. He'll have an ability to get that to this green.
Last time Lee Westwood and Dustin Johnson were paired together, look who won. Shane Lowry. It's in the 2015 WGC Bridgestone. He's got it all covered with a Penguins hat, a Steelers chair, a Steelers shirt. There is such a great tradition of sports history here in the city of Pittsburgh. We are just northeast of the city here at Oakmont. Here's Jason Day.
Well, priority 1, get it over the bunker face, which he did. Yep. It's okay.
We just saw Brooks Koepka hole out on 10. He's now 1 over third shot here at 11.
Well, yeah, he bogeyed the first and the third holes. He's on a pretty good stretch here. Chipping from the side of the 11th. Did he do it again? Yes. Holy smokes, look at that scorecard. He's played the last 8 holes in 8 under par. Look at the 3s and 2s there. One shot off that magical number.
DeChambeau from the fairway at 1.
Straight down the hill, green runs away. It's very, very fast. Loads of spin on that. He must have hit that right on the button. And he'll have an uphill putt. Nice start there. Good shot.
Making their way out to the golf course, Curtis Strange, the last to go back-to-back in the United States Open Championship. He'll be with Lowry and Landry. Scott McCarron, we heard from him. Dustin Johnson, Lee Westwood, Julie Inkster, 2-time women's U.S. Open champion, with Grayson Summerhays and Ken Brown, with Day and DeChambeau. Thankful for their work out on the golf course today. Well covered, and we will take another group off the first tee. Go there now for the announcement here at Oakmont.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 3 p.m. starting time. Please welcome from Las Vegas, Nevada, Scott Piercy.
Piercy starts his final round at even par, 7 shots back. Just a handful of short putts. He has really hit it well. We've seen there's a little more room on that right side than you think, but he finds the bunker.
From Spain, Sergio Garcia.
This first hole playing the most difficult hole on the course.
Dustin Johnson, Lee Westwood, Sergio Garcia. That trio 0 for 170 in majors. Oh for 70 is Sergio.
Joe, I think these are the guys that, if Lowry were to slip up, have to be ready. They have to be ready if he slips up and all of a sudden they grab the lead. It happened at the Masters. Danny Willett was ready.
Here's Jason Day up ahead here at 1, his third shot.
Look how fast this is.
Uphill putt for his par. To 2.
Jason Duffner's birdie putt here on the now drivable par 4 second. Look at Jason Duffner. He finished his round on 9 yesterday with a birdie.
All smiles. Maybe not.
DeChambeau at 1 for birdie. Just pours it in, back to even par.
You can get caught off guard. I can't say it enough. If something were to happen to Lowry, you never know. I'm not wishing bad on him. I hope he plays great today. But I just say if something happens, you got to have a mindset that can handle it.
This for par for Jason Day.
A little up the hill, similar line to Bryson's moments ago. A little bit of movement from right to left, so he couldn't have left himself an easier 10-footer, but it is for a par.
So after moving up that leaderboard yesterday from a tie for 45th to a tie for 9th, a bogey here at the first for Jason Day. Koepka at 12.
Well, Koepka, the 11th longest hitter on the PGA Tour this year, averaging 305 yards on the tour. And look at that, he carried it 305, and things not stopped yet. And we're seeing some much more roll on these fairways as the courses continue to dry up.
The 12th hole played 684 yards on day 2. Into the wind, it was playing actually over 700 yards, and we see Lowry warming up. Over to Curtis Strange, who's down there.
Curtis?
Well, I'm down here and I've watched Shane Lowry warm up a little bit erratic, but you know, I can't help but think that this is a big day. This is the most important day of his career. 4-shot lead in the U.S. Open. Just that is an enormous amount of pressure, but I really think he can do this. He's got the lead, 4-shot lead. You are able to make a couple of mistakes, but we all remember that following up a really good round with another good round is very tough. The most important thing for him to do today is to stay patient. Early in the round, things might not go his way, but he has to realize that it's not going to go for anybody's way out here for 18 holes, because it's such a tough golf course. But he's a qualified champion. Remember this: he won the Irish Open when he was an amateur. The Irish Open as an amateur is the biggest thing in the world. So he's been on this stage before, but it's going to be a long, long day for him.
Yeah, it's already started. He was out here earlier today. He played 4 holes. He birdied 2 of them to add to his lead. Made a great par save with a putt at 18, and he is half of our Rolex marquee pairing.
There's nothing fun about trying to win a golf tournament. It can be excruciating, and your mind never shuts off. That walk is tough, and he's admitted that, you know, he'd probably be thinking about hoisting that trophy. He's not going to, you know, try to prevent himself from having that pop into his head. He'll just accept that, and then when it comes time to be in the moment, he said he'll be in the moment. He's a proven champion, winning a world golf event, and Lowry can definitely do this.
One other thing, Paul, is that it appears that he plays with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder because he's been in the shadow of McIlroy and Darren Clark and Graham McDowell, all major champions, and this is a day that he could join that group.
Well, we said you got love of the game guy and chip on your shoulder guy, and they're both hard to beat.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Let's look at this second hole here at Oakmont.
And one of the great short holes here at Oakmont, we keep saying there's 5 of them under 400 yards. Mike Davis has moved the tees up a little bit this year. It's 320 yards. There's slightly uphill, slightly downwind. And that bunker right there, that 275 to the front of it, that's a player's choice they're going to have to do. Half the field today is laid up short of that, and half the field has tried to go at it. You can see from this screen there are so many contours, and you can get unlucky, spin the ball off the green like Jordan Spieth did. Spun it way back 30 or 40 yards off the green. Now DeChambeau with a conservative play.
Just going with an iron positional. About 200 yards is the perfect spot. It's the widest point in the fairway. Brings the ditch on the left and keeps it out of play.
Good shot there. Almost looked like a little chip shot there. Now Day.
Out with the big stick. There's a rumble on the tee.
This is a real indication of how differently these two are thinking.
And also the brilliance of the design of Oakmont. It really is. It gives you options off the tee. It's the key.
I'm fine with
Take a risk or play safe.
Here's Kevin Streelman on the green. 320. Maybe he's probably 330 yards away as far as this putt is. He's just going to have to get this right over this little ridge to have it run all the way down.
You could putt this right off the green. I don't envy anybody back there.
Great putt, Streel.
Good touch there for Streelman.
So here we go. Day with iron off the first tee. Bryson hit driver. Bryson hit iron off 2. Day hitting driver.
310 to the front. It's a mighty biff. And there's a cross bunker up there.
And that's absolutely perfect. Much easier chip from that stuff. If it stayed in the tight grass there, it could roll all the way back down there towards that bunker. Now let's go back to the first tee.
Pairing of Brandon Grace and Daniel Summerhays next to start their final round. We haven't talked a lot about Summerhays so far this morning, but we will as they make their way down 1 and the first 9 here at Oakmont.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 3:10 starting time. Please welcome from South Africa, Brandon Grace.
Well, it's about to get real now for these two players. I'd like to have a heart rate monitor on them just to see what was going on inside.
Grace was standing on the 16th tee a year ago at Chambers Bay, actually tied for the lead, and then hit his tee shot on number 16, the drivable par 4 out of bounds right.
Such a difficult looking tee shot. Very intimidating. Out of bounds right.
Hold the door!
break of the
Fruit
day.
Heights, Utah,
Maybe
Daniel
the break of the week.
Summerhays.
Daniel Summerhays, ranked number 100 in the world. Heard he's from Farmington, Utah, 32 years old. Turned pro back in 07. Got into the field as an alternate. And on this Father's Day, this father of 4 who has yet to win on tour has finished second twice. He's teeing off at 3:10 Eastern. Final round of the U.S. Open.
Go Steelers!
Blistered down this fairway by Summerhays. Here is Piercy up ahead of the green for birdie. Piercy now 1 under, 6 back. Fox and the United States Golf Association proudly present coverage of the 116th United States Open Championship. Historic Oakmont Country Club. Down below, record 9th time this legendary course is the host for our country's championship. Back to golf, and DeChambeau for birdie at 2 after a birdie at 1 and centimeters away. Brad, we saw Jason Day take the driver off the tee. Found that thicker grass, short right. He's chipped up and he's in good position for birdie to get that shot right back.
Well, he left it in the ideal place, and Ken Brown's down there now with his group.
He was so close to running back to him. If it hadn't rolled sort of 3 inches further, it would have come back to his feet. It just tiptoed to the flat spot. I'm surprised he didn't run up and mark it, but as you say, Brad has left himself the easiest possible putt. Almost straight up the hill, maybe a hair from the right. And he's got amazing support out here. Huge gallery around this second, and they're willing him on. One of these putts, you just got to decide, am I going to hit it just outside the right edge and ease it in, or firmly just inside the hole?
Right up the hill, like to call the fall line. I think Ken has a good read on this. Does Jason? Yep, that's a bounce back birdie for Jason Day. Up to the first.
Brandon Grace from the 9th fairway after hooking his driver.
Heck of a break off a very poor shot, and he's going to take advantage of it, and that's got to shock him that that ball stopped that fast.
A little earlier at 18, Angel Cabrera, poor par. Won it the last time the U.S. Open was here in 2007. He made a par then. He makes a par today, but finishes 9 over. He won with 285 5 over in 2007, and they love him here at Oakmont. Going to be exciting to see how Lee Westwood and Dustin Johnson attack this first hole. We have seen Dustin Johnson punish a driver here at 1. A lot of different ways to play it with his length. See if it is the big stick, the driver. So here we go. Westwood and Johnson, second to last pairing.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 3:20 starting time. Please welcome from England, Lee Westwood.
9 top 3 finishes in majors, most all time without a win. He'd like to crumble up that stat, throw it away here today at Oakmont. Tied for second at the Masters.
Oh yeah!
Come on, hang on. Alright, you're good. Whoa, that's the wall. That's the last track.
Bunker.
From Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, Dustin Johnson.
He's been Mr. Almost. Even in majors, especially last year. Had a chance to win it on 18 at Chambers Bay. He's grown weary of the questions about that 3-putt. Four back. Wow. That ball wasn't halfway on its trip before Dustin Johnson turned around and looked at his brother as caddy. Boy, that carried a long way down there.
Crazy long right there.
Let's go to 12 as we welcome Steve Flesh back into the booth.
Well, from one bomber to another, Brooks Koepka to get to 7 under on his round today. Oh my goodness. What a good effort. 6 birdies and an eagle, 8 under through the last 8. What a round he has going.
That round is 6 under par as we welcome you inside our booth. I'm Joe Buck, along with Paul Azinger and Brad Fax, and happy Father's Day out there. We're glad you're with us today on Fox here at Oakmont Country Club. I'll ask you simply, whoever wins this U.S. Open Championship here today does what?
Well, you know, golfers choke for 2 things, cash and prestige. Whether it's your club championship at home or the $2 press on the last hole, here at the U.S. Open, Brad, they're going to be choking for prestige, and prestige only is one of the most prestigious events in the world. You got to control your heart rate. Their hearts are, you know, your heart can beat so hard you can feel your pulse in your fingertips sometimes out there, and you've got to control that. Tom Watson said he didn't learn how to win these big ones until he learned how to control his heart rate, and he did that with his breathing. You got to be conscious of your walking pace today, these guys, but all in all, you have to hit the fairway first and foremost, and as we always know, Brad, it comes down to the putter.
It sure does, Paul, and I've always wondered, you know, the 2 winningest major champions of all time, Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods, they're very good at after they shoot a great round. Jack Nicklaus at the Masters in '86 shot 65. He said, I knew if I shot 65 I'd win. How did he know? What he can't do is control the other golfers. The only thing he can do is control his mind, and those 2 players had the ability to shut off everything extracurricular and focus in one shot at a time and stay patient throughout the round. And Lowry, Shane Lowry said it so beautifully. He said, I couldn't stop myself from thinking about winning this, so I let myself think about it. What he can't do is let himself think about winning while he's over the ball.
We'll find out how he gets along here today. He's about to start his final round. And we go back to the green here at 1 par putt for Summerhays.
Yeah, I think it's really hard. For his first putt, he had about a 20-footer downhill, and he just hit it so easy that he left himself probably about a 5-footer now. He's going to break a little bit right to left on him. These are the ones you don't want starting out, like just a little tap-ins.
Can't get the par putt to go. See the mark there right next to the hole. That'll be for par for Brandon Grace, who drove it into the 9th fairway, took advantage of it. If he can tap that in. This now for bogey for Summerhays. Now 6 back.
Yeah, Joe, Daniel did everything right, drove it in the fairway, hit it on the green, 3-putt, then Brandon gets a great break, and he's going to make the par.
Six back as well. Across the turnpike they will go over to number 2. And we will go back up that first and pick up Lee Westwood.
Yeah, Lee Westwood's driven to the right bunker. It's kind of up against the lip a little bit. He's got wedge. He's got 145 to the front. If he can carry it maybe 120 yards out of this bunker, you know, it has a chance of rolling all the way down to maybe the front edge of the green, but he's got a very difficult shot.
Scott, he can get it up as quickly as anybody out of a fairway bunker. We saw it at the Open Championship a few years back when he had a chance to win there in the last hole and drove it in a fairway bunker. See what he's got.
Boy, he's hit this high and it's going to land just short of the green. It was going to run on.
Not a lot of guys can do that. It's about as good as you can expect, but that will be a treacherously fast putt down the hill.
Jordan Spieth now at 10. He's endured a 4-putt today. That's nice, a birdie at 10. Now Dustin Johnson at 1.
Yeah, just 108 yards, just it's a lob wedge. But he's got to be able to control the shot here. If he can try to get it just barely past this hole location, anything short, we already know how fast that putt is.
Ideally, he'll fly this right at pin high and just right of the flag. Loaded up with spin.
Go.
It's just, he knew it the second he hit it, and that is not where you want to be.
After a 378-yard drive. Tough putt coming up.
Some lousy wedge shots the last 30 holes or so.
Scott Piercy's second shot here from number 2. Nicely done there. Over to 13.
Koepka.
He's given 63 a scare, which would be the lowest round, tie the lowest round ever shot in a major championship. 2 more birdies get him on that number of 62. He's got a couple birdie holes left.
DeChambeau, second shot at 3.
That runs away. The only mown area, really, or chipping area, I guess you would say. I would not want to have to hit that next shot back up that hill.
Tiger Woods had to back in 2007. Final pairing of the day. Lowry and Landry. What does the immediate future hold for the 624th ranked player in the world, Andrew Landry? Picking on Shane Lowry, at least in this final pairing.
Well, this may not be the scariest shot he's ever seen, but it's going to be one of the hardest shots he'll ever hit.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 3:30 starting time. Please welcome from Austin, Texas, Andrew Landry.
An Arkansas Razorback, and in his first major appearance in the final pairing at the U.S. Open. Playing well, saying all the right things. Likes those glasses on his face so that the other players can't see his eyes.
Right of the bunker, which is better than being in that bunker. I can guarantee you that.
Shane Lowry.
He has been par or better every round so far. The only player in the field who can claim that. From the Republic of Ireland. Trying to be the first from the Republic of Ireland to win the U.S. Open. And he hooks it left.
Two nervy tee shots to start. Not all that unexpected. The good news is the second shot is straight downhill. You can land 50 yards short of the green out of that rough and get the ball to chase on or past the hole.
While they were hitting, third shot, Lee Westwood. Triple cut and rolled this morning. These greens then rolled again between the end of the third round and the start of the final round. Now Dustin Johnson from the front of the green.
Yeah, he's got a very fast putt, going to come up, going left, and then at the last 10 feet just try to wiggle right. But one of the fastest putts here at Oakmont.
He'll have to work for his par.
Well, we talked about the missed short putts of Westwood and Dustin Johnson and Sergio Garcia right when we came on the air this morning at 11 o'clock. And this is the range right here. Putter has let Dustin Johnson down. He's hit it phenomenally well from tee to greens, overpowered the golf course, giving himself the most wedge opportunities of any player by far. This is the same putt just that Jason Day had a few minutes ago that he missed.
And Paul, it's really been Dustin's lag putting. He just hasn't hit the putts close enough to just have easy tap-ins. He's always leaving himself, 5, 6, 7 feet for that second putt.
Can't win a U.S. Open unless you bury these. And this is a mental battle right now he's going through. It's not just physical.
We have not seen him take that long over a putt of this length all week. Good start.
Oh, that was solid. Hit that putt with a lot of intent.
Up to 2.
Scott Piercy's putt for birdie after birdie in the first. Yep, Piercy starts off birdie. Will he be the one? Back to the first.
Westwood for par.
And this would be one heck of a 2-putt. Paul, I'll tell you what, I'm almost 70 feet off the front of the green. You can putt that off the green so easy, and he just knocked it up to about 3.5 feet.
Oh, that's well holed by Lee.
Paul, I always thought making a 6 or 7 foot par putt on the first hole was the best way to get your round started. You might be scrambling, you're nervous. They'll be much calmer now. Back on the second tee. Branden Grace. Well, the players that have elected to go for this green with driver have a half-shot advantage over the players that are laying up. He can't tell, but he knows it's close.
That ball stayed there. Did not roll off. Now Landry at 1.
Second shot out of the rough. Scratchy lie, but I think he can get it out far enough to chase it to the green. Has to be aware of a tree. It's really not tree trouble, but he has to make sure it doesn't jump up in the air. He will not be able to know and control it once it hits the ground.
Great shot. Go Landry!
Well, you didn't want to be short. That misses that intermediate cut there. Would have gone over the green back. He could have pitched back up the hill. Instead, he's got that vicious downhiller.
Par putt for DeChambeau at 3.
Mistake there is going over the green.
Yep.
Back to Shane Lowry.
Not a very good lie, but the one good thing is that the grass is growing toward the green, so I think he can chase it once again, just like Andrew. He can get it out to where I think he can chase it on the green.
It's on the green for now.
It'll go over, Joe, but you'd rather be over than short. Pitch it back up that hill. Doesn't look like a very good lie.
Up to 2.
Summerhays' pitch.
Yeah, Daniel hit a beautiful drive right here. He's going to pitch it past the hole. Just try to let it just come on back down.
Nice touch. Tricky downhill putt for birdie. Now back on the tee, Westwood.
Yeah, this hole is reachable today, but Lee's got 3 wood out. Going to try to lay it just short of that cross bunker, short of the green. I think it's key to get as far up as you can to try to take some of the spin off that second shot.
I think you're right, Scott. So many players with spinny shots have spun it way off this green, and that part of the fairway is the widest in this hole. Perfect. Now Grace is eagle putt.
A beautiful drive just right up the gut of the green. He's got about a 28-footer right up the straight up the hill. Going to go a little bit right to left on him. Just hope that doesn't come back. Get up there and mark it.
Back on the tee, Dustin Johnson. Will he wait?
Brad, he's dropped driver out, so he's definitely waiting.
Here at 1, third shot for Andrew Landry.
All about judgment, imagination, and feel.
It's fine. Good speed on it.
Just needs to dive over that top of that hill, huh?
Yeah, you know,
You think it's going to bounce forward a little bit for me?
I think you'll probably get one decent bounce out of it. I don't think you'll get a whole lot of spin.
Extremely fast.
So you talk about a tough shot to start your U.S. Open Sunday.
believe that stop there.
Now Grace's putt for birdie on the second, right before him. Daniel Summerhays edged it over the high side and walked away with a disappointing par. Brandon Grace makes a birdie to get to 2 under. Now back on the tee. Dustin Johnson tried to lay up yesterday, hit a spectator in the head. What will he do now?
Well, he's hitting driver, and he's only got 320 to the hole, so he could certainly get there. You got to get the ball all the way past the pin. Anything short will still roll off the green.
Oh boy. Better if it stays on the fringe there, so roll back. Mike Grace will have a putt for eagle here on the second. Just the start Dustin Johnson wanted.
Third shot for the leader, Shane Lowry.
Right back up the hill. Careful. Oh no, he didn't want to do that. That will be really slick.
You can download the official U.S. Open app on your mobile phone or tablet to follow U.S. Open action anytime and from anywhere. Great look at the entire property on both sides of the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Trees are gone. That was the case back in 2007. Even more trees gone since 2007. Prior to that, this was a tree-lined golf course.
We took out 15,000 trees.
Kevin Enzor caddying for Andrew Landry.
The hill, not a lot of movement to it. Be a great way to start this round off.
Good run at the par.
Certainly did not look like a nervous stroke by Landry. How do you get out in front and have a 54-hole lead in a U.S. Open? These kind of conditions. Short game first, putting second.
Short game, baby. Everybody's going to hit the same amount of tee shots. Everyone's going to hit the same amount of second shots unless there's a penalty or you make a hole in one. The only way to separate yourself is around, on or around the greens, and that's what he's done so far.
As we started here at the opening hole on Thursday, holing out his third shot from that first cut down the right side. This for par.
And another beauty. Delicate touch down the hill. He really had to steady his nerve there to hit a putt that well, that he needed to hit that soft. Good
Paul,
start.
it makes such a difference when you make a 4 or 5 footer on the first hole, doesn't it?
Does it ever? Every hole is scary at Oakmont. Danger lurks everywhere. Couple bad swings in a row and really hurt your chances. Scary place to play golf. Just the way the members like it.
bogey at the opening hole for Andrew Landry. Now 5 back. Scott Piercy for par at 3.
To a great start, birding the first 2. Oh yeah, all around good putt. Over to the reachable par 4 now for Piercy. Making a little bit of a move here. Par 5, I mean, sorry.
I wonder if Lee Westwood was watching golf earlier. See how many of these balls are spinning back from that yardage. It's just under 70 yards. This is just a moment ago, and look at this.
Well, you know it before you hit it that you've got to get it past the hole. Westwood so far drove it in the bunker, made a terrific par on 1. Not a steady start for Lee.
Now Koepka up on the 14th hole. Brooks Koepka drove in trouble. Yeah, one of the easier holes. As a matter of fact, it has been the easiest hole. That and 17 have traded places all week, and this is for bogey to drop him a shot. That'll put him back to 5 under for the day and back to 1 over. Westwood now, this is the shot. What a view of what he's looking at.
Boy, Brad, this is such a difficult chip from down here. You've still got to get this one past the hole. If it's anything short, still could roll right back at your feet.
Well, he's a veteran player, and I'm not sure if he mishit that or made a bad decision, but you know, these are the kind of mistakes that come back at the end of the week and you reflect on what happened and how it, you know, how you didn't pull it off, and it's just little things, they begin to add up. Got to get that second shot past the hole here at the second.
Scott, are you surprised to see wedge here, or would you putt this?
Well, you could putt it, but he's just going to try to take something low, a couple hops, and stop it.
Use the slope now.
That's just terrible.
Looked like he was trying to play it up that hill to use the slope to bring it back down. It sounded like a little bit of a mishit, almost like he hit it fat.
I thought I heard that too.
Now back on the tee, the final grouping.
You know, the tees are up a little bit, but only about 12 steps. So it's still about 295 to carry the bunker right in the middle of the fairway, 30 yards short of the green. Do you go for it or do you not? That's a decision to be made right now. He's trying to tempt you by moving the tee markers up.
Curtis Michael Davis' decision to move these tees up those 15 yards has resulted in the players being exactly 50-50 split on going for it and laying up. That's what you want to do as a director of the competition.
Yes.
Now Dustin Johnson for eagle.
Just from outside 30 feet. It's going to break a little bit in the first 10 feet, Brad, and then straighten out a little bit. Boy, and if he can get this to go, it'll be a huge roar.
Hard to get it hard enough. Lowry with an iron. Players that are going for it have a definite advantage in stroke average on this hole so far today. Almost half a shot. Now Landry.
Just a shot of 190, maybe 200 yards to keep it short of the ditch on the left.
Shot, nice.
Most likely a 5 or 6 iron for these players.
It's a little bit of a match play decision. I kind of like that out of Landry. Following Lowry up there with a layup.
Now Westwood's putt for par.
Yeah, it's going to break quite a bit here. Very difficult putt.
After a great tee shot, walking away with bogey.
Dustin Johnson now to get within 3.
Yeah, just coming back up the hill will break just slightly to his left. But again, his lag putting all week has just not been very good. He keeps leaving himself these 3, 4, 5, 6 footers constantly. And this is a golf course. It's difficult to make those putts. There's a lot of movement in the greens.
Very little break here under the hole. It's no problem here for Dustin. Confident stroke there.
Third shot for Jason Day into the 4th.
From 53 yards, just far enough back to nip it.
Just maybe a little bit too close to that whole location. Such a delicate shot. You got to make sure you get over that corner of the bunker. Over to 5.
Kevin Na has his putt for birdie to get back to even par. Na's 2 under today. Back to the second. Who's away down there, Curtis?
Landry will be playing first from 133, and as we've seen all day today, they have to carry it at least 129. If it doesn't, it'll come all the way back off the green.
There's a great graphic here. Looking. There's the layup stroke average of 4.05. See all the colored dots there and what they mean. Look how many more birdies are from up front. 3.77 if you go for it. But you got to be straight. You got to be long.
Just a little bit left of it, huh? Yep, perfect. Like cut line? Yep, that's good, bro. What's your swing gonna put on this? I'm just gonna put a 140 or something. 145. Okay. So you like a 145? I like a 140 better. You're gonna get a little bit of help, so it's gonna go fast. Okay. Yeah, you're right.
Well, you heard it. That plays about 9 yards up the hill, they think. Just a tiny breeze at his back.
Expect to see is a lower ball flight. That could have been bad contact. That was too low.
And it's not. He has a great trajectory with every club in the bag. It comes out in a lower trajectory than most others.
I'll tell you what, adrenaline can make a difference too. He crushed that.
Just normal. I can just hit normal.
Well, you take a lift there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know the shot now.
You got it? Yeah.
I got it, yeah.
Come on. Snip to it then.
Ready to the flag stick.
Lowry! Go. Yeah. Go. Go. Thermal. Bad shot there. He missed it because they're afraid of seeing his shot and afraid of going over the back of the game.
Maybe seeing Landry's ball go over made him back off a little bit. One thing these players can't do today is play with indecision. Out of the third.
Tee shot, Dustin Johnson.
That is so good. Just blasted down the middle. Likely another wedge chance for Dustin. It's possible that Dustin Johnson can hit wedge or sand wedge the first 5 holes.
Up at the green, it's Brandon Grace. That for par.
Unkind edges on these cups. The greens are so fast, the edges are so sharp.
Up ahead to 5.
This 373-yard par 4, Zach Johnson. Will look teasingly on the front of the green here. Zach, such a good wedge player. Maybe the best in the game at controlling his distance. Now back to the second. Shane Lowry, right where we saw Lee Westwood moments ago.
This is dangerous here now. Well, that's to be expected. That may feed
Where
back.
should have been me second, Jeff? Shane,
Heard him say that's where he wanted to hit his second shot. It's not done yet here. Over to 4.
Jason Day, you saw that awkward little third shot he had in there. This for birdie. Very quick. Zach Johnson had that putt a moment ago and did the same thing. Ran it good 5 feet by. Let's go back to 2.
And Curtis Landry has this bunker shot. Is there any way to keep it close to that level of where the flag is?
Well, he's on a down slope in the bunker, so it's better come out and just barely carry on the front of the green, but it's doable.
Tiger had this shot in the final round in 2007, played it out to the right, ended up making par here at 2.
Joe Landry is not a good bunker player if you look at statistics. Worst part of the short game. See you later.
Yep.
.320 yards of torture.
That's why it's one of the great short holes in America, and good golly, maybe the toughest short iron you'll ever see.
Curtis, if I recall correctly, a few hours ago you said in the booth you didn't like the idea of moving these tees up. What do you think now?
Well, I think that they're not as far up as I thought. They're only 15 yards up, which makes them really make a decision. These two players, especially Landry, I don't think really hit it far enough to get it on the green. And if you can't put it on the surface, why risk it?
We're taking another look there. Maybe he was trying to use the the front side of the green as a backstop. Look here, did he hit it? He hit way behind the ball. When you hit that far behind the ball, it's hard to create any spin.
Yeah, no integrity on that bunker shot. He dropped that right shoulder a little bit and caught it fat.
Second shot now for Dustin Johnson at 3.
Yeah, just from 100 yards again, just in a lob wedge. But he did not hit that hard enough, Joe.
What is he doing with his wedges? Will that stay on the green? Yes, but that is another really horrific wedge. The one on the first hole, no good, from 109 yards. That's frustrating.
Now Landry's third shot. Good action there. Oh, excuse me. Oh, that would have been an unbelievable save, but he's hit a lot of these nice shots from around the greens. Back to the fourth.
Day for his par now. There's on the right side. Let one get away. Only 2 par 5s here at Oakmont.
Now Lowry's putt for par here on the second.
Very, very quick and from the right. Look where he's standing to try to get an idea of how it's going to enter the hole. Very poor second shots here. Misjudged. Not the way you want to start the round.
Here's aiming. Two fives here for this group, it looks like.
You want to make that putt, but you also have it in the back of your mind. This better be the right speed. So now Westwood up the hill, third shot here at number 3.
Yeah, very difficult shot, Paul. If he goes past the pin, it will go off the green. This needs to get up. Boy, he's just hit 2 terrible wedge shots so far to start this round.
Oh, he's hit at least he's hit one bad shot on each of the first 3 holes, and Oakmont won't let that happen. You have to execute here or you will pay the price.
Jim Furyk's second shot here on 11. He's been up at the top of the stats here and approaches to the green and how close in proximity to the pin. Jim Furyk now with a chance to get in the red figures. Landry just tapping in for his 5. Lowry made 5. They walk to the third tee.
Doesn't get any easier going over to the third hole either. Very dangerous tee shot.
Brooks Koepka here at 15 for par. He'll give another one back. His great uncle, legendary Pirate shortstop Dick Groat. One of the best double play combinations with Maz, Bill Mazeroski, the hero in 1960. Great uncle's supposed to be here outside the ropes this Sunday. Here's Spieth at 13.
Oh, funnel down towards the hole. Maybe. Oh, come on. There it goes. Oh.
Bogey number 11. He's 8 over. We saw the 4 putt on number 6 for a triple. Back to the tee at 3. The leader, Shane Lowry.
Intimidating tee shot. 4 deep bunkers on the right, pews on the left.
Big straight. Well, he gave that the little howdy doody and blasted it past the church pews.
Down to the left, right? Yeah.
Terrific tee shot there.
Now, Paul, this is, in the last 2 days, this has been Andrew's strength, driving it in the fairway. And let me tell you, for a slight man, he is long. Fairway only 25 yards wide.
Just 5'7", 150. He can rip it.
He's averaged 296 yards off the tee.
Right down the middle.
And making Calvin Peete look crooked. That's a great shot. Of course, the late Calvin Peete led driving accuracy every year he played the tour.
Up
Just
ahead
about.
here for birdie, Dustin Johnson at the 3rd.
Pretty good putt there.
That lag putt a little better for Dustin Johnson. Sunday afternoon at the U.S. Open, a Father's Day treat. A postcard setting, and before it's all done, a championship crowning moment. Those who have prevailed through this topsy-turvy week, those who have persevered on this uncompromising course, have reached the final act at Oakmont Country Club. Perhaps it will bring an end to many years of frustration. Perhaps it will tell a story nobody was expecting. Perhaps it will confirm what we've suspected all along. We're in the final stretch at the U.S. Open. There's a national championship on the line and a dramatic conclusion to come. Another Sunday to cherish here on Fox. Glad you're with us on this Father's Day. The weather has been ideal since all the rain on Thursday. Final round coverage. The 116th United States Open Championship being led by Shane Lowry from the Republic of Ireland. 4 of the last 6 United States Open champions have been from Europe. Last year it was Spieth. This year it will be someone else. Here is Andrew Landry, second shot at 3.
That just a pitching wedge from 127. Cannot go long.
Oh boy, that just missed staying, and now it's gone. All the way down the hill where Bryson was earlier. That next shot back up that hill is all you can handle.
That gallery back there having fun, acting like if he got it in one of the sprinkler heads that he would have won a prize. Instead, it's just frustration for Andrew Landry.
Well, it was a better shot than that.
Well, there's just so much runoff short with the false front, and then the top of the screen all goes pretty severely to the back right of this surface.
Yeah, just over.
If,
okay. Happy? Yeah.
The fact that this second shot is so far up the hill, you cannot see where your ball ends up.
Now a little breeze out of the left, flag stick back left. Expect this ball to be to the right.
That's about the best we've seen of any of the leaders. Everybody close to the lead in the last hour or so.
Up 1 to the par 5.
Well, on the tee, that bunker way out on the right is 335 yards off the tee, and DJ starting this well into the church pews. Well, he's in what they call the aisle, which is the outer edges of the church pews, where he'll have a shot anywhere in the middle. Serious concern. But the green, this is Scott Piercy's attempt to get to 3 under on his round. So quick around the hole. Good par save on the 3rd. Remains 2 under.
Well, we saw Jim Furyk's beautiful approach shot here, Steve. Solid stroke for his birdie 3 as he walks to the par 5, 12th at 1 under par. Back to the 4th.
Sergio for his birdie. Gets him to 1 under on the day. Now behind the green on 3.
And the choice for Andrew Landry.
Well, he really didn't have any choice but to pitch it because he has 2 sprinkler heads right in front of his ball, probably 8 steps. Cannot putt it if he would think about it. Flag stick only 6 paces on the top of this green.
See these sprinkler heads right here. He has to choose if he's going to putt it.
He's got some choices to make. He can 1-hop this into the grass he's on now, maybe 2 hops. He's got to decide, is it a 1-hopper, a 2-hopper? Is he going to bump and run it the whole way? Looks like he's got a lofted club, so
Looks like a pitching wedge, Paul.
Now, 1 or 2 hops. If it's a pitching wedge, it's going to be 2 or 3 hops maybe before it gets onto the green. Oh, he flew it all the way up. That's twice. Now he's hit the pin. He missed his mark. He was obviously trying to get 1 hop to kill it, then have it land on the green. He missed badly and got a good break.
Well, the good part is his aimer is right on early on.
Got that right. Well, you know, some of that's adrenaline, Curtis. You just all of a sudden start hitting it farther than you think you can or should, but that's a nice little technique. You just gunned it a little. I got away with it.
Here's Spieth for birdie at 13.
Can look forward to some of that as the round progresses. There's an idea of what the leaders face if they miss long right at 13.
On the green here at 3 for birdie is Lowry.
So go to the right. It's back up the hill. It's going to the left. And barely back to the right. We saw Scott Piercy just a couple yards right of where Lowry was, and his putt went right. And that's part of the dilemma the players have faced this week. They don't know the greens all that well. A lot of the little mounds will run into the, each other, and get a lot of putts that break both directions.
This will be the low amateur, the only amateur to make the cut. Jon Rahm will turn pro tomorrow. That for par. Pride of Arizona State University. Pay attention to that name, Jon Rahm from Spain.
Welcome to the grind.
So he'll get a medal. 18th green for being the low amateur. Now Landry.
Well, after missing the first 3 greens in regulation, this for his second par save.
These are the putts you have to make on a Sunday of a major.
Got a break, hitting the flagstick, and then took advantage. Knocks in his par. To 4.
Daniel Summerhays.
Yeah, just about 10 feet left to right. Drove it in the right bunker for number 2. Ball just didn't move on him. I think he expected to move it a little bit to the right.
Just 1 under on the par 5s this week for Daniel. Back in the fairway. Excuse me, the church pews on the left. Dustin just laying up. Here and Pickett so clean out of there. He left with just another wedge shot. See if he can hit a better one this time around.
Join golfers everywhere who have caught the bug and are playing 9. Learn more by visiting usga.org/play9. A lot of us at Fox want to thank our good friend Chip Ganassi, Pittsburgh legend, resident of close by Fox Chapel. And a big day for Chip and Ford returning to the top step of the podium in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Taking the GTE Pro Series win with a number 68 Chip Ganassi Racing Ford GT. There's Grace at 4 for par. To stay at 1 under, 5 back. Up ahead to 7.
Kevin Na's putt here on this 490-yard par 4. Tell immediately when your player walks and gets out of his posture he didn't like it, missed the fairway here. He's fun to watch, whether he plays good or bad. We're back to the 4th.
Lee Westwood getting ready for his second.
And Steve, he's give this a go. He's got 303 yards to the front, or excuse me, 284 to the front, 303 to the hole. But you've got to, if you're going to miss it, you got to miss it just a little bit right. You have to carry those bunkers. Those are about 240 yards. He's got to carry it back into the breeze. Anything left will leave you with no angle.
Well, if he can fly this to about 265, it will chase on the green. Open approach in front. So come out nice and low, but does not carry that bunker guarding the corner. And that's a big mistake. Now he's left a long, awkward bunker shot. Ahead to 5.
Sergio Garcia playing alongside Scott Piercy, both under par for the rounds. That can feed off each other too. Big breaker. Look at Sergio.
Sergio gets that stick going. He could pull this off.
Shane Lowry directing a little bit of traffic here on the 4th tee.
Should be almost. Huh? It's going to be on the face. Yeah, should almost.
This 4th hole at 611 yards, still the 3rd easiest hole of the week. Appears to be a good line, but he's got to carry the corner of that bunker. Ah, a good kick. Looks great now.
And he drives it nice.
Balance looks a little off today to me, Paul.
Yep, he's falling around a little bit. He didn't do that yesterday.
Now Andrew Landry after that nice up and down from behind the 3rd.
And once again, it's not blowing a lot out here, but what there is in a breeze is back at him out of the right. Both should be able to knock it on here, though.
Tee shot plays about 10 yards downhill for the guys. And that is a wicked hook. Looks like it may have hopped up on top of one of those pews, which would be a big break, because anywhere in the bunker there would not be an easy layup.
While Dustin Johnson waits here at 4, we'll look back at how his day has started and a couple of poor wedge shots.
Well, this should be the strength of his game as long as he hits it, and it's betrayed Dustin Johnson yesterday and today. He's driven it, just hit enormous tee shots, one after another, hearted down the middle of the fairways, and you're hoping to hit these in there pin high, if nothing else. Distance control is what it's all about. All these players can hit their wedges on line. You've got to control your distance. It's more finesse for Dustin, though, with his power than maybe for somebody else. And he's struggling in the finesse zone, and he's got another one right here at the 4th.
Now his 3rd at the 4th. Just 104 yards. So if he can bring that back, he's just hurt his frustration. That one a little more aggressive strike, but not a good result. Up to 5.
Well, here Piercy playing alongside of Sergio. Do you get a read? Oh, good putt. Air too hard.
Now Lee Westwood, his 3rd.
And Steve, he's kind of up against the face. He's going to get this up very quick. He's got almost 65 yards back to the hole. He's probably going to have to play just out to the right a little bit. I think if he can get somewhere on 20 feet, that'd be a great shot.
Scary part about these shots with the lofted club is catch them a little thin.
Like that.
Gotta pick it so cleanly out of that sand because it's so soft. The ball's not sitting up. Easy to hit it right in the belly of it. Boy, you see that rough on that face just grab. The ball doesn't go anywhere after it hits. Short wedges have really cost Lee today thus far. It's going to be a tall order just for a par.
As we welcome you back on this Father's Day, we'd like to thank the MetLife Blimp, giving golf fans everywhere a bird's eye view for over 25 years and supporting small businesses for nearly 150. Birdie putt, Dustin Johnson at 4.
After another marginal wedge shot for Dustin, this for his birdie. We've seen this putt really fast today. Let's go to 5.
Randy Grace with a gigantic birdie putt here.
Yeah, he laid way back. He had almost 165 yards to the hole. He had a beautiful 9-iron, but you know, it just couldn't control the distance. He's got a really tough putt coming back down.
52 feet here. Very good.
Westwood now for bogey. A sloppy bogey at the 4th. Dustin made his par putt. And you see 3 bogeys in a row for Lee. Let's go ahead to number 6.
Sergio Garcia here at the par 3. Another birdie try for Garcia.
What an effort. He's been really patient. Sergio's missed a lot of short putts this week. It's been unflappable so far.
To 4.
Lowry now 2nd.
That's some 295 blind second shot.
Turning a little bit, won't hang in there. Oh, that catches some long rough. Some of the longest on the golf course there between those 2 bunkers on the 4th. You can just see the top of it. Not gonna be a good angle, and you have much room to work with to get it close. See, he knows it's a little left. Landry was on top of one of the church pews, laid up to this point.
And all the flagstick is just only 3 paces from the left edge. The wind is out of the right, so that'll help him feed it into this hole if he so chooses to be that aggressive.
.170 yards. Wouldn't really say this is a go pin. See how good he feels. It's to be expected.
Golf ball is going forever. Come back. Come back hard.
Heard him say the golf ball is going forever. It is warm out there. Ball staying in the air, and he's got a lot of adrenaline.
It looked like it hit the rough. It kicked right. I thought.
Go to 5.
Tee shot for Dustin Johnson.
Shit.
It's going to need a good kick there, Brad, in the right rough.
No, he got a good kick, and that thing was in the rough, rolled back into the fairway. He'll be perfect. And again, one of the par fours here that has semi-blind to blind, and he'll be very happy when he gets over the top of the hill to the 6th.
Every time we check in with Scott Piercy, seems like he's rolling one for birdie. Here he is again at 6.
Yep, just under 30 feet. Really held it together. He had a bit of a rough patch yesterday, tee to green. Boy, he's hit some great shots.
Piercy stays 4 back. So where do we sit as we watch this final round coverage on this Father's Day? The leader is Shane Lowry, seeking to become the first U.S. Open champion from the Republic of Ireland. Graham McDowell and Rory McIlroy from Northern Ireland. Dustin Johnson is 4 under, looking to win after finishing runner-up the previous year. The last to do that, Tiger Woods. Last time he won a major was in 2008 in the U.S. Open at Torrey Pines. Furyk, Day, Duffner, only players in the top 10 with a major win. You see Jason Day. Here he is at 7, his second shot.
208 yards. That usually means left. Seen a couple balls kick off there. Sergio's the other day. Tough chip shot. He was expecting it to kick right. Let's go back to the 4th.
Lowry now for his 3rd at 4.
I just don't think he can go at the hole location. I think he has to go out to the right a bit. If he tries a flop shot, I just don't think it'll stop anywhere around the hole.
He pushed it up there and just left himself no angle.
Only play.
How lucky is that, like?
Let's go all the way up to 13.
Jim Furyk, who is just 5 back for birdie. Spent his early life in Pittsburgh, diehard Steelers fan, as we've talked about. They love him here. Finished 1 shot back in 2007. And here at 7, DeChambeau, 3rd shot.
Doesn't look good here.
From 108 yards. Very lucky to find a trodden area from the spectators. It's taken a long while, but he's found the dance floor.
Bit unlucky there with the spin out of that hay.
Tim, you see that spot?
I told you, man.
Landry now for his birdie at 4.
An easy one. He's down the hill, big swinger from right to left. Once again, as we seem to repeat ourselves, he has to be careful with the speed. That's the most important part.
Yeah, Curtis, we've seen this putt numerous times already today, and that last 4 or 5 feet, it really seems to race on by the hole.
Well, that's the difference that we've seen today and late yesterday that we didn't see earlier in the week. The run out around the hole, the trickle effect, as we call it.
This is Andrew's first birdie attempt of the day, and not an easy one.
And everybody's expecting that putt to go left, whether they're even with the hole or just past it. It's not breaking that much at all.
Dustin Johnson second on the 5th.
Yeah, from almost the same distance he's had 4 times, 104 yards.
Well, this is the 5th straight wedge chance for Dustin Johnson.
Well, that practice he's been doing with Claude Harmon is paying off. I know he hasn't hit a couple good ones early, but they had the track man out again early, and here's a view of the contact. How shut that face coming in. Look at that thing. Opens up going through. Great chance to pick up one and get within 1. This man right here.
He's been the best putter in the field this week. See if he can learn.
Lowry for birdie. See if he learned anything from Landry. That is what you call a power lip.
Wow. And some sharp edges.
Jordan Spieth at 16, plus 8. Just a little off all week for Jordan. Maybe a green in regulation, but that's about where Larry Nelson made his birdie putt from way back in 1983.
Jordan Spieth's second shot on the 72nd hole at Chambers Bay last year. We look again, sponsored by Deloitte.
You got Michael. You got 250 adjusted front, 287 hole. Definitely off your right. Yeah, I think it's a good club.
It's not going to be too much, right, as long as I cut it?
Yeah, it's just got to be cut.
Because it's an upslope, I like this club.
Yep, I agree.
It's got to get there, too, you know?
Yep. Easy. Awesome shot.
Think about what Rory McIlroy told the Telegraph earlier in the year. If you look at the stats of double major winners the following year, well, it's hard to back up. Rory knows all too well 2014 won the British Open and the PGA. The year started brilliantly for Jordan Spieth. Kapalua first full week of January in that winners only field. He won running away. A lot of international travel may have worn him down. Collapse at the majors on the back 9. Here's Lowry for his par at 4. And Spieth never really got it clicking here, even though he experienced a victory not too long ago at Colonial.
Jason Day's par putt here at 7. Lowry made his par.
Well, Jason Day made some. Sorry, my bad. Jason Day made some big putts yesterday.
Now Westwood for par. He bunkered it left. Just got a second over the ditch, pitched it to there, and has that for 4 bogeys in a row.
Landry for par at 4. Wow, did he hit that hard?
Steve, when you see a guy speed gets off, it's a lot of nerves.
At 5. TJ for his birdie.
And you couldn't have an easier putt, Steve, just from 4.5 feet. Just coming back up the hill, probably a right center putt. And this would get him to only 1 shot of the lead.
Right to lefters he's been best at this week. Kind of waved at that again.
There are not a lot of places you play golf where you have a putt that short that breaks that much. Just totally missed the hole.
And if he has any mistake in his putting strokes, that heel's leading toe a lot. Now Westwood.
Double.
Never like seeing the guy putt before you and miss a short one. How many times do you see that? Dustin's got to gather himself here.
Really not much in this though, Brad, is there?
Should be pretty straight. Back up the hill.
Hardest thing about this putt is that it's coming off the putt you just hit.
Oh no.
So I didn't address it.
There we go.
Yeah. It went like that.
Yeah, I know, but my putter wasn't
No, you
behind
put
it.
one down, no. It rolled that way, but you hadn't addressed it.
No, my ball before, my putter was in the air.
Yeah.
And it was inside the ball and it rolled backwards.
Okay, you hadn't grounded the club or anything, it just moved?
Yep.
Okay, you just play it from where it lies
Okay.
then. Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
We'll check in now with David Fay.
Well, there's a case that thankfully now in 2016, when the ball moves after address, the player is no longer automatically considered to have caused it to move. In this case, it moved either because of gravity or possibly wind, and the official said no penalty. Proper.
Take a breath.
That happened to our leader, Shane Lowry, yesterday. He was assessed a one-shot penalty. It was deemed that he caused the ball to move. That's the difference between that ruling and this from Dustin Johnson.
I'll tell you what, he clearly did not ground the putter there, so good.
So therefore, yeah, that really clarified it.
Good, good, good. No penalty.
If he had caused it to move, dude.
If he had caused it to move, then he'd have gotten a one-shot penalty and replaced it.
Love that new rule. Now back on the tee, Lowry.
Hang on.
Landry bogeyed
Hang on. Hang on.
on the fourth after smashing that putt.
Okay, look.
Again, he doesn't know that that's in the bunker. It's a blind tee shot.
And again, it was Shane Lowry who was leading at the moment by 2. Shane Lowry is playing the 5th. He leads by 2 over Dustin Johnson, who just missed a birdie at the short par 4 5th. Yesterday in the second round on the 16th hole, Shane Lowry, his 7th hole of the day. He called the penalty on himself. He brought the official in, and it was deemed that he caused the ball to move. Therefore, he was assessed a one-shot penalty, ended up 2-putting. He was really proud of the way he poured in an 8-footer for the bogey. But it's different than what we just experienced with Dustin Johnson here moments ago.
Well, Dustin did not.
Thank you.
Dustin did not ground his club, and that's the difference.
Now Lowry 117 yards. You can see with the graphic, he's got to fly it out of this bunker and carry a ditch about 20 yards short. That sounded heavy. Very heavy. That didn't even get to the ditch.
Now here at the par 3 6th. Dustin Johnson. Just off the back. Third shot now for Shane Lowry.
Not a very good lie, and the flag stick right on the front of the green. This better be perfect to get it around the hole.
Should be heavy at first. I was trying to hit too much off that top.
Well, if Lowry slips, we'll take a look at the leaderboard. See who could jump up. How about Jim Furyk? Nobody's really paying attention much to him. A 2003 U.S. Open champion at Olympia Fields. He is 4 under for his day. At the moment, he is just 5 back and coming at Shane Lowry from the cheap seats. Dustin Johnson is 2 back over the back of the par 3 6th. There's Sergio Garcia. Jason Day is 1 over, which is where he started. He's even for his 4th round. There's Adam Scott, not able to gain any ground yet. Koepka had that great round going. Ended up 2 under.
Scott Piercy's putt for birdie here on the 7th to get him to 3 under. Playing steady golf. That's what's going to win here at Oakmont. And up to 14, Jim Furyk. If anybody's offered redemption from 2007. Oh, uncharacteristic there. And I meant, as he bogeyed 17 to lose by a shot. Now back on the 7th, Sergio Garcia playing alongside Piercy. He'll drop a shot on the toughest hole on the front 9 today. We keep thinking what could be if Sergio would make some more putts. It's been terrible this year, stat-wise.
Now at 6, it's Dustin Johnson.
Good effort.
Landry's putt for birdie here on the 5th.
Well, I've seen some tough ones this week, but this might be one of the tougher.
So many breaks.
Yeah, 3 really distinct breaks and so tough to read.
Oh, that's no gimme. That's a big right to lefter there, and after missing the last one on the 4th, his mind's got to be racing. Lowry get some kind of read there, Curtis?
Absolutely. And not only the read, but the speed. Once it goes over the shoulder from the right, 5 feet short of the hole, it starts to go hard left and downhill. So, you know, once again, it's about the read here, but it's a lot about speed.
The important thing here, if you don't get it gimme, at least get it past the hole.
Well, that's a priority thought on most of these long putts. All set up by poor tee shots here. Lowry in the left bunker. The one thing you have to do is catch the ball first. Didn't do that. Simple little birdie holes turn tough.
Just under 40 feet. This putt breaks left twice, right twice, up, down, up, down. This is supposed to be fun.
It's only fun when it's over. The process is a real grind. They're grinding now. Oh, it's a little too ambitious there. He's going back up the hill though.
Where Westwood missed from earlier. Didn't lose his turn either, I don't think. View from high above. Now to the 8th.
299-yard par 3. Never a good sign when there's only one hand on the bat when you're finished with the swing. It's actually going to be a little bit of an awkward angle where this whole location is. Back over to 5.
Yeah, and big putt here. Settle the nerves. Get into the round now on the 5th green. He doesn't look anything like he did yesterday or early this morning. A little jumpy, a little anxious, reacts really quickly to tee shots and second shots. We didn't see that earlier.
What do you think that is, Curtis? Just the newness of the whole thing?
Well, certainly it's the newness of it. This is his first major championship ever. But I think also this is a situation unlike anything he's ever been in before. This is major championship nerves here. A different atmosphere, a different animal.
Look at that grip. A lot of the feel in his fingers there.
Becomes tough. Can you settle down? Can you concentrate? Get yourself back on the tracks.
Now Lowry's putt from 9 feet 1 inch. For bogey. He misses this. Dustin Johnson be tied for the lead. Only one time has he 3-putted to the first 58 holes. Pressure putt. Now, speaking of Dustin Johnson. Anxiously coaxing it to come to the right.
Put it in there, Johnson. First cut.
That's not bad at all. Bunker's 310 yards to reach to the 15th.
3rd shot here for Jim Furyk. Drove it into trouble. Knocked it out to here.
Save could go a long way now if he could get this up and down. How do you do?
If he can knock that in, he's only 4 back. To 9.
Yeah.
Jason Days.
You like that, right? Yeah, I think it, you know, as long as he stays just a touch below it, that's fine.
He drove it in that right bunker, splashed it out of here, found an awful lie up against the lips. That's all he could move it this far up the fairway. 165 and the pin on this little ledge, the most marvellous flag position. If you missed it on the right, almost impossible to 2-putt. And the ledge only about 3 yards wide.
A good shot there, Ken, under the hole. Chance to save par.
Second shot, Sergio Garcia, long bunker shot. Nice back hole location. That's what I'm talking about. Gets that drop shot back from number 7. Fiery Very Spaniard.
That's kind of the Spanish way, isn't it, to be great out of the sand?
The Matador is in a fight.
Long bunker shots are the biggest challenge for good players. Just unloads on this thing. Ball gets out in front of the face. Super shot. Man, it's hard to fly a ball that far in the air. It's one thing if it's a forced carry, but when you have all that green to work with, it's a little tougher to visualize, and that was just a terrific effort all the way around.
Now Lowry at 6. Had to hear that roar behind him.
Get in the hole!
Just a little downhill. Holes on the left side, excuse me, on the right side.
Smart play there, Zane.
Yep.
Put it in the middle of the green, cut up the hill.
Yep, right back up the hill, Curtis.
Get him, Lowry. I do a decent shot.
2-8.
Piercy to save his par.
I'm really impressed with Sergio and Dustin Johnson so far, and the fact that they have really missed a lot of short makeable putts, mid-range putts and short putts, but they've just been so unflappable, almost, well, you can't tell they're missing short putts. They just mosey on over to the next tee and try to get it done. I think they realize this is a real endurance test.
What's he got there? Doing it all.
Audubon.
2 birdies at 8.
Here we go, Sergio. Come on, Sergio.
Take another look at this. He's got his weight back on his right foot. It helps shallow out, and it's easier to hit it longer that way, and that was so perfectly judged.
Seems like it was a lifetime ago in 1999 that energetic 19-year-old nicknamed El Nino finished second at Tiger at the PGA at Medina. Now 36, 65 straight majors he's competed in, nearly a third being top 10 finishes, no wins to 7.
Brandon Grace's long putt for birdie here was to get him to 2 under par and in the fray. Now he's hit it at about 4 feet by and over to 15.
Furyk now for the par save. 4 back. To 9.
Jesus, yours was good, by the way.
Like I said, I think these two guys are having fun playing together. That can only help, especially 3 groups ahead of the final pair.
Won the Byron Nelson, Brad, in May. Wanted to play off his first win on the PGA Tour in 4 years.
He's been around so long, such a steady player, Joe. These players can't see this fairway. They're getting ready to hit it over the hillside here. It's one of the great blind shots in so many of these par 4s. They got to keep it between this flag and the middle of the clubhouse. That is dead here. Driver. Hit it left in the second round. Oh, and he did it again. can't tell if it went way in. Now Piercy, he likes to cut the ball. You see him have the ball on the right side of the tee. These players, when they want to curve it, they use as much of the teeing ground as they can. See on the right view of the fairway. Low bullet up there. Get some chase there. Leaves Scott Piercy in good position, third place. As he plays the ninth. Back on the seventh. High launching shot from Dustin and leaves him below the ridge there with a chance for a birdie. One shot back now. Now to the sixth.
Long birdie putt for Shane Lowry. The lead is 1.
Can he make himself hit it hard enough?
Well, it didn't reach the hole, but it's almost a gimme 2 putt. That's not bad.
Earlier at the 14th hole, we just saw Sergio hole out. Short par 4 here from 160 yards. Miazato's second. Hole location way on the left side. Slopey part of this green. Uses a contour, uses the spin. Hey! Miyazato must have watched Chi-Chi film.
That's pretty good.
Great shot. Over to 16.
Well, hardest hole in the golf course in the final round today, the 16th. Just 2 birdies. Very difficult green to hit. Popular spot. First part of the equation's accomplished. Not an easy 2-putt from there, though.
You can follow the U.S. Open on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram using hashtag US Open to join the conversation. Safely on at 16 is Furyk, who in 2007 birdied 13, 14, 15, went par, bogey, par on his way in, finished 1 behind right now, trailing by 4. We'll go back to Furyk as DJ looks at his long birdie putt.
Yeah, he's got some 44 feet coming back up the hill, moving to the right. But this is a tough putt because this is really like an infinity green, just drops off into nothing after. If he gets a little frisky with this, it'd be easy to knock it off the green. So I wouldn't be surprised this comes up just a little bit short. And one of the things with DJ all week long, even though he's not hit it close a lot, he still left himself below the hole time after time.
Dustin has to do anything crazy these last few holes. He just has to keep hitting it like he's been hitting it. These players are into it. That's Sergio from the ditch on 9.
Yeah, that's it.
When you hit a drive into the hazard here, you got to just decide now how much of a risk am I willing to take. Got to make sure you get this ball back in play. You're supposed to make a bogey here. Don't make double. If you make a par, that's a bonus.
He's got to get it over that cross bunker if he's going to go. He and Glenn Murray are his caddy, talking like he's going to give it a hit.
This is your whole championship here.
No. No! Didn't come out.
I heard him say it didn't come out, but that's not bad.
Not at all.
Avoided the bunkers. Not too difficult to pitch from there. Well, we said in the second round, Sergio hit a big hook, and look at this, way worse, just to get it out.
Well, he really took a chance there, because if that doesn't come out, then who knows?
Look what happened. He got his second shot out of the ditch onto the fairway, hit a big pulse third shot, and had this from just over 50 feet. Down, up, down, and down again to finish his round. Can he do it again here? Piercy. Beautiful tempo transition.
One-armed it, but it turned out really good.
Be a difficult putt, but should be a relatively easy par.
Well, probably. Yeah.
The stretch of holes on 7, 8, and 9. Right now, the hardest 3 holes on the golf course in relation to par.
Stand still, buddy. Thank you.
Now back on the 7th tee, our leader.
Really underrated hole here. Tough tee shot back into a little breeze. In the fairway is a must.
Beautiful high draw there. You see him taking the left side of the tee box, opposite of Piercy. One of the few guys on this leaderboard that likes to draw it every time.
Here is Furyk for birdie at 16.
Daniel Summerhays on 8.
Yeah, he hit his 3-wood in the left bunker and blasted out, expecting it to roll out a little bit. Left himself about a 15-footer. It's going to go left to right on him.
Just didn't break enough. That's part of his game, but he's going to give one back. Just 3 over on the round today.
Yeah, it's back-to-back bogeys for him. He needs to kind of right the ship right now.
Well, here's Spieth, the defending champion, for bogey at 18. Not the week he wanted here in Oakmont.
Sergio Garcia's now pitch. With those gorgeous little bunkers. Shots have been holed from here. Cabrera made 3 from just this spot. First round.
Sergio is really clever from this distance.
Just that little swinging motion is so gorgeous, isn't it, Paul?
Yeah, it's just, you know, he's got to dial it in. This is what's known as that finesse zone. Got to have a real feel through repetition. Know what you want to do here, how hard you got to swing this.
Caught up a lot of turf.
Oh yeah, he's so good.
Good Descent on that wedge creates that spin. Beautiful shot for Sergio. Now over to 16.
Big putt here for Jim.
Yep, crucial putt right here. Oh, there he goes. He knows it.
He could post 2 under. The guy's something to stare at on that board the entire back nine.
And Dustin Johnson with a 3-wood from 299 yards. I wonder how many times he's had to hit 3-wood into par 3s. Maybe it was 10.
That seems like a lot of club action there for DJ on the 8th. He didn't like the feel of it, but I'll tell you, hitting the 8th in regulation is big when it's a 300-yard par 3.
We go to 7.
That's some 188 flagstick way back in the center of the screen. Can't flirt with over.
And Curtis, that's a very popular spot. None of the players are challenging this top shelf with such a long shot. Now back in the 9th, we saw Piercy's second shot just a little bit left. Just about 30-footer for birdie to get him to 3 under. Very good par here on this incredibly difficult hole. Here on the 17th, Jim Furyk electing the layup. Remember in 2007, he went for the green and made a bogey.
Yeah. Softly.
Lost the U.S. Open by a
Softly.
shot.
Straight to fairway. Oh. God.
Not bad, not bad, but back here at the 9th now.
Is this a must putt for Sergio Garcia, Brad?
It is a must putt and a tough putt down the hill. Breaking right. Oh, he defied the odds again, Zing. Twice on the 9th hole out of the ditch.
Could this be Sergio's time?
While Dustin Johnson looks at this putt, we want to send along all of our best wishes and condolences at Fox Sports to the family of George Still, a good friend to us at Fox, national member here at Oakmont, born and raised in the Pittsburgh area. Went to Penn State, lost his mother 2 nights ago on the executive committee of the USGA. You know he's watching, being from this area and the treasurer with the United States Golf Association. Big birdie putt try here for Dustin Johnson for a share of the lead.
And Joe, there's only been 3 birdies on this 8th hole today. Such a difficult hole. Dustin's got 59 feet 5 inches. I stepped it off myself. This will be breaking right at the start, left over the mound, and once it gets over the mound, it should be breaking just slightly to the right.
Well, Scotty's parred this hole the 3 previous rounds. Do well just to 2-putt this. He's carrying a lot of speed. As you said earlier, Scott, the leg putting has maybe been the weakest part of his game this week. The wedge has been decent at times, but poor for the most part. 17.
Furyk got a good break to stay in the first cut of rough here. He's made 3 pars on this hole the first 3 days. Desperately needs birdie. Hoisting that thing up in the air. Gets a little forward bounce, but he won't be able to see the green from where he is. He's below the hill.
A little farther right.
take a look at those at the top of the leaderboard. Shane Lowry leading the way at 5 under par. Dustin Johnson one behind him at 4 under par. Sergio Garcia is getting hot. Huge par save at 9, and Scott Piercy's played well from the beginning of the final round of the U.S. Open. Here's our leader, Shane Lowry.
Relentless, this Oakmont. Good, smart shot, but still left with a tough 2-putt from 30 feet. Up the slope, now going back down the hill.
It's so hard to judge these uphill long putts for these players. They're so afraid of the downhill putts.
Well, you know, you all of a sudden you putt a little careful, and now you have 4 feet left, Brad, and it's just relentless.
Sergio striping it on 10.
Beautiful tee shot. This is a brute of a hole, the 10th. The green will run away from Sergio. Hole is cut all the way in the back of the green.
They're all big at this point.
Yeah, just from 6 feet, going to be very fast inside right putt.
Catches that corner. See just how fast that second putt was for Dustin. Moves on to the 9th. See, he knows he hit a good putt there. Up to 17.
Now Jim Furyk for birdie. Tie for third. Yes, sir! Jim Furyk. Got to be looking upstairs a little bit. Here's payback.
Cannot tell you how big that is. Great players hit great shots when they need them the most.
Now Piercy at 10. With encouragement from Sergio Garcia, who bombed his way down this 10th. Piercy crushed past Garcia's ball.
Those are 2 mammoth tee shots. Leave them nothing but wedge down the hill, but 10th still the 4th most difficult hole on the course.
Now Lowry's tester for par. He's been rock steady. Good 2-putt. Stays on top by 1.
Still just the 1 3-putt so far. Now the final hole for Jim Furyk, who is just 3 back.
Downhill tee shot. Very dangerous tee shot. Oh, he's got it going right.
To the right. Okay, Jim. Hey, you're good, kid.
All depends on the lie there. Characteristic miss for Furyk.
He parred 18 back in 2007 when he came up short by 1. Now to 9 and Dustin Johnson.
Cut and drive. Cut. Right drive.
This is an exhibition like you've never seen off the tee.
Take a look at that small leaderboard with Shane Lowry out in front by 1, and behind our leader are 3 guys who have had heartbreak. Welcome inside our booth. I'm Joe Buck, Paul Azinger, Brad Faxon. Obviously, Jim Furyk with a heartbreak here in 2007. He's a U.S. Open champion from back in 2003, but the career struggles in majors for the other 2 guys, Dustin Johnson and Sergio Garcia.
There's a little scar tissue. Furyk's had a couple chances that he's let get away in the last few years. He's, overcoming this wrist surgery.
But, you know, in the end, it comes down to a putt. And Dustin Johnson and Garcia, that's probably it's definitely the weakest part of their games. And they're going to really have to man up. They're going to have to win that mental battle in order to hold the critical putts. We've seen Dustin Johnson make a great putt on 8, and then Sergio, that par on 9 was world class.
Well, I thought when Landry made that birdie yesterday on 18 and moved him into the final group that it would hurt Dustin Johnson's chances to win, but I'm wrong. I think him being out in front now, being able to post a score is going to really put some pressure on this man right here, Shane Lowry.
Yard less than 300.
Mashed potatoes!
Short.
Heard Curtis Strange said this hole playing
Clearly, mate.
marked off at 1 yard less than 300, and Lowry comes up well short of this 299-yard par 3. Lowry has only 3-putted once, joined by 18-time major champion Jack Nicklaus. You did the voiceover. We've relegated you to a voiceover guy.
How about that?
Here at Fox.
That's the first time I've heard it. It wasn't too bad.
Yeah, well, it was fantastic. Tell us, when you come here, I know the memories must just flood over you from 1962, and there's no way you can come in here and not think about your good friend Arnold Palmer.
Well, first of all, I drove up and came out and saw the golf course. I said, oh my gosh. You know, because the trees, last time I was here, we still had a lot of trees. Even though I'd been here a couple of years ago and they hadn't taken all of them, but now they've taken all of them.
Right.
Wow, what a difference. And I was here with Arnold a couple of years ago. We were here doing I can't remember what we were doing. We were doing some kind of a little piece. And it was it was a surprise, but it was great to be here with Arnold. Arnold was good then. We were over at Latrobe the night before, and you know, it's Arnold is. I wish he could have been here this week. He just couldn't get here. Just wasn't able.
I'll ask you a simple question. I think I know the answer, but of all the majors, what did the U.S. Open mean to you?
Well, Joe, it took me from being just a golfer, being a young kid and a rookie trying to make his way on tour, to all of a sudden being the top of the game, winning the most prestigious tournament in golf, at least for an American. And you know, it gave me, I had an exemption for life. It set up my whole career. It was just very special. And of course, to play Arnold here in his own backyard was again very special. It was a week that I'll obviously remember forever.
We're going to go back to cover some golf here in the final round of this 116th United States Open Championship. And here at 8, second shot, Shane Lowry. Almost hold out for a birdie. And now Scott Piercy at 10 for birdie. He'll stay at 2 under, 3 back. Now Dustin Johnson here at 9.
This is 7 iron from 169.
Wow, great shot. So, Jack, let me ask you a question. You've done this 18 times, and that's trying to win a major. Lowry, Dustin Johnson, Garcia, Piercy, Grace have never done it. Furyk's done it once. Jason Day's done it once. How did you do it 18 times? I mean, what did it take mentally?
Well, Paul, I think that the first time is obviously the most difficult. Once you win one, winning breeds winning. And I followed up this with the win at the Masters the next year, and then I won the PGA the year at the same year. So I got a lot of them out early, and I never really thought about it. To me, the majors were the easiest to win. The reason was because exactly what you said. You've got guys struggling to win their first one, and you know, I'd had sort of a run at it, and they fell in line for me because I could prepare for them, and everybody else wasn't getting there.
So what percent of the time did you feel great about your swing? I mean, every time you won a major, did you feel great about your swing?
Oh, Paul.
There's a big shot here by Jim Furyk. His third shot checks up, leaves him a long par putt.
Oh, I don't know. I think that you've asked me that question before, and I think that probably 10% of the time I had my A game, and the rest of the time I managed what I had, and I probably had about 10% of the time that I couldn't manage it.
Well, here's Dustin Johnson for a birdie and a share of the lead here at 9.
Yeah, just from 8 feet. This putt's going to break a little bit left to right, but very, very fast, Joe.
Scott, this is right where Sergio Garcia putted for his par. You're exactly right. Ultra quick. Goes to the right. This has been the toughest kind for Dustin. Yes! Maybe this is the day. Share the lead as he turns home in the final round.
Everybody wants to talk about the 3-putt at 18 for Dustin Johnson, but it was putts like this he didn't make at this stage of the round on Sunday at Chambers Bay. And he's made a couple now. That a big one at 9. Back to the tee and Shane Lowry.
To the difficult blind uphill tee shot. Ditch on the left, bunkers on the right.
Anxious.
Oh, little Larry layback there on the tee, heading to the bunker.
Almost certainly can't reach now on his second.
Kevin Na up the hill for his birdie. Even on his round. Right in the heart.
Jack,
Kevin.
I know that this leaderboard doesn't surprise you. You said going into your event at Muirfield Village that today there are more good players than back in your day. Now, you had great players, but there are more of them now, in your opinion, than back in your day.
I think there's more than there's ever been. And, you know, and today you have the usual suspects of Dustin or Sergio or Jason or whomever it might be. And if somebody else falls off like Jordan has this week, you know, you've got so many other good players that come back in. I think it's the competition today is really tough, and it's I think it's tougher to win today than I've ever seen it.
Interesting. When you talk about this golf course here at Oakmont, we came in talking about the greens, the speed of the greens. Obviously, a lot of rain Wednesday night, all day on Thursday. I'll ask you, speed of the greens now, and you're eyeballing it now in 2016 compared to actually being on these greens back in 1962. How do they compare?
We thought they were really fast. They were probably 9 or 10.
Yeah.
But the slopes are still there. I don't think that, you know, I noticed the putts that I watched more coverage this week than I've probably ever watched in a golf tournament. You guys have done a great job. I think you've done a very, very nice job with it.
Thank you, Jack.
And
par try for Jim Furyk at 18, and he'll give at least one back.
Yes, he will. But, you know, it's these greens here, I've never seen them quite as fast as they are. And I think that every year we seem to have the ability to make greens faster and faster and faster. And it is the fire of Oakmont, though. If you don't have it, you saw what happens when we had the rain on Thursday.
A tricky little tee shot here, Jack, to get it up there, isn't it?
Boy, is that a tough tee shot. You're hitting straight up the hill, and there's just nothing to aim at.
There's one little flat spot up the left center, and Sergio found it perfectly. Now Scott Piercy, another fader of the ball, Jack.
Yeah.
Did you think a shape mattered here, draw or fade?
Well, obviously it must have been a fade because I played with a fade and did pretty well. Dustin's doing pretty well with a fade.
Yeah, he is. And all the great ball strikers have risen to the top.
This is the 11th here, isn't it?
Yeah, and you just don't want to go past that number. It goes away from you too, down towards that ditch.
Well, you know, the one thing that people don't realize today that the fairways are almost as fast as our greens used to be.
That's for sure, Jack. And, you know, you saw that go just into the heavy rough on the right in this whole location. When you look at this pin sheet and see that it's just over on the right edge of this green, right over that bunker, it's going to be impossible to get it close.
Well, we're about to see somebody come out of his shoes here at 10. And that somebody is now tied for the lead, Dustin Johnson. He's got a 3-wood in his hands. Don't be fooled. He can pound this down the hill.
Well, you got that right.
Oh, Joe, this is headed well left.
Well, that's the old double cross right there.
Just as I was saying, Dustin's playing left to right.
Well, he cooks that one left. And we will go back to 18 and pick up the bogey putt for Jim Furyk.
simply, he's got to have this and then just wait.
That's his second back away here for this bogey putt at 18. That drive cost him here at 18. And he will finish this championship 1 under. They love him.
What a career Jim Furyk has had.
Now Lowry out of the deepest bunker on that right side. No chance.
No chance at all. Just chip it out.
So there is the ball of Shane Lowry tied for the lead. Nobody ever won more majors. Nobody ever won more U.S. Open championships. Jack Nicklaus, an honor to have you with us. Thanks for stopping by.
Good job.
The great Jack Nicklaus, he was a winner here in 1962. Who's going to win it in 2016? There he is. Let's take a break. We're back here at 10. Let's check in with Scott McCarron. How's the lie for Dustin Johnson?
Yeah, this lie is terrible, but he might get a good break here because he's got the TV tower in his way. It's not movable, so he's looking possibly to be able to drop it maybe in the first cut, fairway over on number 11.
The flag's right where the ball is. Okay, cool.
What a break that would be.
AJ, we're going to keep dropping some over here.
He's telling his brother, his caddy, AJ, where they're going to drop. David Fay is with us, and David, talk us through this one.
Well, this is clearly, let's see if the official is talking here. This is clearly a TIL, a temporary immovable obstruction. Now, when you're speaking of Oakmont, everyone recalls what happened in 1994 when Ernie got relief from something which was not. So he's working now with the official, Mark Newell, who is the chairman of the Rules of Golf Committee, so you couldn't have a better official walking through the process.
Got mark it. Well, that ain't gonna help. No, a T. Is that okay? Yep. The T just disappeared.
So essentially, he has line of sight relief. You know, that term doesn't come into play with just permanent immovable obstructions. When you get line of sight relief, you determine your nearest point, and you drop more than one club length, less than two.
That was a club length, and then I drop over here, right?
No. This is your line.
Right? I'm going correctly, right?
You got it right. Almost.
Going forward. See that? Okay. Right here.
Scott McCarron, what a great break. Tell us about his previous lie.
Joe, that is an unbelievable break. His lie was so bad, I do not think he could have advanced it more than 60, 70 yards. Now he's able to drop in that intermediate cut and place it. So he's got a perfect line now. He's got 176 yards. His brother Austin's actually walked all the way up to the green just to see what it's doing at the green over that bunker. And this is unbelievable break for Dustin Johnson.
We'll come back to that. Now earlier at 9, third shot for the co-leader Shane Lowry.
you early. See you early.
Right at the flag. Can he do what Sergio did just a few groups before and save? No, he got it left right away. Dustin Johnson now is a sole leader with an unbelievable break here.
Well, you can't win golf tournaments without great breaks. You need some good bounces, a few lip ins, and you can add a great drop to this.
This is just a pitching wedge. Perfect angle back to his back hole location.
And interestingly, he still hit it directly over the tower. Okay. Once he gets his relief, and he was entitled to that relief, he's not required to play the shot in any particular way. That was, as Scott said, it was a very good break. Why is the relief for a temporary movable so generous? Because it's not permanent. Come back next week, that tower is not there. Yes, he had a bad lie in the rough, but sometimes you could have a very good line. You can have a temporary movable between yourself and the hole.
Let's go to 11.
Well, Scott Piercy hit it in the right rough, as we saw when Jack Nicklaus was in here. He elected to play safely to the left side instead of going over this bunker that guards the front right. And now he's got a lengthy putt up the fringe. "70 feet. And that's some experience showing there from Piercy, not even giving it a go at the flagstick, as his shot would have been well by if he tried to fly the bunker. Now to 13.
The par 3, Jason Dufner. Back-to-back birdies for Dufner. Now one over.
Helping out early.
What's there?
Back up the hill here on 10.
Just a shadow of annoying me.
Well, trying to arrange some volunteers on
What's there? Yes. Shot.
on the tee. This is just his driving iron, just for position. Hard fairway to hit. A lot of slope from right to left.
Super shot. We talked about the ability for these players to redirect, to kind of deflect some of the pressure away from them. And, you know, one of the ways you do it, you just look at the leaderboard and you look at the guys you're playing and you know they're just as nervous as you are. Try to take your focus off the prestigious United States Open. Make it about the individuals. It's helpful.
Now Garcia's attempt for birdie. We didn't get to talk about his chance at number 10. He had such a makeable putt there. But still, great chance for Garcia on the back 9 here. Now back to 10.
Boy, Dustin Johnson just off the green in the collar. So he's put himself in a great spot, just coming back up the hill, probably breaking 3 or 4 feet to the left. But again, he's under the hole. He's just done that time after time.
And his feels much better today. At some point in these final rounds, majors or not, your body just needs to relax. That's the key. not dead yet, but that's pretty good.
Dustin Johnson is trying to join this list. Players who won the year after finishing runner-up in the United States Open over the last 100 years. Tiger, the late Payne Stewart, Jack Nicklaus, Bobby Jones. 3 times for Bobby Jones. And now Dustin Johnson, thanks to Jaime Diaz for his look back in that very candid one-on-one interview he did with Dustin Johnson leading into this week. Looking back at Chambers Bay, and now here he is leading by 1. Here we are at 12, second shot, Jason Day.
254 yards. Going with a 4-iron, bring well in range.
Left. Get left.
Ball below his feet, making it hard for him to turn it over. It's not a bad spot though with that front hole location. Back to 11.
Garci's little putt back up the hill for par. Remain within 3. And that's a good par. Birdie the first 2 holes. Hasn't made a bogey yet. Final round.
Been a disappointing day for Lee Westwood. That's been said before in a major championship. 6 over now.
8 over for the first 9 holes. Almost unexplainable how that can happen to somebody this good. But Oakmont's that hard. First 4 or 5 holes, he only hit 1 bad shot per hole. And just can't recover sometimes. You get so many chances, eventually your time runs out. Most top 3 finishes in majors without a win 9 times.
Sergio Garcia on that list. Colin Montgomery is here on property. Doug Sanders 6 times. Now Dustin Johnson for his par.
You know, I said at the start of the week that if Dustin Johnson were to be in this position, the position he's in right now, how excruciating will the walk be for Dustin Johnson? Can only imagine. There's some scar tissue in there. It's not always what you accomplish that matters. Sometimes it's what you overcome.
To 11.
Let's not forget about Brandon Grace. Another iron right over the top of the flag, expecting that to come back. It's only 4 back. Up on the 14th here. Jason Dufner to get him to level. Big swinging putt. So much break around these holes. The guys have to be so careful, and where they place their irons is so important.
Scott Piercy on the 12th. Yep. Playing as the easiest hole on the golf course today. And that is a great start. See that carry yardage in the green means he's in the top 10%. This needs to hold on though. Filtering down to the right. Hang up in the first cut. That rolled to some 60 to 70 yards after it hit. Back to 10.
Shane Lowry, who started this 4th round with a 4-shot lead.
No, don't need to kill that. It should be perfect. It should be perfect.
I was hoping that really.
Yes.
151 yards, plays about 6 yards down the hill. That's 145, and then you want to land it about 10 yards short of the green. About a 130-yard shot. $10 yards short of the hole. My mistake.
No. Well, we knew what you meant, Curtis. That ball stopped so fast, and it's hard to legislate for that, these guys. They know it's drying out. That ball stopped on a dime now. Difficult tee shot up the hill.
Freeze two! Dustin! Go!
Just an iron for Dustin Johnson, long enough to get it up the top of the hill. He's a 2-iron, he can hit some 265 yards. It might have been a 3.
Take a look at the leaderboard. Just past 6 o'clock in the East, Dustin Johnson. 1 shot out in front of Shane Lowry, who has let what was once a 4-shot lead slip away. Johnson with 2 birdies on the day, no bogeys. There's Jason Day, made the big move from tied for 45th yesterday to tied for 9th. He is 1 over for his round today. Andrew Landry is in the final pairing, but he is 7 over for this final round and 4 over for the championship. There's the low amateur. The only amateur to make the cut, John Rahm from Spain, from Arizona State. He'll get a medal at the 18th green for being the low amateur. Back to 11.
Yeah, Brandon Grace hit a beautiful 8-iron right over the flagstick. It's going straight downhill. He read that thing to go a little bit left to right, but it double crossed him, went right to left. He's played really well. He's had 1 birdie, 1 bogey, just very consistent.
He's far from out of it.
Back over here on 14, Duffner to clean up his par.
Yak.
That was a quick stroke. A short backswing.
Well, pressure can bust a pipe.
How about this putt for Shane Lowry?
Well, you call it a birdie putt, but that's about as good as close as he's going to get to making a birdie, unless he makes a roundhouse here. I think he could probably start at 7 or 8 feet to the right of the hole. We know it's downhill. Once again, it's all about speed. If it gets with any kind of speed around the hole, it's just no stopping it.
And as the pressure amps up here, you become more and more self-aware, and of course that's what you play for.
Well, you look at this statistic, the last 54-hole leader with a lead of 4 or more strokes, not to win Payne Stewart in 1998. Shane Lowry started this round with a 4-stroke lead. That is just for the United States Open.
Well, let's not forget Jordan Spieth had a 5-shot lead with 9 holes to go at the Masters.
Look where he's aimed.
Just hope and pray you get this right.
Sit.
Only 1 3-putt.
A lot of work left there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He's got work left for his par to stay within 1. A moment ago here at 12.
Well, we saw his approach shot come up a bit short. This dead wrist, but whole location right on the front. Maybe it is in. Jason Day with the 3rd eagle of the week at 12.
Well, he's got a couple birdie holes coming up. 14 for sure, and 17. And with his length, who knows? Good stuff.
You have to say he's had a lot of fun this week. Seen a lot of smiles on Jason's face.
Now Dustin's second shot here at 11.
From 148, this is an 8-iron. Brady really needs to carry it past this hole because it will have a lot of spin.
He did, Scott. Not coming back as much as he wanted. A similar
Yeah, it looked good to me.
to Brandon Grace.
I guess it's deep.
A chance to extend his lead to 2.
Oh, wow. It could have been that
As
deep. I
Lowry
barely
faces-
hit it.
A difficult
I can
putt on
see
10.
it right there.
Now at 10, Lowry for his par.
One of the toughest putts you can ever have. Downhill, very, very fast from left to right.
Six and a half feet. Well, it's hard to understand unless you've been here and seen what these greens are like. You just really have to take a deep breath. I love the fact that he's giving this a little lap around.
Zing, I liked what Jack Nicklaus said earlier. Every time he shows up at a place, here at the Open or Oakmont, the greens seem to be a little faster than the next time or the last time, and it comes a point of no return eventually.
Okay, that's a pretty gutsy effort right there. Now 2 behind Dustin Johnson.
And now off that hole out for Eagle.
You got which one you got? Yeah, I think that's the perfect club. Yeah, just good solid flight on it. Yeah, the 13. That's the one. Just a little short, little right here, buddy. Same as the other yesterday.
Playing 183 yards. There's a little bank to the right of the flag, and beyond it you could use to work the ball to the flag. If you go straight at it, it's 179 and 4, so not much landing area. It plays a little uphill, and the breeze is just zephyring in your face. And there's a rather large crowd anticipating something here. Marshall just moving behind him. He's teed up on the left side of the blocks.
Thank you.
So he's going to try and draw it in the little lads.
Came in with 7 wins in his last 18 starts on tour. He's the reigning PGA champion. 2 runner-up finishes and 5 previous U.S. Open appearances. 5 back. And number 1 on tour in putting. Birdie putt coming up for the world number 1.
Perfect shape, right to left to this left hole location. Does he have enough time? Are there enough holes left for Jason Day to catch Dustin Johnson?
Here he is on 11, and all he has to do now is stay mistake-free coming home, as if that's easy. Julie. Oh, I'm sorry, Scott.
Yeah, DJ's just got 12 feet 3 inches just coming down the hill. Lee Westwood had a very similar putt, so Dustin was able to get the speed. Very fast putt. Just kind of put it out a ball or two out to the right, just let it cruise on down.
So a lot of the players felt coming in that it wasn't necessarily going to be the best putter that played well at Oakmont, that you just couldn't fluke your way around here, and you certainly couldn't grumble your way around here. Dustin Johnson and Garcia and Piercy have all missed so many short putts so far this week, but they're right there.
Let's take a look at our Lexus Tracer. The tee shot at 10 with a 3-wood. Remember what's happened here today for Dustin Johnson. Right now, not just a 2-shot lead in the final round of the U.S. Open. He had a ball move on him on the green. No penalty stroke assessed. He did not cause the ball to move, therefore no penalty. Now he gets a drop because of that camera tower, and he goes right over it. And instead of a gnarly lie and heavy rough that Scott McCarron said he would have been hard-pressed to advance it more than 60 or 70 yards, he ends up on the fringe, 2 putts for a big par here at 10. Making the most of that opportunity and that drop after that drive down the left side into the heavy rough. And the lead is 2. To 11.
Now Lowry back up the hill here at 11.
Just a few critical tee shots to the right. Not this time.
He has the shape to help get him in this fairway more often than the cut. Now he's got to fight and claw these last 8 holes.
Now Jason Day for birdie at the par 3 13th.
Well, Joey's had a mighty long look at this one. It's a tricky one to read. He's left it under the hole, so it's uphill all the way. It looks to me as if the little shoulder of the bunker is going to turn it left to right. It may turn and straighten up as it gets by the hole side. It's one of those ones there's not much in it. It's difficult to see the line.
Is this guy any good? All right, now Jason Day getting a real taste now, U.S. Open pressure.
Paul, he's gone 76, 69, 66. And he's 2 under for this final round as he makes his way to 14. Tickets for the 2017 U.S. Open at Erin Hills in Wisconsin are now on sale. Visit usopen.com and click tickets for more information. We haven't seen Sergio for a while. This for birdie at 12.
Tied for 3rd, 3 shots back.
He'll stay there.
Lowry from the middle of the fairway here on 11.
That was from 141 back into a little breeze. Should help him stop it around the hole.
Don't spin. Stay there.
That is Jeff Hall talking to Dustin Johnson, and we will check in with David Fay. Thomas Pagel, who's the head of the rules for the USGA there as well.
Well, what I will assume, and I have to emphasize assume, is that they took a further look at that situation on the 5th hole. When he had his, and I'm going to assume that they thought when he had his putter to the side, that may have caused the ball to move. Again, Joe, as you've said, the key operative is, did the player cause the ball to move? Now, he did bring in the chairman of the rules committee, Mark Newell, who's the official with them, and Mark blessed everything. So if there is a penalty, it would be 1 stroke, and normally you would have to replace it if you caused it to move. But since he brought in the official, I can't possibly see, you can't put a second penalty stroke on the player. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to check with this group and find out what the situation is, because again, I'm making assumptions. I haven't heard any conversation.
Well, here it is.
Well, they must have watched it a lot. See if he grounds his club behind the ball. Sure didn't appear.
The grounding, though, isn't all. It isn't the be all and end all. If he took any action which is viewed as causing that ball to move by having that putter around the ball, then it would be, they would make a judgment of that, so that he caused the ball to move. That's the key phrase.
So we'll have David Fay go check on that, the former executive director of the United States Golf Association.
You saw Westwood's caddy, Billy, give him a pat on the back.
If that's the case, how do you shake that off? Let's go to the 12th, Piercy for birdie.
Well, this could be huge. Oh.
We have already made mention of the fact that Shane Lowry had a 1-stroke penalty assessed to him in his second round yesterday for that very thing, causing the ball to move while on the green after he placed his ball back down after marking it. We've not changed it on our scoreboard here yet. We're waiting to get official word. But if that is the case here at the par 5 12th, we'll see if Dustin Johnson can shake that off.
Boom shakalaka! Boom shakalaka! Get it! Come on, we're all going for it here.
That is just blasted.
Yeah, good job, man.
I guess the answer is so far so good. If that's the case for Dustin Johnson, that is pounded.
Oh, good day not to be a golf ball. That was ripped.
Saying that was 20 yards further than Jason Day's driving that hole. Now Lowry for birdie. Now back on the 14th hole, Jason Day with his iron, find the fairway here.
Hang on. You're fine, bud.
Yep, you just want to lay up here so you can give it a shot. This hole is back in the left.
Scott Piercy at 13. Piercy's just 2 shots back, maybe 1 shot back if there is a penalty on Dustin Johnson, and we're still checking on that to get the word.
Shane Lowry lining up his putt here now for par.
Everyone's walking off his club.
Curtis, can you tell what he's waiting for?
Well, Shane Lowry's been waiting right here. You come off the 12th tee, and the group in front and all the officials and volunteers are walking, so you let them pass.
.4 feet 4 inches.
Now Garcia on the par 3 13th.
This really fits his shot shape. Farther into the green he gets it, the more to the left it'll go. That one's going to be a good look for Sergio.
Let's go down to Scott McCarron. Scott?
Yeah, actually, as I was walking on the fairway, DJ came up to me and just said, they asked him, we're going to look at it after the round. So no more talk about it right now. They're just going to look at it after the round. DJ says there's no way I deem to move that ball, so I'm not even worried about it.
Well, that'd be a great way to think about that. Just kind of try to get that out of your mind. It's not in your hands. It's all about controlling the controllables at this point. And all you can control is your game.
Third shot here for Branden Grace.
Yeah, Joe, he had a beautiful, just a stinger forehand, just tried to chase it up there. Made a great putt there. Looks like he's got that to get to 2 under par.
Fourth shot for Daniel Summerhays. It's well played, and this has a chance.
Daniel Summerhays needed that. He has been leaking oil. Said 4 out of the last 5 holes have been bogeys, so that might turn him around a little bit.
Well, that gets him back to 2 over par for the championship. 4 over on his round.
Opportunity here for Scott Piercy.
He made a long putt on the previous hole. Got to give Piercy a lot of credit here because he was struggling mid-round yesterday, has held it together to this point. See this green here, how much it slopes right to left. Has he done it? Oh.
He'll stay 2 back. Grace for birdie.
Nice, pretty clean scorecard there.
Well, DJ's Made 3 pars on the 12 thus far. Only 1 birdie this week on the par 5s.
They say this a 4-iron for 253. Just headed out to the right.
If I'm DJ, I got to feel like, what do I got to do to win one of these major championships? For what happened at Whistling Straits at the PGA. Now this hanging over his head the rest of the 9. Ahead to 13.
Birdie putt for Sergio Garcia. Two back.
Can you hear me now? What a good putt for Sergio. Oh boy. Been a long time since the scissor kick, but Sergio still a major factor.
Now to 14.
Jason Day's lengthy birdie putt after a weak approach.
Yeah, he just pushed it out a little bit. I was expecting to drift on the breeze and get a fraction more draw. The ball was on a little upslope, but safe. And now he's left himself a swift putt with quite a big swing from right to left. There's a little knoll in the green and he's just on the left edge of it. So he's got to sort of putt over the edge of the ant mound, then it slips down the other side. Pretty quick round the hole.
Better part of 37 feet, 7 inches. Boy, Pat Ken, you called that right. It was so fast. And a great touch there for Day. It birdied that hole twice in the last 2 rounds.
New baller.
Now Lowry on the 12th tee, going for a new ball.
And what a tough tee shot it is. This whole fairway, all the way from tee to green, slopes severely from left to right.
Well, he's doing a good job of hanging in there, guys. Just got to carry that right-hand bunker. From this tee, it's only going to be about 260 yards, though. Should not be in play, and it's downhill 10 yards. He has got that driver on cruise control. Nice high draws every time.
That's big down there, Steve.
Watch this ball. It might filter all the way over to the first cut. Amazing just how much slope there is in these fairways.
He just might have a go at it.
That's kind of unfortunate up against that first cut like that, but good tee shot nonetheless. Up to 14.
Garcia on the tee here at 14. Perfect shot to hit off this tee. Cut up the right side so you can have the flattest area to hit from and approach with the best angle.
Brandon Grace at 13. 3 back.
Lift. Lift.
Oh. That'll be fast.
Dustin now on his 3rd shot.
Yeah, Steve, and I'll tell you what, there's not a very good lie. He's going to be looking at someone 10 yards left of the green, trying to use the slope. He'll kick it down to the right. If you can get this anywhere just on the front of the green or just below the hole, it'd be a great shot.
Trying to manage the ball out of this rough. It's a little bit like dropping a ball in your tennis shoe and trying to get a clean contact with it.
Man, that's it!
He's got to play it defensively. Not a good shot to get it on the green. Just hard to manage the distance that's going to come out of that rough. He left it underneath the hole, so he's got a decent look. Can't help to think he's just got a lot racing through his mind right now. Not knowing exactly where he stands. 115.
That driving iron for Jason Day at 15.
Just trying to whip it over the top of the hill. This fairway tilts a lot from left to right. So slightly safety first one.
Good tee shot there by Day. Back to 12.
Dustin lining up his birdie at 12.
Yeah, just inside 17 feet. Steve, this putt's going to be moving left to right. But again, he's left himself just below the hole. He's got a good opportunity for birdie. And I got to tell you, Steve, that lie was not very good. He did a good job just to get it on the green.
Yeah, that's what it appeared. Pretty good shot he hit. To make this, is this ball going to basically be going dead to the right at the end?
This ball will be moving pretty good left to right. But again, putting back uphill.
Well, we've said that all day. Dustin Johnson's had these uphill putts. And that's not easy at Oakmont.
Yeah, but Paul, I'd certainly be rather putting the uphill than downhill all day.
Better believe it. I say not easy. It's not easy to get the uphillers. I asked Jack if he tried to get uphillers at Oakmont, and he said he didn't feel like that the greens would allow that.
For potentially a 3-shot lead.
No, you go. Good shot. You sure? Yeah.
Westwood, a real professional, just trying to get out of the way. A few words of encouragement to Dustin Johnson there. After the official came to Dustin and told him there may or may not be a penalty.
He ends up that close to a birdie here at 12. And now we welcome you back inside our booth. Jeff Hall from the United States Golf Association is with us. Jeff, first of all, thank you for stopping by. What exactly did you tell Dustin Johnson when we saw you talking to him here at 12?
Well, we told Dustin that we reviewed the situation with his par putt on hole 5, and that after looking at the video, the actions that he took could very well have caused the ball to move, that the onus might be on the player in that situation. But we asked him, is there some other reason that the ball could have moved? And he didn't necessarily state another reason, but he said, I don't believe that I caused the ball to move. So it was pretty clear at that point that we wanted to make sure we showed Dustin, give Dustin the opportunity to look at it when he finished, but we put him on notice that based on what we saw, the actions could very well lead to a penalty stroke, so that he can play the last 6 holes with that possibility, so that he's fully informed.
And that's the reason why you told him here at 12 as opposed to waiting for it at the end of his round.
That's correct. We thought that was the only thing we could do.
Why don't we take a look at it with you, Jeff, and we'll try to blow it up. Obviously, this is not the official look.
Right, and in this situation, the ball's in play. He had sold the putter once, took a couple of practice swings, as you're seeing here. He soles the putter again, lifts it, and the ball tumbles. And the rules suggest that when the player is that proximate to his golf ball and the ball moves that proximately to the actions that he took, we have to ask the question, could something else have caused the ball to move? Because this could very well be what caused the ball to move.
The penalty would be
1 stroke.
Would be 1 stroke.
Right, in this situation.
And so I would imagine then after hearing you now that you're going to, I think you're leaning towards deeming that what else could have caused it to move but Dustin Johnson then?
Well, that's certainly what we saw when we looked at the video, but we think it's only fair that, one, that we notify Dustin so he can adjust his strategy accordingly, and also give him every opportunity to see what we saw at the end of the round.
We'll watch his shot here at 13. Right now leading by 2.
Not want to miss this left. Man, that's going to be tough.
And I guess the final question, and we'll let you get back to work out on the golf course, Jeff, is what then would be the difference? Because we saw Shane Lowry incur a 1-stroke penalty for similar action at 16 in his second round yesterday early.
You know, honestly, I did not see that particular video, but in talking with Thomas and others, he readily said, I caused the ball to move. So at that point in time, there's not much of a conversation to have. I caused the ball to move. So the question then was, what do I do? I caused the ball to move. What do I do with the ball? Do I play it as it lies? Do I replace it? And our official handled that.
But in this case, you've got a player who says, I didn't cause the ball to move, at least to this point.
Yeah, and then the conversation that he had with our referee, that was the dialogue that went on. But as we looked at the video, we have some concerns. And then, again, that's why we wanted to put Dustin on notice that there could be a problem.
Couldn't it simply be just on an uneven piece of grass?
That's certainly a consideration, and the rules of golf contemplate that. But again, at this point in the middle of the round, we're not going to take Dustin to go look at it, and we don't want to agonize over it, and he needs to keep playing golf.
Is this just going to be like a book of decisions, or is this you just going to get together and make a decision?
Well, I think there's pretty clear a decision on this that points us into the direction we're obviously that was not the time to take out the decisions book and have Dustin go through that with us. We simply wanted to ask the poignant question: was there something else that caused the ball to move? And we didn't get past that.
Right.
His answer to that question was, I don't know.
He was very convinced that he didn't cause the ball to move, but again, the wording in the decision, I think, I'm not sure that he would necessarily, or many people would be that familiar with that particular text. But when the rule was rewritten, it was presented in a way that, we took out the address part so that the rule's been improved in many ways, and it's all about, did the player's actions cause the ball to move? And the decision, I think, suggests that could be the case. Could be the case.
Jeff, thank you. While we were talking to Jeff Hall, second shot for Shane Lowry here at the par 5.
Well below his feet. Hard to hit the ball solid like that.
And he comes up short of the bunker, short right.
Not a bad leave, though.
Let's be clear about one thing. It's never easy, is it? It's never easy.
We are reminded of that constantly in this game and many others. This to get to within 1. Scott Piercy walks it past the hole. Second shot here at 15 for Jason Day.
Can't believe it.
Now Dustin Johnson, our leader, at 13.
In the bunker, he's got an uphill bunker lie. It's not that difficult. Just got to get on the green and let it work the hole.
Oh, that upslope there made all the difference. Well played.
To 14.
Sergio's par putt here on 14. Mike Duffner left it short. A lot of uphill there from the left side of the hole here at the 14th.
Shane Lowry looking straight up at the hole. A lot of movement out here, waiting for the spectators to settle down a little bit.
Yeah, Steve, he's getting a little agitated, though. You know, he went from a 4-shot lead, now he's chasing. And it's tough enough to just change gears, become more aggressive. Now the little things are starting to bother him.
He actually appears to be waiting for him to putt on 13 green. Now he's ready.
Not a difficult shot. All depends on how cleanly he can get the club on the back of the ball.
Well, he's got a good eye on it. Did we see another one? That's well played. So we're not sure if that gets him within one or he's tied for the lead.
Steve, I wonder if he knows what's going on up in front of him.
Well, I think, guys, that's a fair question.
Sure
you know,
is.
when we talked to Jeff Hall, he said they're alerting Dustin Johnson so that he's aware of what's happening and what he could incur at the end of the round in order for him to play accordingly down the stretch. Well, then the question is, do those chasing Dustin Johnson know that that's hanging out there in the balance potentially for DJ?
Well, if I was Shane Lowry, I would want to know, yes.
Better believe it. Just so you know, Dustin Johnson's the only player to get up and down from that bunker all day. But no question about it, everybody should be informed here that has a chance to win the tournament that Dustin may be one shot worse. David Fay, do you have any idea? Can you ask that question for us?
I can pass on that comment because you're right. I mean, in stroke play, competitors, that's what should have an understanding of what's going on the golf course. They're not necessarily entitled to it, but in this case, they're all in that same area.
And also, if that ball he deemed not to cause it to move, or did cause it to move, isn't he supposed to replace it?
Well, the reason he wouldn't get the second stroke, if they decide to penalize him, is because he brought in the official, Mark Newell, who's the chairman of the Rules of Golf Committee, and based on that conversation, it's impossible for him to have replaced it because he was told to play it from its new position.
So normally he would have to replace it if he did.
I mean, when you move your ball, you replace it when you cause your ball to move.
Here's Piercy for par at 14. He stays 3 under, 2 back. And a good sand save for Dustin Johnson at 13 as he goes to the par 4, capturing today's championship at 1,500 feet in the air is the MetLife Blimp, proudly supporting the game and over 40,000 small businesses.
I think it's important here that, there's no intent here for anybody to break a rule. And this is going to be a decision that somebody's going to have to make, whether they rewrote the rule in a way that's forced a decision to be made. You know, as players, I mean, we want to defend the player there. I don't know what he actually did. I love Brad's question. But, this is a can of worms here. And I think it's important that these players all know. And the reality is somebody's going to make a decision here.
All the referees and all the groups out on the golf course have been notified.
Well, that's important.
And Paul, there's one thing, whatever decision is going to be made, it's going to be against someone, and they're not going to like it.
Well, there's no winner, is there? Yep.
Well, you can see his sliced shot into the right rough there, and since he's been warned there on the 12th tee, he's hit some bad shots. He hit that loose iron into 12, the pull on number 13. Now he skins one over to the right. This has got to unsettle anybody, especially with his track record here the last few years in the majors. Solace here is he's got some green to work with from that right side and the angle that he's coming in.
A look down the 13th, the par 3. Shane Lowry is 1 back. With an asterisk.
Well, like the last 2 afternoons, guys, this is absolutely ideal weather. 13 today playing 183, probably 2 or 3 up, so 186. Play here is just short, right of the hole location.
Shane Lowry, who just got married the week after the Masters, his wife Wendy, came in ranked 41st in the world. Won at Firestone in 2015. He won the Irish Open as an amateur in 2009. Portugal Masters in 2012. Turned pro after that Irish Open win. These will be the biggest swings of his career.
Stay in the air. Go!
He too finds the bunker.
It might actually stay in the grass, and it did.
Just held up in that thick rough.
Nobody's getting up and down from that bunker but DJ, and that little upslope there might help Shane. He knows. It's degrees and inches.
Up ahead at 15, Scott Piercy.
Piercy has really collected himself and is hitting one good shot after another.
Now 16.
Jason Day on the tee. What a well-controlled, in-balance golf swing for Jason. Just maybe a club short. Might not stay up. No, it's not going to. Back to 14.
Brandon Grace's chip shot from pin high. Flag out. A little aggressive there, and that is not going to be an easy putt for par.
Now Sergio Garcia at 15.
Oh boy. He will not be able to play to the green from there unless that ball hopped up into the grass. And even then he may not be able to.
Dustin Johnson leading by 1, but he's been talked to by the official that he may incur a 1-shot penalty for activity on the 5th green. So that is hanging over the finish here at Oakmont Country Club, the 116th United States Open Championship. Shane Lowry started this final round with a 4-shot lead. He now trails by 1. Piercy 2 back. Sergio 3 back. Same for Brandon Grace, and here he is for par at 14.
Yeah, I'm sure after that chip, this is not the putt he wanted to leave himself, but 6 foot, a little right to left. He's still not done.
Back to 13.
Lie is not terrible, but it's sitting down enough. It's just a little flop on the green. It'll chase right to the hole. Not a difficult shot, just he's got to get the speed up at impact. And he quit right on it. Simple shot on Tuesday and Wednesday. Hard shot Sunday of the U.S. Open.
Hard to see. It's right behind the flag stick there. So he has work left for his par. It is strange to watch these last holes unfold, not really knowing As we've found the ball for Sergio Garcia, that is just buried up in the front here in the mini version of the church pews.
Oh, that's a terrible, terrible break. Because he's in the hazard, he doesn't have to identify the ball. There's no threat here of hitting the wrong ball.
Actually, he has to identify the ball.
No, I'm sorry, my bad about that. That's right. If he can't play that, he's got to drop that ball in the bunker.
Or go back to where he played the last shot from outside the bunker. But the other two options would be, within 2 club lengths, or keeping the point where the ball is between himself and the hole and dropping back in the bunker.
Again, as they look at that, we don't have a definitive feel or knowledge of what the leaderboard looks like truly. I mean, right now it says that Johnson is leading by 1, but we don't really know until the round is over and a decision is made as to whether he's assessed a 1-shot penalty or not.
And what other sport will wait till the end of the competition to make a ruling? This is ridiculous in my opinion.
Jason Day from the front of the green. Almost 90 feet away, and that is a heroic effort to get it within 5 feet for his par.
Joe, it's just very clear that these greens have been rolled, triple cut. This can happen. They're not all perfectly even surfaces, and I think they owe the USGA. They need to tell Dustin Johnson here. Here's his second shot. See if he can hold on.
Finds the front of the green here at 14
with a really, really tough putt.
Now Lowry here at the par 3. This for par. Trying to stay 1 back at the moment.
6 feet straight up the hill. Keep your speed up, give it a good whack.
Oh, clutch putt.
Interesting finish to say the least right now. It's Dustin Johnson by 1. Final round, U.S. Open.
Dustin Johnson's birdie putt here on 14. The whole world is pulling for this guy right now. Now back on the tee.
The United States Golf Association will address this with us later and again give us more, but let's look at tweets that are rolling in. Social media is blowing up. Cell phones are busy. Rory McIlroy, this is ridiculous. No penalty whatsoever for DJ. Let the guy play without this crap in his head. Amateur hour from at USGA. Jordan Spieth weighs in. Let me get this straight. DJ doesn't address it. It's ruled that he didn't cause it to move. Now you tell him he may have. Now this is a joke. And then you've got Ricky Fowler. He's with the previous 2. So we'll bring it in here. 2 guys who have competed in a United States Open Championship. Paul Azinger and Brad Faxon. Before we talk to these 2, we're going to bring in Curtis Strange, who has an update. Curtis?
Well, talk to my colleague Rich Beam over here with Sky Sports. they have the information that they have let all other players know that there is a situation and there could be, stroke penalty. So they do know, and I'm assuming Shane Lowry knows as well.
So now I'll get your opinion on what is hanging over the end of this championship because of that conversation that was had moments ago right behind us at the teeing ground at 12.
Well, it's terribly hard for all of us, and it's mainly because of the uncertainty of it. And for Dustin Johnson to have that in his head makes it so difficult, and for Lowry and Piercy to know. And I mean, it sounded like Jeff Hall to me like they've already made the decision that it's going to be a penalty.
It sure does. And I'm fired up. I think it's really unfair to Dustin because they asked him right away. They almost, they have to take his word for it that he didn't cause it to move. And look at all the bad shots all the other players have all hit all of a sudden. Sergio hit a big hook there. Lowry hit it in the bunker on 13. None of them know what's going on.
It's important now that the players somehow get this out of their head and realize now, if ever there was a one shot at a time game, it's this moment to play one shot at a time.
But if you're Dustin Johnson, okay, you're leading. You've never won a major. You're going into a stretch here where, take the 17th hole, for example. How do you play it? Are you aggressive? Do you lay back? Are you needing a birdie? Can par serve you well? You don't know, because right now you're leading by one, but maybe you're not, because you're going to get a penalty shot added to your score at the end of your round.
Well, they need to make a decision on this decision, and they should make it sooner than later.
But I'm just saying, right at this point, you can only control the controllables as a player. You've got to get back in the moment somehow. This is where the mental battle is probably the greatest it could possibly be for these guys. And the guys with a chance to hoist that trophy have got to get their act together mentally and just pull it together somehow. It's a shame that this is what it is. We're all frustrated by it. I imagine the viewers are frustrated by it probably as much or more than we are. But these players, the task at hand is the moment right now for Dustin Johnson.
We heard the explanation from David Fay. I know there are differing opinions out there, but the penalty would be one shot. They brought the rules official in. They continued on.
Come on.
And Dustin Johnson cannot get his par putt to fall here at 14. So he'll give one back. So that hangs over it. We'll get back to calling golf and leave that to wade through when the time is right. But it's there as we watch these finishing holes here at Oakmont.
As if the mental battle's not hard enough for these guys. Now, this is something that's, unheard of in sports, really. Flesh was in the break. When are you going to take the home run away in the fourth inning? It's like, it's hard. It's hard for all of us. So let's just see how these guys handle it.
Here is Piercy at 15 for birdie and a share of the lead. Can't get it to fall. Right now it's Johnson and Lowry tied at the top at 4 under. So Shane Lowry is tied for the lead now in the fairway at 14.
Now Jason Day on the penultimate hole here with driver. How good would a 2 be here right now? That was so close. It's the face of the big mouth bunker, but still the correct side to miss it on this green. Back to 15.
Piercy now for par.
He's got to have this. So clutch for Piercy. What a nice, clean scorecard that is. Just the opposite of yesterday when he started off double bogey, bogey.
Andrew Landry, 8 over today.
It's hard when a guy's in the last group and he drops out so quickly like this to show him, but here's another look. Steady. Okay.
Landry will take a lot from this.
Like a low field shot. It's almost like shot you play at home. There's 130. 130 is hopefully better. Okay, that does.
Might be his best chance coming in to make birdie. 131. Just careful not to spin it off the left side of the screen.
All the players failing to take advantage of this short hole. Nobody's hit a good iron shot in here in a long time.
You know, I figure most of the people watching this play golf. Imagine, put yourself in these players' heads right now. How would you deal with this?
Well, here's Dustin Johnson at 15. Back in 2010, part of the career resume of DJ. He's been Mr. Almost of late. PGA Whistling Straits had a one-shot lead heading into the final hole. He bogeyed the final hole, grounded his club in a bunker, thought it was a waste area, assessed a two-shot penalty after the round, and that kept him out of a playoff with Bubba Watson and Martin Kaymer. Kaymer ended up winning. Here he is at the tough par 4 15th.
Oh my God! Yeah! Hi, DJ! Hey, boy, DJ!
I think we've all played rounds of golf. I just need to catch a good lie there to have any chance of reaching the green. But I think we've all played rounds of golf at this level professionally, where we had something looming over our head like a possible penalty after the round, where you know you just had to go to that book of decisions. Did you ground your club? Did you move a loose impediment? And, of course, this is all magnified times 100 here.
Have you seen anything in that video that tells you that Dustin Johnson caused that ball to move?
I didn't. I mean,
I sure didn't.
But you never know. It's down to the decisions now, and so.
While Lowry looks at this putt, which is for birdie and the lead. See if he'll step into it. And it looks like he will here at 14. So we'll stay right here. Nope. Maybe not.
He's got to get this just right.
Now look at Jason Day. This is the big mouth bunker we've talked so much about earlier. Look how deep that sucker is. Now Larry's still looking. It's getting important now.
This is a bunker shot that you could hold. He's got a nice lie. I know he's got to whip it up quite high, but he's got some landing area. In the first sort of third he's landing in, it's slightly up the slope, and it couldn't get away from him.
Yeah, Ken, the guys that hit it in this bunker are getting up and down close to 50% of the time. This shot is for eagle, remember. Gain 2 shots if he holds it.
Certainly got a chance.
Now he's in real trouble. Can't get up and down from that bunker unless you make a big putt. Surprising from Jason there. Now back to 14. Lowry's finally getting ready to putt. "27 feet. 10 feet of break. And another putt, you got to putt outside the hole.
I mean, how are you thinking here? Am I tied for the lead? Am I 1 shot ahead?
Look at that face on him right now, Zing.
It's brutal out here right now on these players.
Scott Piercy on the 16th tee.
Go hard, baby. Go hard.
Got to clear that front. False front there, and it's not going to do it. Going to roll back right where Jason Day was. Brutal hole.
Now Day from a harder shot now.
It's not the first time he's left the ball in the bunker this week.
It's not the first time somebody has played 17 on a Sunday at a U.S. Open at Oakmont and struggled.
Well, there's already been 2 double bogeys here and 2 others. Hard to imagine the drama here in this 312-yard par 4. Now it's 4th, and no easier.
Again, you're sort of goaded into trying the almost impossible. Flip it up very quickly, no green to land it on.
There goes his chances. Whatever they were coming in here are now gone. Now Lowry. Can he handle this one?
Well, the later in the day, the tougher these become.
Oh.
Worst putt of it all week.
You know, you haven't seen him do that all week long. Sunday afternoon, they're not easy.
Second shot again, Dermo.
That's the second shot error as much as the putt. Like he just said. And all of a sudden seems very disorganized here at Oakmont.
I'll say, talking to Dermot, his caddy, you could hear him talk about his second shot, Dermo. That's what cost him there. Now it's Brandon Grace for birdie at 15.
Oh, that would have gotten him within 1, maybe 2.
Boy, he has missed some putts here. Last handful of holes could be a much different story for Brandon Grace. Now to 16.
There we are with Scott Piercy. You saw his ball come back off that. Jesus, about a 5-foot rise on the front of the green. Now this close to 90 feet. So hard to judge the pace. 16's only given up 1 birdie today. Back to 15.
Second shot. Dustin Johnson. Able to run that past the hole, showing his strength out of that heavy rough. Dustin at the 2009 U.S. Open at Bethpage Black. He was stepping in to hit a shot. The pressure of his step made the ball move. He called a penalty on himself. Finished tied for 40th, so again, has that ruling hanging over him. Here's Garcia at 16.
Tough spot there, about 10 feet below the level of the green. He's going to have, you see there, solid 12 feet to save his par. Big time to make a putt, Sergio. Now to 18.
Zach Johnson. This for the first birdie at 18 in this round. Nice way to walk away.
Puts him in the top 10, Joe.
By far his best finish at a U.S. Open. Two-time major champion. Back to the tee at 15 and Shane Lowry.
Well, he's really got to collect himself. Just 3 putt in the last hole. And here he is on the toughest hole on the golf course. Or one of the toughest holes on the golf course. Blind tee shot. Fairway slopes a lot from left to right. Church pews on the left.
Beautiful drive by Lowry here at 15.
Sergio, you saw his bunker shot. Can he convert? How many edges has Sergio hit this week? Look no farther than that putter. That has held him back this week and possibly his entire career. Back over on 15. Look at that gallery, some 30,000 strong out here today. All week, for that matter.
It's kind of strange. None of them know what's going on. I'll guarantee you that. Having a blast, but they don't know what we know.
Well, in this day and age with social media, with texting and all that stuff, I would imagine it's started to spread its way across these spectators. Dustin looking at this birdie putt at 15 after driving it in the rough. Again, not knowing exactly where he stands. As we have it right now, he leads by 1 with the ruling to come at the end of his round, and it's like an NFL team in the fourth quarter not knowing if they're leading, trailing, or tied. It affects the way you play. But I know for you, Paul, if you're Dustin Johnson, you can't let it affect you as hard as that may be.
If you want to be a great player, you have to learn to control the controllables. You can't control the bad bounces. You can't control, stupid people making dumb comments during the round. And, you just get in your zone, do what you can do, one shot at a time. It's been made as difficult as it could possibly be to stay in your own little world.
Good putt. To 16.
Scott Piercy left himself a solid 10 feet. Just saw Sergio's putt. Just a bit too easy. That won't be the last bogey at 16, possibly today. See that first bogey in the last 24 holes for Scott. Some good playing.
Just before that, this was Day's putt for bogey. A great try, but he walks away with a 6 here on the 17th. Unbelievable. Out of the 16th.
Talked about Brandon Grace and where he stood tied for the lead at 16 last year at Chambers Bay, and then he blocked his tee shot at the drivable par 4 out of bounds right. And here he is, 3 shots back.
C16 just moved back to the second most difficult hole today. Just 1 birdie. Hard to really take on that whole location over there in the back right. You got to cover that bunker. If you miss it just a bit, that is the last place you want to be.
Yeah, Steve, he's going with the 4-iron right here and just going to try to cut it in there a little bit.
He's going to have to carry the longest part of the bunker, and he does not do that. That is some of the longest, clumpiest rough at Oakmont. I walked over there earlier in the week, and it is really thick. All depends on his lie.
Looks like a pitch just front edge on the
Back to 15.
This doesn't look like much, but it's 4 feet 4 inches. Man, that took a long time to get there. The camera angle made it look so short. You know, Dustin in his head, I think he doesn't believe he's going to be penalized. So in his head, he's probably pretty secure that he's sitting steady at 4 under par.
We're just past 7:15 in the East. If you're just joining us, here's what we're talking about. Back at 5 earlier in this final round, Dustin Johnson with a couple of practice strokes set his putter behind the ball. The ball moved.
No, he didn't set his putter behind the ball. He put it behind.
Correct.
Set would have meant.
But as David Fay has said, that's really almost irrelevant now. It's really, did he cause the ball to move? He has said no, David Fay, and as we look at it, it hasn't moved yet, and the putter is in the air behind the ball when the ball rolls just a little bit.
Well, here's the operative, in my opinion, the operative sentence in the decision that Jeff Hall was talking about, and it reads as follows. If the weight of evidence indicates that it is more likely than not that the player caused the ball to move, even though that conclusion is not free from doubt, the player incurs the penalty. And that's always been the case in the game of golf. Now, the modification to this particular ball at rest move, in the new language that says that you have to consider each case on its own merits. For example, can wind blow it? That's something new. We saw earlier today that Romain Wattel, same situation somewhat on the second hole, but they considered all the evidence and concluded there was no penalty. It is, I hate to say it, it is a tough situation. I think the one question that might be asked is, if you gathered this doubt, if you knew about this doubtful situation sometime shortly after the play of hole 5, why did it take so long? As a player, do you want to know that there's a potential doubtful situation sooner rather than later?
All right, let's get back to 15. Shane Lowry's second shot.
67, ball below his feet, should create a little fade, which is what you want here. Flag stick front right. Oh, not a good shot.
And just to finish the story, for those who are just tuning in, all that happened, and then at the tee at 12, members of the USGA came up to Dustin Johnson and said they're going to review that, what happened on the 5th green after the round, and he may still incur a penalty. Right now, he leads by 1. While he waits at 16. Back at 15, it's Shane Lowry for birdie and a share of the lead.
And another very, very fast putt.
Now to 17.
Scott Piercy, second shot out of the big mouth bunker. He's got a chance here with a good shot. Got it to stop. Now a birdie to get him to 3 under. What a round he's got going late in the day. Back to 16.
We will be commercial free through the end of this final round. From here on, here's Grace for bogey.
He had a lot of trouble there to the right of the green. Ball did not come out of that lie very well. See, he gives another one back.
For a reset, Dustin Johnson leading by 1 as he waits at the tee of the par 3 16th. Shane Lowry is right behind him, and he has a par putt at 15. Scott Piercy is 2 back. Jim Furyk is in the clubhouse with a 66, his best round of this championship. He is 1 under par and 3 back. See the other names? A lot of finished rounds. Lee Westwood, it's been a struggle today. 10 over. 8 over for the championship. And here is the par try for Shane Lowry.
Huge putt to stay within 1 of the lead.
Wow. Everybody's coming a little bit unglued. Suddenly, if there is a penalty, Dustin Johnson would be 3 under, and Furyk in the clubhouse only 2 back.
Here we are now. DJ on the tee.
4 from 239 yards, Steve. This is on a really good line.
That's half as good as it looks. It might be the shot of the tournament. Should come back a little bit. Well, got through that ridge. Probably going to be standing on those sprinkler heads.
Tell you what, DJ could end all the speculation with a birdie or 2 to close. Then none of this will matter.
That would eliminate any controversy. Right now it's Piercy for birdie at 17.
This is to get him within 1 shot. I don't think he imagined at the start of the week he'd have a putt this important. So agonizingly close.
Well, I say that because he really didn't like the course when he first got here. Spent a little time with Scott. He was a little bit in grumble mode, but boy, has his game come together this week.
Now for par, Jason Day here at 18. Some flashes from Jason Day.
There is no photography allowed. Thank you.
Someone must be sensitive.
You see Shane Lowry here at 16. Dustin Johnson is over the green here at 16. Shane Lowry started this final round 4 shots in the lead. The moment he trails by 2. And these final 3 holes here at Oakmont, front and center, Joe Buck, Paul Azinger, and Brad Faxon. And this has got such an odd feel to the ending of this U.S. Open.
I've never experienced anything quite like this. It makes me wonder, maybe, you know, I think the USGA probably regrets that they said anything at all. Maybe that they just didn't just wait till the end. And but it's a tough call, isn't it, Brad? Whether you let the guy know or not. You know, Scott McCarron in the break was saying, "Hey, look, if the guy said he didn't cause it to move on the PGA Tour, the PGA Tour official would have said, hey, then no penalty." And it's not an intent issue. It's just really hard to know how they're going to decide whether or not he caused that ball to move.
Well, how about this? How about if they took the other side and say, yeah, we're going to assess him. What if they told him then? I think it would have been better off getting the 1-shot penalty and knowing.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the uncertainty of where we sit here down the stretch, and that factors right into strategy. You know, when you've got a short par 4 at 17, the difficult par 4 at 18. Right now, these guys are trying to negotiate this long par 3 at 16. Well, it is interesting to see how this is going to end. Obviously, Dustin Johnson renders all this moot if he were to stay clear of the field by 2. It wouldn't matter. But if you're Shane Lowry, you're right there, and you started your day 4 shots in the lead, and he's hoping for something big here down the stretch to close the gap, which is 2.
Well, let's just say worst case scenario, Dustin Johnson's 1 shot ahead. Worst case scenario for Dustin Johnson, that is.
And Dustin Johnson hit such a beautiful shot in here at 16. Who else is going to hold it on this green if he can't?
This for bogey. Day 2 over for the championship, the #1 player in the world. Could not get around that 76 in round 1.
A heck of a run by world #1. Bunker game let him down this week.
Another ruling here for Dustin Johnson, but this one more straightforward. We can confirm that.
As long as you're not on that, if you are, you can. So where are you thinking?
Switch on there.
Right there is probably good. Okay.
I didn't really think about whether I wanted to drop this. That ball, where he does
I'm not
drop.
going to do anything yet. I just want to see. And you realize you
The lie's not that bad.
It can roll up to 2 clubs.
Actually, you got to always drop this. You can put it over there.
That's good.
Well, what I was starting to say is we have confirmed with the USGA they will look at it immediately after the round.
As far as it rolling back and sitting up against the, I think it's definitely a possibility that it could.
Yeah, I'm gonna just play it.
Well, that's what I was thinking. The risk here, if you like your lie at all, if you drop and it rolls back down into the hay.
And Paul, that's a good call, because where he was going to drop it, it could easily have rolled right back against that collar. Then he would have had nothing. So I think it's a good play just to leave it where it is. The lie is okay. A very difficult shot, because he's got to get it up, carry it about maybe 2 or 3 paces on this green. But it all runs away after the hole. So very, very delicate little chip.
Well, Scott, I think you make a very good point, because right here, it really goes downhill, and you can't tell this from the television view. It looks kind of flat.
Got to sit softly. As Scott said, ball hole runs away from him right there. The green's going to be very difficult to keep it short of the hole. You know, my only thought about what we saw earlier with DJ is when he put that putter behind the ball and did not ground his club, it rolled backwards. If he had done anything to influence the ball, wouldn't it have gone forward? So if he didn't touch it, to me, gravity is what made that ball roll backwards. I don't see how he did anything to influence the ball to go away from the hole. It's just my thought.
I think a lot of people are in your school of the thought on that one.
Let's go to 18.
Scott Piercy in trouble here in the bunker on the left side, but still in it.
Yeah, so I feel like more like an explosion, you think?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, 100 is our max. If it comes out a little left.
This difficult par 4, It's typically played as the toughest hole here during U.S. Open Championships. Not so this week, but tough nonetheless. Here is Johnson at 16.
So not to get ahead of ourselves, but what happened at Whistling Straits to Dustin on the final hole with an official coming up and having the controversy? It's probably going to be the same dynamic when he walks off 18 today of what the plan's going to be. But this, 9 feet 7 inches, straight back up the hill. See if he can make that accelerating stroke he made on the first hole today. That takes some guts. Great putt. There's just a look of determination in his eye right now. And I think he echoes what you guys are saying. If he can get to the 18th hole by 2, it won't make a difference. Heads to 17 with a 2-shot lead.
Guys, the game plan has changed with Dustin Johnson here in these rounds at 17. He said initially it was going to be layup. We saw him take out a driver. We'll see when we get back.
Shane Lowry on the tee. What a tough situation this is you're in now. 2 shots back. I think you have to take just about dead aim, but how do you stop it around the hole? It's a 4-iron.
Everybody we've seen fly over the right green side bunker hasn't been able to stop it. Shot needs to work left to right. That's some fit Shane Lowry shot shape. Just a popular spot. It's where he has to hit it.
Now up at the 17th green. Brandon Grace for birdie. And he makes it. To get to 1 under. You never know if he birdies the last. Now DJ and Scott McCarron, what did he tell us in the practice round?
He told me and you that he's never hitting driver here, but
never.
He waited about 5 minutes to decide yesterday to hit. Went ahead and hit it, and he hit 3-wood again yesterday too. So I think it's a good play.
And granted, Scott, it was very dry in the practice rounds. Then it got wet, so he did hit it one day, and now he's got the big stick out. And does he need this much?
Well, there's a little bit of breeze, just slightly back into his face, just out of the right. So I think driver's a good play here.
And at all costs, he has to keep it right in the flagstick.
Stay right there.
It's on a good line. Well, he's got to hit a better bunker shot than Jason Day, but that is a very good leave for Dustin Johnson.
Back at 18, Scott Piercy's 3rd shot.
Now Westwood with the driver.
Slide over to the tee here at 18. Brandon Grace.
Marcus coming off a nice birdie on number 17. Just got to keep this up the left side. It looks like it's headed right.
It's right where Jim Furyk hit it, even a little right of Furyk. 18, no easy birdie chance today, playing the hardest hole in the final round.
Well, not out of bounds, but a block to the right when he needed a great drive like a year ago at Chambers Bay on 16. Back to 16.
Shane Lowry for birdie.
Steve from 35 feet down the hill. And all I can think about right now is Larry Nelson making it back in 1983 from this position.
Well, he made that putt.
Lowry can't duplicate Nelson. And he'll have to tap that in for his par, more than a tap. That roar in the background's got to be for Dustin Johnson making his way up 17. We'll go up there with him.
It's pretty unbelievable. The player who's driven it the longest all week has to worry about his ball moving backwards a millimeter.
Well, he just drove it into that big mouth bunker short right here on 17. And I'll tell you, if he's worried about that potential penalty stroke being assessed, he isn't showing it.
He could end all concerns here if he can get this up and down.
And Paul, he's 4 out of 7 up and downs out of bunkers this week.
And Scotty, it gets worse. He's ranked 149th in sand saves this year. In the second round, he hit it in big mouth and didn't get it up and down. This is big. But he doesn't need to get it up and down, really.
We'll come back to 17. Let's go back to 16.
Par putt for Shane Lowry and missed on the last 2 holes, short putts. Yeah, we can say they're all important, but if he's going to have any chance at all here, he needs to make this one. Look, there's one part of his game that isn't as strong as his driving, and that's his putting, and it's let him down the last 3 holes.
It's been so good all week for Shane Lowry. Here is Dustin Johnson at 17.
Scotty, Jason Day knocked it over into the other bunker earlier. Piercy barely got it to stay on the green.
Well, it's not that easy of a bunker shot, but you cannot make the mistake of going over.
Not the best bunker shot in the world, but certainly adequate for this situation.
The closest to Johnson is Scott Piercy. He's on 18, and now this long putt for par. He's 2 back. So Piercy will give one back here at 18. The lead at the moment will be 3. All Dustin Johnson needs to do here is 2-putt for par.
A little bit of break, Scott.
This has got a lot of break in it, actually, Brad. Especially the last 4 or 5 feet. And it gets pretty fast around the hole. He's got 25 feet, 10 inches. And it's certainly one you don't want to get too frisky with because you can knock it 4, 5, 6 feet by.
Scott, there's so many greens here with so much slope. This is one of the flatter ones, but still looking at the greens map, it's got 2 to 3% right around this cup. You're right. One of the best putts he's hit all week. He's hit some good ones. He knows it. Now a slider, his nemesis.
Been pretty stoic all week.
Now for par. And a great stroke. That was very close to the length of last year's putt at Chambers Bay that he missed on 18, and he made that like a champion. Westwood makes a birdie there. He can't wait to get off the golf course.
Take a look at that putt one more time for par.
Let's go, DJ! Go to one!
Scott Piercy made that putt.
Be careful with your shadows, guys.
Up at 18, so it's a 3-shot lead on the board right now.
Thank you.
Or a 2-shot lead.
That we don't know. Westwood will hit it first after the birdie at 17. Again, that potential penalty stroke is hanging over Dustin here on 18, but the lead is 3. The near misses for Dustin Johnson. 3-shot lead in 2010 at the U.S. Open at Pebble Beach. Shot 82. Graham McDowell the winner. The penalty at the 2010 PGA Championship, tied for second with Phil Mickelson, the 2011 British Open.
Well, last year he hit the best shot of his life off the 18th tee. And just like Angel Cabrera in 2007, Dustin Johnson pipes it right down the middle.
And Mr. Almost, and a guy firmly entrenched on that list of the best to never win a major. He'll celebrate his 32nd birthday next week. Makes his way down 18. Aimed directly for a U.S. Open victory. There's a pairing behind him, Shane Lowry now, a moment ago at 17.
And we've almost forgotten there's a group behind Dustin Johnson. Lowry desperately needs to get this on the green.
Well, this ball is heading left.
Way left, Curtis.
Yeah, I just walked by it. It doesn't appear to be a terrible lie coming right up the green. Should chase right to the hole. Not the most difficult shot in the world.
Now's not the time to celebrate here. It's may seem like a foregone conclusion to the viewer, but I promise you, Dustin Johnson's taking nothing for granted.
As it stands right now, even if they gave him the one-stroke penalty, he still leads by 2. And the two brothers, Austin caddying for Dustin, on their way to what Dustin hopes will be his final full swing of this 116th U.S. Open. After the heartbreak at Chambers Bay last year, the 3-putt at 18, he led the British Open after 36 holes and went 75-75. Tied for 4th at this year's Masters.
I don't think she pushed it down. But
What's going on with Shane Lowry at 17?
No. What's that? It goes with different. No, I don't think so.
I think they thought somebody caught it and threw it back into the rough, but it was just a ricochet.
Anything can happen here.
No doubt about it. Back home in Ireland, they're rooting for their guy, Shane Lowry, at his club at Esker Hills. The TVs there tuned to this U.S. Open Championship. We'll come back to Shane now. Dustin Johnson at 18.
Probably the most important shot Dustin Johnson has ever hit right here.
Paul does 190 yards. This is 6-iron.
What a gem, Dustin Johnson. The shot of his life.
18-month-old Tatum, his son with Paulina Gretzky. Barring the miraculous from Shane Lowry, Dustin Johnson will be off that Mr. Almost list. Jack Nicklaus waiting for Dustin as well. Let's look at this second shot one more time.
And Joe, I was walking with Dustin with Scott McCain and C.H. Harmon in the practice round Tuesday, and the prognosticator C.H. Harmon said Dustin Johnson has never hit it better than he's hitting it right now. Boy, did he prove that to be the truth.
Just outside a city that cherishes those hard-earned championships. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Dustin Johnson on his way to a U.S. Open championship. While he was playing 18, here's Lowry at 17.
Well, he drew a pretty good lie, then chunked it, then drew a terrible lie. Now he has another long putt for par.
So that was shot number 2 for Shane Lowry, and now here is shot number 3 here at 17.
Yeah, drew a terrible lie here. When it rains, it pours, man. You just can't seem to turn it around.
He started this final round leading by 4.
You know, Joe, when you play so well for 3 days, you have a 4-shot lead. Now you're going to lose. It'll take some time to get over, but it's pressure. It's hard out here. How can one guy go from playing so well to playing so poorly overnight?
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Shut up.
It's called the U.S. Open.
Well, Oakmont's hard. No doubt about that. This is Dustin Johnson's moment in the sun. He's worked hard for this.
Westwood finished to clear the stage for Dustin Johnson.
This is blazing fast down this hill. I hate to say that, but get carried away here.
A birdie and 18. Dustin Johnson will win the U.S. Open. He has rendered with his play down the stretch that controversy on the ruling, the potential one-shot penalty, meaningless. Finishing with a birdie at 18. And he's finally got his first major. About to turn 32. And with that combination of power and finesse, who knows how many major championships will follow.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our closing ceremony right here on the 18th green. As soon as our champion returns inside the school.
There's nothing easy about trying to win a golf tournament. I can imagine the walk was pretty tough for Dustin Johnson today, but he seemed unflappable the entire week.
The final stroke. The winners here in the history of this great country club, Oakmont. One of the stiffest challenges in all of golf. And the champions here, a who's who in the world of golf and golf history. Here's the par putt for Shane Lowry at 17. While all that was transpiring at 18, Lowry for par. Trailing by 4. But who's won here? Bobby Jones, an amateur championship here. Sam Snead, a PGA championship here. Gene Sarazen the same back in 1922. And then names like Armour, Parks, Hogan, Jack, Johnny, Larry Nelson, Ernie Els, Angel Cabrera, and now Dustin Johnson. And the first major championship in a U.S. Open coming for Dustin Johnson. Go back to 1962. We had that visit. We just saw Jack Nicklaus winning it in 62 after an 18-hole playoff with Arnold Palmer. There's still another pairing back there. We don't at this moment know how much Dustin Johnson is going to win by, but he is going to win this U.S. Open. They will review what happened at the 5th green, determine whether it's a 1-stroke penalty or not, but that'll just be a footnote.
You bet.
Shane Lowry put himself in prime position here today, starting this final round with a 4-shot lead, with Dustin Johnson right behind him.
It's pretty straight back in. Yep.
Right now trailing by 4.
Come down just a shade left of it. Where's the flag? Okay, under the window? Yes. Okay. Shade left, shade left. Okay.
At the moment, a 3-way tie for second. Furyk, Lowry, and Scott Piercy.
Andrew Landry 8 over on his round today. Just couldn't get it going. Shane Lowry 6 over on his round today.
Safely into the middle of the green here at 18.
Well, a disappointing round for Andrew Landry, but he should take a lot from this week. Forget about today, and the same goes with Shane Lowry.
Come on, Woody. Good swing.
Winner both in Europe and in the States. A bit surprised, guys, that he played this poorly today, but talking to Ken Brown, our colleague, that if he has a weak spot, it's just putting, and that certainly has been very good today.
He's been a total gentleman the entire day. Both of these guys have behaved properly in defeat. That's not always easy to do.
Well, you never know how disappointing this is coming up the last hole when you had a 4-shot lead and you're not going to win. But if you play this golf game long enough, it's going to happen.
Better believe it. Now, DJs, you've got to get your scorecard right. All kinds of things, you know, you figure this day and age, every shot's documented on television. Why do we even need a scorecard anymore? But it's not just a formality. You've got to get your scorecard right. Got somebody in there to check you, to help you out. Nothing bothered Dustin Johnson this week. He missed a lot of putts. He could have easily gotten frustrated, but he was emotionless almost in his struggles and frustrations. Well-deserved applause for this last group.
And how about applause for John Zimmers and the staff here at Oakmont Country Club. John is the superintendent. All those other superintendents to get this golf course into championship form and shape after all that rain Wednesday night and Thursday. A nice tip of the cap from Shane Lowry. A terrific player who in this U.S. Open came up short. We have no update yet as to whether that controversy is settled, and it is certainly many by now with regard to that penalty stroke or no. Right now, 5 under.
Well, the most powerful player won this tournament. He
was 23 yards longer than the average drive. Is this going to be a putting contest or a ball strikers, contest, I guess, and a bomber's paradise or an accuracy fest? I'll tell you what, Dustin Johnson was the bomber, and he was accurate as much as anybody.
Lowry's got a birdie putt here at 18, as I mentioned, right now in a three-way tie for second. Andrew Landry, a birdie putt as well. About how times have changed and what the purse is for this United States Open Championship. Back in 1994, the purse was a total of $1.75 million. Ernie Els won $320,000. 2007, the winner was Angel Cabrera, $1.26 million. Dustin Johnson will have $1.8 million coming his way. The purse close to $10 million. First U.S. Open back in 1895. Horace Rollins was handed $150.
Wow. Well, what can you say about Andrew Landry? Never been in this position before. First time ever playing in a major, and he went through all the qualifiers to get here. Thousands of people tried to qualify for this event. It's a heck of an achievement just to get in, but to be in the last group in your first ever major, Andrew Landry, this could be a huge step in the right direction for him, even though he's let it get away a little bit today for sure.
Yeah, Paul, I think he should be very proud. He's really handled himself well. He's a good young player, and you never know what this will make. Give him some confidence. He's hit some good shots today. Missed a lot of putts.
We have just been told that they have confirmed that Dustin Johnson has been assessed a penalty for that ball moving and him causing it to move by their judgment, talking about the USGA. And so officially, Dustin Johnson shoots 69 today, 4 under for the championship, but a major victory nonetheless.
Well, you kind of knew it. I asked Jeff, you got the sense, the way he looked, Jeff Hall from the USGA, when he was up here with us. He, without saying it, gave the indication that yes, Dustin would be penalized.
And a solo second, not to be for Shane Lowry.
So Dustin Johnson will win the golf tournament. Jim Furyk tie for second. Dustin Johnson hit it 55 yards on average past Jim Furyk this week. That's the long and the short of it.
We'll next see Shane Lowry on the big stage in the Olympics. In Rio, will represent Ireland. Was trying here today to become the first from the Republic of Ireland to win the U.S. Open Championship. Graham McDowell, Rory McIlroy from Northern Ireland. Here's Landry for par at 18.
All right, that's the way to finish.
Back in 2007, Angel Cabrera won this championship at 5 over. Lowry for par.
He only needed a top 3 finish to lock up his Ryder Cup hopes. So we'll see him again in September.
Frustration and an exhale at the end of a long week. 4 finish under par. Our winner, Dustin Johnson, at 4 under. And a wave to the crowd from Shane Lowry.
He's a grizzled veteran. He knows he could have done this today. It just wasn't his day.
Sure making his father, Brendan, proud. The great Gaelic football player, and here's the moment. A birdie at the last, the 72nd hole. A hug from his brother. A bow from Lee Westwood's caddy and Tatum. Happy Father's Day, Dad. A moment with Paulina. And a major championship for Dustin Johnson. He wins here at Oakmont Country Club. He is the 116th U.S. Open champion. Back after this.